Tanky Mage System. Chapter 101 Professor Henry. The battle between the wriggling flesh and blood was much slower than Gunai had expected. Furthermore, as the battle progressed, the battlefield was quickly divided into three large areas. The inner section where the battle was the most intense, the middle section where the battle was more intense, and the outer section where people wanted to run away when they couldn't win. Unfortunately, Gunai was guarding the exit of the extraordinary gate. To the deserters, Gunai had righteously sent them back to the bloody battlefield. You don't even have the courage to be the strongest of the squirming flesh. How are you qualified to be digested by my blood pool? Gunai had planned to use the blood pool to digest the indescribable flesh and blood, but he would have to wait until the level of the blood pool was high. And the squirming flesh was an existence derived from the outside of the indescribable flesh. Obviously, they were not as powerful. After Gunai opened up the blood pool, he could place them directly in the pool and use the power of their blood to wash and absorb them, then strengthen his own flesh and blood defense. In a sense, this was a real meat package. About an hour and a half later, the battle was finally coming to an end. The three huge wriggling pieces of flesh in the three large areas finally survived. The three pieces of wriggling flesh were about the same length and thickness as Gun's legs, and they were all in the shape of worm flesh. Gunai could clearly feel that the wriggling flesh was gradually changing its shape as it fought. In less than 2 hours, they had already figured out that the long worm form was the most suitable for wriggling, climbing, and fighting. If they were given a few more days, they would probably grow limbs and wings. At that time, they would truly become walking, terrifying sealed artifacts. Fortunately, Gunai had no intention of keeping them. No matter how much the flesh and blood looked like a creature. However, they were ultimately the product of the catalyst of transcendent memes and were essentially still flesh and blood. Gunai used his 5 puppet strings to penetrate the outermost victor's body. Then, the wriggling flesh began to resist. Gunai thought. Swish! The first wriggling piece of flesh was immediately put into Gunai's system space. Gunai looked at the wriggling flesh that entered the system space. It was no different from ordinary pieces of meat. Even the indescribable flesh and blood in the system space couldn't do much, let alone the squirming flesh and blood. Then, Gunai used his old trick. The second and third wriggling pieces of flesh were also put into Gunai's spatial bag. After he finished, Gunai came to the end of the tunnel. Gunai began to carefully examine all the flesh and blood in the tunnel to make sure there was no other living flesh. At the same time, it also removed the slight traces left behind by the wriggling flesh that had crawled out earlier. Although the chances of this place being discovered were slim, Gunai wouldn't leave any traces behind. Half an hour later, Gunai once again arrived at the entrance of the extraordinary door. The wriggling flesh and blood in the flesh barrier had indeed all lost their vitality. After making sure that nothing was left out, Gunai closed the extraordinary door again. Even if there's something missing inside, it won't be able to come out once the extraordinary door is closed. Gunai thought to himself. Ka! As the extraordinary door closed, the dark passage fell into silence again. As for the people outside, if they use violent dismantling to open this extraordinary door, then Qian better pray that the lifeless flesh has lost the ability to curse the terrifying extraordinary matrix. Otherwise, they'll only be opening a door to death. Gunai quietly returned along the original path. After locking the chain and the door, he quietly disappeared into the darkness along the thick snow. The snow continued to fall, quickly covering the traces of Gunai. It was as if nothing had happened. The next day, early in the morning, in a small secret room, Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged on the meditation seat, slowly opened his eyes. After these 2 reincarnations, my talent has increased greatly. My cultivation speed has also increased by a lot. Gunai mused. After a night of cultivation, Gunai could clearly feel that his cultivation speed had increased. It was almost twice as fast as before. The experience gained from the hack was the same as before, but the efficiency of the hack had greatly improved. It was obvious that after his extraordinary talent had been upgraded, the efficiency of his experience absorption had greatly increased. I'll focus on cultivation and hack for a few days to improve my strength. Gunai's mind sank, and he didn't plan to go out now. In any case, he had already told Leona that he would be training in seclusion for a few days. This cultivation session lasted for 5 days. On this day, the snow that had been falling for nearly 10 days had finally stopped. The weather was also a rare sunny day. In fact, as the sun shone down, there were signs of snow melting outside. However, the snow would continue after the next few days of clear skies. Every year, the snow season in the Sug ruins would last until February. And now, it was only the middle of November. There was still a long time before the end of the snow season. In the hall, the fire in the fireplace was still burning. The temperature was still very cold on this snowy day. Gugni was sitting on the sofa, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the hot coffee. After 5 days of hacking, Gunai's cultivation had returned to the mid-first level. In 1 more week, or even less, Gunai would reach the peak of rank 1. And after a week of idle, Gunai finally felt it. His own blood pool was about to be opened. This was obviously a piece of good news that made everyone excited. This time, after touching 3 powerful curse of the extraordinary matrix twice and turning it into a talent, Gun's bloodline talent had greatly improved. To be honest, the human bloodline talent, unless it was a mixed blood human with an extraordinary species, such as behemoth bloodline, dragon bloodline, or highland giant beast bloodline, would still have a certain amount of extraordinary power. A pure human bloodline was really not good. Fortunately, Gunai's system was very powerful. This was especially so after the massive strengthening. Previously, even peak stage 1 blood pools had not been opened. Now that Gunai had re-entered the mid-stage of extraordinary level 1, there were signs of him breaking through. When Gunai reached the peak of the late stage of the exceptional state, he would be able to easily create his own blood pool. At that time, he would be able to start digesting the wriggling flesh and blood. The blood pool has just been opened, and its capacity is very small. It obviously can't hold such a large piece of wriggling flesh. During this period, if I have the time, I'll need to use the magic blade curse to continuously cut at the wriggling flesh. I don't need too much. Just cut a fist-sized piece and it'll be enough to last for a long time. Moreover, after opening up the blood pool, I will also awaken the blood curse system's innate ability. I wonder what kind of innate ability I will awaken. As Gunai was thinking, he heard footsteps. Without even looking, he could tell from the footsteps that it was Leona. As expected, Leona's voice came from beside him. Grandmaster Gunai. How's the experiment going? Gunai asked. On the 3rd day of your closed-door training, the Pioneer Group's higher UPS said that Drive Henry from the biological research team arrived at the Sug Ruins City with his students. The laboratory over there has already taken shape, so Dr. Henry has already brought the silver-shelled rats to the laboratory for better experiments and tests. Oh! Gunai slightly frowned. That's pretty efficient, Gunai laughed. However, this matter is related to the rune potion. It will indeed make the Pioneer Group's upper echelons take my request seriously. I knew you were out, so I informed Dr. Henry. He'll be here soon. Leona said. He should already be on his way, Gunai said. Gun opened the glass window and saw a man in his early 30s. He was wearing a winter cotton jacket and a thick top hat. He was holding a thick stack of documents and walking from the neighboring castle to Shenju Castle. Chapter 102 The Arrival of the Equipment. Leona cast a sidelong glance outside the glass window. It's indeed Dr. Henry, Leona replied after taking a closer look. A few minutes later. With a high nose bridge, blue eyes and a pair of bright eyes, Henry, who was tall and burly, entered the hall of Shenju Castle in a thick winter coat. Good afternoon, Master Gu Ni. Dr. Henry, who was in his early 30s, immediately took off his hat and saluted Gugni. His face was filled with a smile and a trace of excitement. Professor Henry was really excited. The 17 or 18-year-old genius pharmacist in front of him, Gunny Lawrence, was a real genius. He had heard before that this guy named Gunny Lawrence was a genius pharmacist. At such a young age, he had already become a rare high-level pharmacist. This matter attracted the attention of many people in the Pioneer Group and the Transcendent Association. He didn't expect that in just a few months' time, the other party would have already started on the engraving potion. When he heard the news, Henry was shocked beyond words. He also hoped to witness a miracle on his experiment table in this cooperation with the genius pharmacist. Such an opportunity to carve one's name on the monument of history and be revered by future generations was also rare in the long river of human history. "I'm very honored to be able to work with a great potion master like you," Professor Henry sighed. "It's my honor to work with you." Gunai also stood up and bowed back. A wave of flattery was inevitable. After some small talk, everyone sat down. Dr. Henry opened the document and began to think about what he was going to say. As for Gunai, he was quietly waiting. The creation of the engraving potion required a lot of information, so Gunai knew that there were no disadvantages to absorbing and digesting the extraordinary characteristics. Without detailed experiments and tests, Gun couldn't determine if the potion was effective by just looking at it with the naked eye. Therefore, the doctor's detailed observation was necessary, and Gun needed the feedback from their experiments. After a while, Professor Henry looked at Gugni. Test subject number 54. After a few days of experimentation, the strength of his body, his defense, his agility, and his compatibility with his source power have all improved. In particular, my physical body and the extraordinary characteristics of my bloodline have all been improved. It's obvious that the results of the Dragon Blood Sigil Potions experiment this time are very effective. The Dragon Blood Sigil Potion. Gun rubbed his temples when he heard this. Can I say that I'm actually thinking of developing a soul-type rune potion? They were extraordinary professionals from the three major extraordinary systems of spellcasting, combat, and shadow. Its characteristics were also very obvious. The soul of a spellcaster. A combat-type physical body. Shadow elements agility. These were all aspects of their own extreme. As for the engraving potion, its goal was to raise the ceiling to the highest level and transform it into a transcendent. For example, the outstanding extraordinary race of the spellcaster system, the Demon Snake Clan. A human's 4-star transcendent rank 3 spellcaster, compared to the 4-star Demon Snake Clan's 4-star spellcaster. They were equal in terms of the transcendent profession and the transcendent level. However, a human soul could only form 3 secret crossing runes. The Snake Demon Clan's soul could only form 5 secret crossing runes. At the same time, the strength of the soul would also be 20% stronger than that of a human. The amount of soul energy would also be 30% stronger than that of a human. In addition, the Demon Snake Clan's origin power density was also about 10% higher than humans of the same rank. When casting a high-level incantation to its limit, the soul would be able to withstand up to 240 high-level incantations. And the number of humans could only reach about 180. All in all, when a 4th-star level spellcaster who was also a 3rd-order transcendent encountered a 3rd-order magic snake spellcaster who was also a 4th-star level spellcaster, 90% of the time, the one who died would be a human. Why would there be such a huge difference when both of them had the same transcendent level and class? The answer was that the bloodline of the Demon Snake Clan itself contained a strong soul extraordinary characteristic. As they grew, these extraordinary characteristics would be stimulated. It allowed them to be born as elite spellcasters. On the other hand, although humans had mastered the same extraordinary profession, there was no soul extraordinary characteristic in their bloodline. The density of the soul-type extraordinary characteristic would directly enhance all the abilities of the soul in a corresponding proportion. This was one of the results of the human's research on the extraordinary characteristics of the soul. The soul-type signet potion that Gun was researching was to increase the soul's extraordinary characteristics and strengthen the soul's power. By the same logic, this corresponded to the extraordinary characteristics of different extraordinary classes. For example, the combat-type body-type transcendent characteristic could make one's body stronger, have stronger defense, and have more endurance. The shadow element's dexterity-type beyonder characteristic allowed shadowers to move more nimbly, their senses more sensitive, and their explosive power more rapidly. What about the extraordinary characteristics of the soul? Gunai asked. This was what he was most concerned about. No obvious signs. Professor Henry answered this question very simply. Professor Henry's answer didn't surprise Gun. At the same time, this dragon blood sigil potion has its own drawbacks. First of all, this test subject number 54 has become more aggressive. Moreover, there will be intermittent bursts of madness. At this time, he would kill the other silver-armored rats that were with him. He would even madly bite the black iron alloy cage. We had no choice but to change to a bigger and stronger black iron alloy cage. However, if it's a truly perfect engraving potion, you should know that in theory, if you drink too much, you'll at most be unable to digest it. There won't be such a drawback. This engraving potion is still flawed and not perfect. Gunai replied. And this is exactly what I invited you here to discover. Yes, I am. Professor Henry nodded. Gunai said after some consideration. My main purpose is to study the soul-type potion with secret engravings. Since this dragon blood-type potion has also been developed by chance, I will also follow up on the research of this potion. Just now, Professor Henry's speech. Gunai already had a rough idea of the problem. The ratio of dragon blood was too high, so he had to lower it a little before conducting the experiment. At the same time, he added some other extraordinary characteristics such as stabilizing the mind and will. In that case, the dragon blood potion might have been created by Gunai. He had to admit that he was really lucky to be able to produce an effective dragon blood sigil potion in this experiment that used Nightmare Dragon's dragon blood as the main material. Okay, our research team will closely follow all of your experimental processes. Professor Henry said. An hour later. After the discussion, Dr. Henry left with a thick stack of documents. With the members of the research team, I really don't have to worry about anything. I only need to focus on the research and concoct the medicine. Gunai said in a soft voice. After the discussion with Dr. Henry, Gugni learned a lot. He even started to think about the material ratios in his mind. While Gugni and Dr. Henry were talking, the butler, Fraser, had appeared in the corner of the hall. After Professor Henry left, Fraser slowly walked over. Gun's heart skipped a beat when he heard the footsteps of the butler. Have the materials and equipment arrived? Gunai was slightly excited. The mithril and magic gold rank staff and chainmail would be of great help to him. Moreover, the Pioneer Group's higher UPS had promised to choose better equipment for him. Sirkin, these are the materials you requested last time, as well as your 2 mithril and magic gold equipment. As he spoke, Fraser placed a black standard transcendent storage bracelet in front of Gun. Gunai picked up the bracelet and checked it. Sure enough, a magic staff of mithril and gold, which was even smaller than the silver-feathered staff, entered Gun's perception. There was also the silver and gold mithril and devil gold chain mail. Gunai wasn't in a hurry to check the 2 pieces of mithril and magic gold equipment. Instead, he looked at the materials. There were many types of materials this time, a total of 17 or 18 types. At the same time, there were quite a few of them. There were 7 to 8 of each material. Just these materials alone were worth 20,000 to 30,000 gold pounds. And this was only the experiment cost for less than a week. In order to allow Gunai to research more comfortably, the Pioneer Alliance had invested a lot of money. Other than these extraordinary materials, There were also 3 bottles of water from the Spring of Life. Each bottle contained 100 ml, so he had a total of 300 ml. Not bad, Gunai slightly nodded. Next week, I want the same materials. It would be best if there were more types and more quantities. It was now in the critical experimental stage, and the use of materials was huge. With more complete materials, I'll have more room for experiments. Also, please update Dr. Henry's experiment progress. I think he'll report it to the senior members of the Pioneer Group. They can see the results of my experiment. I think they'll be able to get me enough extraordinary materials. I'll report your request to the higher UPS, Fraser nodded. After some matters were settled, Gunai returned to his private lab. After a careful deduction in his mind, Gun began a new round of research with the engraving potion number 54 as the blueprint. At the same time, with so many materials, Gunny's research on soul-type medicine could begin on a large scale. At night, in the secret room, Gunai sat cross-legged on the meditation seat. At the same time, 2 pieces of mithril and magic gold equipment were placed in front of Gun. Gunai slowly withdrew his right hand. The initial contact between the 2 pieces of equipment had been completed. Gunai couldn't help sighing after feeling it. Other people might need 10 days or even longer to complete the contact with the devil before they could wear it. As for himself, but after only one touch, Gun could clearly feel that he was compatible with the 2 mithril and magic gold equipment. In other words, he could wear them after one touch. As expected, extraordinary talent is extremely high, so the compatibility is also very strong. One touch and you can wear this mithril or magic gold equipment. The mithril and gold ranked staff and chainmail were in contact with each other. Gunai could feel that these 2 pieces of equipment were the best of the mithril and devil gold. The combined price of the 2 items far exceeded the price of 10,000 gold rank items. The Pioneer Corps didn't ask for more gold pounds. Obviously, this was a small reward for him. This purple scale chainmail, the inner layer is chainmail armor, the outer layer is fish scale armor, the dual defense is extremely strong. It covered his entire body and arms. And through the gradual activation of its extraordinary characteristics, this special fish scale armor that is slightly larger than a fingernail can be driven by source power. It can be attached to the neck, fist, and even the head. The defensive method of the neck and head has won my heart. I have to say that this mithril and devil gold equipment is really powerful. It also has more functions. But, Gunai looked at the staff he had bought. Compared to this purple scaled chainmail, this dark mega staff is clearly even more powerful. Chapter 103 The Human-Faced Flower King. The dark sorcerer staff in Gunai's hand was now yellow and black. It was slightly shorter and thinner than chopsticks. It didn't look very eye-catching, and if one didn't pay attention, it would be very hard to notice the dark wizard staff. More importantly, when the dark witch staff's activity reached 20%, the dark witch staff's power was greatly increased. The dark sorcerer staff could be transformed into a bracelet that fit perfectly on his wrist. At this point, the dark witch staff would be equivalent to a wrist staff. It was a magic staff that looked like a bracelet on the wrist. At this time, some of the disadvantages of using a magic staff to cast spells would no longer exist. For example, spells that could expel magic staffs, casting habits that were easily seen by others, and embarrassment of not being able to take out a magic staff when a battle was in a hurry could all be avoided. At the same time, if one did not wear a robe or cast a spell, it would be difficult to be discovered as a spell caster. This would also increase the safety of the spell caster. Concealment was a major feature of the Dark Witch staff. Just the wristbands alone were more than enough to surpass most of the mithril and magic gold staffs. At the same time, Gunai was very satisfied with the power of the Dark Witch staff's runes. Secret Crossing Runes, 4. Amplification Runes, 10. This was the power of the Dark Witch staff. With these 4 secret crossing runes, Gunai's instant cast limit would increase by a large amount. When he reached the second rank of the ancient Nirvana stage, he would be able to fuse perfectly with the Dark Sorcerer's staff, and the high-level spells would also be within the range of the ancient Nirvana stage. At the same time, the 10 runes would double the power of Gunai's spell. At that time, the power of Gunai's spells would reach another level. Spellcasters could not only use their magic staffs to obtain the amplification rune to amplify themselves. At the same time, he could also obtain amplification runes from extraordinary items such as robes, cloaks, rings, necklaces, and so on to strengthen himself. This was also one of the reasons why the spellcasters were more powerful as they progressed. After all, the battle element and shadow element had no way of condensing an amplification rune. But Gunai knew that it would take a few months to fully activate all 10 of them. As for his secret silver staff, Silver Feather, he had no intention of selling it. As of now, the compatibility of the Silver Feather staff was already quite high. Moreover, when the compatibility reached perfection, the origin power recovery effect brought by the Silver Feather would be further enhanced. However, there was no rule that a mage could only use one staff. The Silver Feather was like a portable fountain with unlimited source spring water, so how could Gunai bear to throw it away? Gunai got up and was about to try on the purple-scaled chain mail. It's indeed very heavy. When Gunai picked it up, he felt his arm struggle. After all, it was a 150 jin heavy object. It was difficult for a normal human to lift it with one hand. Even though a regular Tier 1 Law Magus's physical body had been strengthened after their tier advancement, they were still a class above the low rank. However, it was extremely difficult to lift a 150-pound object with one hand. After putting it on, the 150-pound purple chainmail was heavier than Gunai had imagined. With my current physical strength and endurance, if I wear it, it will cause some inconvenience to my movements. For example, my speed will be greatly reduced, my movements will be inflexible, and walking will consume a lot of energy. I just reincarnated a few days ago, and my physical body's strength has been greatly reduced. When I reach the second rank, this 150-pound purple scale chainmail will have a much smaller impact on me. At rank 3, the impact of this is basically negligible. I'll keep it in the system space for the next few days. I'll take it out and touch the demons every day. I'll take it out and wear it when I reach the second rank. After the equipment was dealt with a flip of his hand, Gunai pulled out a long worm-shaped wriggling flesh from the system space. Before the wriggling flesh was stored in the system space, it could still wriggle and climb, so its vitality was relatively strong. However, he had stored it in the system space during this period of time. The vitality of the wriggling flesh had been greatly reduced, and it was more like a material. After placing the wriggling flesh in place, Gunai used a soul-stabilizing spell to find a good spot to cut it. Then, the magic blade curse was released at the precise spot. Gunai was about to start cutting the wriggling flesh. In the next few days, Gun practiced, cut flesh, and studied rune analysis. On the other hand, he continued his research on the engraving potion. The Nightmare Dragonology engraving potion would require careful exploration. Using dragon blood to strengthen his body was just as important to Gunai. As for the Soul Sigil potion, he needed to conduct experiments on a large scale. The two types of secret rune potions were carried out in an orderly manner. On this day, it was past 4 in the afternoon and the sky gradually darkened. The 3 or 4 consecutive days of clear skies were finally coming to an end. From the dark clouds, one could tell that a new blizzard was brewing. After leaving his private alchemy room and handing over the batch of signet potions to Leona, Gun had to head to the main hall to enjoy an afternoon coffee. I'm already nearing the peak of rank 1 after reincarnating, my speed of improvement is indeed faster than before. In the system of extraordinaries, rank 1 and 2 are easy to advance. After all, they're only at the beginner level. Once you reach rank 3 and 4, the difficulty of advancing is very high. At this time, it doesn't only involve the soul, physical body and origin power, but also the transformation of a deep level of extraordinary genes, as well as the complete integration of extraordinary characteristics into the depths of the genes. The fertility of rank 3 and rank 4 extraordinaries will be further weakened, but the children they give birth to will be born with extraordinary characteristics that are much stronger than ordinary children. And this is also the reason why those highly talented extraordinaires from transcendent families have arranged marriages between themselves. In fact, some bloodline families will even give birth to inborn marriages. This way, the probability of giving birth to extraordinaries with stronger bloodlines will be higher. When you're a high-level extraordinary, that's when your extraordinary characteristics perfectly and completely fuse with your body. A perfect extraordinary body. This is also the reason why high-level extraordinary individuals are so powerful. The cultivation of the extraordinary path isn't just about obtaining energy. It's also about the fusion of powerful genes and extraordinary power. Changing one's life form and height from the depths of one's life genes is the extraordinary aspect of the transcendent world. After all, the evolution of humans is the process of their genes adapting to the environment and changing by borrowing extraordinary power. This timeline is greatly reduced. And the direction of change is also more in respect to the will of the human race. Gunai thought to himself as he walked up the stone stairs to the hall. And my blood pool is also a little restless. I'm afraid it will be opened in a day or two. As soon as he entered the living room, Gunai saw someone sitting on the sofa. On the side of the sofa near the fireplace, a black-scaled devil dog was curled up and resting. How come you have the time to come here today? Gunai sat down and said with a smile. This person was Wei. At this time, Via's whole body was curled up under the cloak of the robe, holding a thick book and reading it. Needless to say, it was another romantic Mary Sue novel of the steam night. Of course it's because I have something important to tell you. Closing the book, Vera moved her palm slightly, and the thick book was put into her storage bracelet. What is it? Gun heated up the coffee. We caught a human-faced flower king. Wei was concise. Gunai's movements paused for a moment, then he raised his head. But it's a pity that the flower king's body was injured and he ran away. We killed his body. If we can capture the human-faced flower king's body, we might be able to get more information. Even though it is only the flower king's body, it is enough information, Gunai added. Of course Via did not object to this. Didn't you say you wanted to get in touch with the human-faced flower king? I've talked to the teacher before, and he agreed. I'm free tonight, so I can take you there. If I'm not on duty tomorrow, I won't have the chance to touch the corpse of the human-faced flower king. Do you want to go over now? Don't worry, we'll go after dinner. Via replied. Don't tell me you're here to freeload on purpose, Gunai said in a startled manner. Why would I? I'm mainly here for coffee and fireplace. The sofa here is comfortable and the environment is quiet. Dinner is just a side meal. Via didn't hold back at all. Hee hee. Gunai chuckled. Gun sipped his coffee as he muttered to himself. After a few minutes, Gun looked at Via again. What level is the human-faced flower king's body? How many days has he been dead? How's the damage? A rank 3 human-faced flower king. It's not very powerful. It probably just advanced a few days ago. After all, it's just a human body. I can take care of it alone. I just brought it back 2 days ago. It's currently stored in an underground ice room. How damaged is it? After thinking for a moment, she continued. The damage to his physical body is not that great. The main thing is that his soul was strangled by a half-soul expert's soul vortex and he died on the spot. Gunai nodded at her. That's good. What's wrong? Via frowned slightly. I just want to get more blood. His body is undamaged, so there should be a lot of blood. Is there a problem? Take more blood. Via thought for a moment and nodded. It's not a big problem. Even if there is, I will solve it for you. Wei didn't take the blame herself, so she agreed very quickly. Chapter 104 The Opening of the Blood Pool. After dinner, the night had fallen. At the entrance of Shenjue Castle, wearing a black robe and a thick top hat, Gugni straightened the collar of his robe and wrapped himself tightly. No one knew if there would be others secretly watching him on this trip. He still had to be careful. The two of them got into the carriage. The carriage began to speed up under the coachman's driving, and soon entered the snowy night. The journey was very safe. About 20 minutes later, the carriage stopped. When he opened the carriage door, he saw a remote Byzantine-style castle. In the night, Gunai could see the outline of the huge castle, and from the outline, he could feel the vastness of the castle. There were also many places where Gunai could feel faint danger. "Come with me, it's safe here," said Vaya as she got off the carriage. "Number 9970 is here?" Gunai asked in a low voice. Vaya glanced at Gunai and nodded. "Don't talk too much here, someone can hear you in the dark," said Vaya softly. Gunai's heart skipped a beat as he extended his senses to his surroundings. However, he did not feel anything. It was obvious that he could not sense the magical technique at the moment. After passing through the gate of the castle, the first thing they saw was a road paved with baked bricks. Then, the two of them shuttled through the castle's corridors, and courtyards. 5 to 6 minutes later, the two of them finally stopped at the entrance of a pitch-black cellar. The entrance to the cellar looked unremarkable. However, at the entrance of the cellar, there were 8 transcendent soldiers wearing transcendent black iron battle armors guarding it. The lowest rank of these 8 transcendent soldiers in black iron battle armor was also at stage 2. The captain with the highest rank was already at the 4th rank. Weiya walked up to the guard captain, who was a grade 4 transcendent, and handed him a red token. After checking, the captain of the guards nodded. "This is," the captain then looked at Gugni, who was wearing a top hat and a collar that covered half of his face. "I can't say." Vaya's answer was very straightforward. The captain of the guards nodded sensibly and let them pass. They went down the stairs. When he arrived at the entrance of the cellar, Gunai felt a burst of cold air. The temperature must be 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Gunai said. Borrowing the token, Vaya quickly opened the door of the cellar, which was already covered in a thick layer of ice. As soon as the door of the cellar opened, a cold mist gushed out. Gunai's body shivered as he walked in. The temperature in the room was a dozen degrees lower than the temperature outside. The temperature is so low. After entering, Gunai frowned. At the same time, he began to speed up the flow of his blood, and his body quickly warmed up. There are a few ice demon cores sealed here. These cores will continuously absorb source power and then transform the surrounding environment, causing the surroundings to become an extreme cold ice region environment. That's why it's so cold here. It's a pity that the ice demon's core is still the ice demon's core. No matter how much they change the environment, they won't be able to become powerful ice demons. After hearing Weiya's introduction, Gun's eyes lit up. The ice demon core is a natural cooling machine. If I can get one, I won't have to worry about the sweltering heat in the alchemy room in the summer. Alright, the human-faced Flower King is here. As she spoke, she opened a sealed drawer in an ice coffin. Gunai went to the drawer of the ice coffin and looked inside. It was a woman in her early 20s. Her face was still twisted and ferocious before her death. It was obvious that she had not been so peaceful when she left. However, this was not the main point. More importantly, the female human-faced Flower King's body was as hard as iron. Gunai was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the frozen human-faced Flower King. Ying Luo is so cold, I can't take her blood. Gun looked at Vaya and waved his hand helplessly. Looking at the frozen human-faced Flower King, Weiya also frowned slightly. How long can we stay here? Gunai asked after a moment of silence. If you're willing, you can stay here until tomorrow. That's good, Gunai nodded. What do you mean? Weiya did not understand. Draw blood, Gunai said. You have a way. Of course. Looking at the frozen human-faced Flower King, Gunai quickly constructed a blueprint in his mind. My blood pool is already getting restless. What it lacks is the infusion of powerful blood. Once there is powerful blood, it will open up very quickly. I can use 2 puppet threads to form a blood vessel and lead it to the other party's heart. I can send my warm blood into the human-faced Flower King's blood to melt it and then draw it back. When the blood pool is opened, I don't even need to use my own blood. I can use the blood in the blood pool to form a circulation with the frozen blood of the human-faced Flower King. This human-faced Flower King is a rank 3 being. It's a Flower King, and its blood is of a very high level. As for my blood, even though it has the blessing of a blood curse mancer, it has not absorbed any powerful blood. It can only be regarded as a second rank enhanced normal blood. There is still a certain distance between it and elite blood. The gap is still a little big. It's a good thing my bloodline talent is high enough, his digestive ability is strong enough. More importantly, the Flower King has been dead for a few days, so there shouldn't be much energy left in its blood. I'll just absorb it directly, it won't be a problem. If it really doesn't work, it'll be good if we retreat in time. After careful consideration, Gun looked at Vaya. It might be a bit difficult to extract the blood from the frozen Flower King. I need to stay here for a long time. Well, that's not a problem. Waya nodded. He stood next to the human-faced Flower King and released 2 puppet strings. Under Gun's control, the second-rank puppet strings easily turned into 2 invisible pipes. After a series of operations, the puppet's secret thread connected from Gunai's palm to the arteries and veins of his wrist. The other part was connected to the Flower King's heart. In order to maintain a closer distance to reduce the heat emitted by the blood, Gunai's palm was right on the Flower King's heart. Begin. Under Gunai's control, the blood in his body began to heat up. To melt the ice that was 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, normal temperature blood was definitely not enough. What Gunai needed was hot blood. As a blood curse mancer, the controller of blood, he had no problem with the small operation of increasing the temperature of his blood. 40 degrees. 45 degrees. 50 degrees. 55 degrees. Gunai's blood was boiling, and his skin was turning red. After the temperature rose to around 70 degrees, Gun stopped rising. Gunai's entire body was burning, but it was still within his tolerance. Gun opened the arteries and veins, and under his control, the hot blood rushed into the Flower King's frozen heart. As soon as the blood rushed in, it immediately formed a small vortex. At the same time, the absorption tube began to absorb the blood. The blood of the human-faced Flower King's heart entered Gunai's body. Gunai could feel the depths of his body trembling. It was as if the earth that had been dry and cracked for a long time was finally welcoming rich rain. Digest. He digested it to his heart's content. Gunai could feel the blood in his right arm, which was the first to come into contact with the Flower King's blood, crazily devouring it like a swarm of small beasts. Gunai had been worried that he wouldn't absorb it, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking. His own blood was obviously much more powerful than he had expected, and he directly swallowed and digested it. The Flower King's blood flowed from his right arm to his heart and then to the rest of his body. Gunai's blood was in a state of excitement, and the blood was fighting to be the first to devour it. Gunai's entire body was like a war. It had become a battlefield for transcendent blood. The higher quality human-faced Flower King's blood was absorbed by Gunai's blood. Ka 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 ka. The invisible blood pool in the depths of Gunai's body was finally about to open. Chapter 105 The Awakened Blood Curse. He didn't know if it was because of Gunai's bloodline. It was also because of the powerful hack function. Or both. 3 minutes later, Gun was still devouring the blood of the Flower King. Ka 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 ka. A small stream of blood formed a vortex and quickly rushed into the depths of Gunai's body. Gu 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 gu. The blood pool was opened. This newly opened blood pool was very small. Fortunately, there was a continuous supply of blood. At the same time, Gunai was still consuming the Flower King's blood to replenish his own. After 5 or 6 minutes, Gunai felt that his transcendent blood had reached a critical point in devouring the Flower King's blood. If he continued devouring, it would no longer be the transcendent blood that was absorbed and transformed. Instead, the human-faced Flower King's blood would be directly injected into his blood, which would cause an impact on his transcendent blood. Gunai immediately adjusted the puppet's thread to place the input and output in the blood pool, then quickly cut off the channel between his blood and the blood pool. As a result, the blood in the pool and the Flower King's blood formed a closed loop. Gunai's own blood was no longer part of the cycle. With the activation of ancient Nirvana origin power, the temperature of the blood in the blood pool rose as well. The puppet's thread tubes continued to extract the blood from the human-faced Flower King. The blood of the human-faced Flower King that was extracted accelerated the expansion of the blood pool. The Flower King's heart had already been sucked dry, so Gunai was now focused on the blood in its arteries. Before he knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gunai, who was standing next to the human-faced Flower King, let out a long breath. Then, Gunai slowly cut off the spell of the puppet's secret thread. The blood of the human-faced Flower King is still strong, Gunai sighed. If Gunai had used his own blood to create the blood pool, it would have only been the size of a fist. At this moment, the blood pool that was created with the blood of the human-faced Flower King was the size of 2 fists. Plus, the human-faced Flower King's blood was perfectly filled. It could provide Gunai with blood for a long time, increasing the strength of the blood and its special properties. There were very, very few conventional ways to increase one's extraordinary characteristics. Gunai absorbed and digested high-quality blood, and even used high-level methods to change blood. In essence, it was to obtain blood with stronger extraordinary characteristics. Such a technique was considered a unique technique in the transcendent world. It's done. As he felt the blood pool in his body gradually stabilize, Gunai looked at Wei. Looking at the corpse of the human-faced Flower King, which didn't seem to have changed much, Wei nodded. I'll send you back, in case anything happens on the way. Thank you. Late at night, the snow continued to fall. Inside the carriage, Gunai was resting with his eyes closed. I've completely absorbed and digested the blood of the human-faced Flower King. I've also grasped the smell of the blood deep in my bones. As long as you encounter the human-faced flower members of the human-faced flower sect who have planted the seeds of the human-faced flower in their bodies, I can clearly identify them. The human-faced flower church. Gunai rubbed his fingers. I will slowly drag you out one by one, until I uproot you. An hour later. Deep Duke Castle. In the secret underground training room. Gunai sat cross-legged on his meditative cultivation seat. I've really gained a lot this time. Feeling the blood pool in his body and the basic abilities of a blood curse mancer, a smile appeared on Gunai's face. This time, the blood pool was opened. Gun had acquired the basic innate ability, Blood Shield. In the study of incantations, the origin power shield spell was, to a large extent, a spell of the same origin. In other words, the rune essence of everyone's source energy shield spell was similar, and the source of energy was source energy. Even if the shape, size, and defense points were different, they were essentially the same. And spells of the same origin would cause a problem. That was, source power shields couldn't be overlapped with each other. In other words, no matter how powerful a law magus was, they could only have one source energy shield. It was unrealistic to put dozens of shields on himself at once to enhance his defense and survival. If Gun already had the magic shield necklace, he wouldn't have a full body shield. If he wanted a full body magic shield, he would have to remove the magic shield necklace's shield first. Blood Shield was an innate ability. It used the transcendent blood in the blood pool and the blood pool itself as the foundation of the shield. Its nature and source of energy were different from the origin power spell shield. Hence, blood shield and source shield could be stacked. This meant that Gunai could have two energy shields. As a result, Gunai's defensive power had greatly increased. On the way back, Gunai tried to level up his blood shield. As the blood shield's level continued to increase, its defensive capabilities would also increase exponentially. However, this blood shield was only a basic ability. Every blood curse mancer would be able to obtain this ability after establishing a blood pool. The main point was that Gunai had awakened a very powerful ability when he opened the blood pool. This time, the innate ability that Gunai had awakened was of great significance to him. It had directly changed his ability to survive. Blood escape technique. This was Gunai's awakened ability. Using the blood escape art consumed blood, allowing Gunai to use the power of the blood to instantly move a certain distance. Although it wasn't an ability like flash or teleportation. But this kind of quick movement ability was also the best way to save his life. With this blood escape, Gunai would have enough capital to deal with the enemy, and his tactical choices would also be richer. Unlike now, where he could only rely on his physical body to resist. As a mage, it was often the most helpless choice when it came to physical resistance. The acquisition of these two blood curse innate abilities, blood shield and blood escape, is of great significance to me. It can be considered a small qualitative change. Gunai said. I've only awakened for the first time. According to the information from the blood curse mancer legacy, there will be a second awakening. As for the third awakening, it will depend on each person's talent. With my talent, the third awakening is not a big problem. Will there be a fourth awakening? Gunai searched through the inheritance information of the blood curse mancer. There are no relevant records, but that doesn't mean there isn't. At present, the blood shield and blood escape are only equivalent to the power of a basic level spell. When they awaken for the second time, these law incantations will advance to the intermediate level. The third time will become a high-level law incantation. If there's a fourth time, will it become a secret inscription spell? From the looks of it, other than the curse in the depths of the blood curse master's bloodline, this blood curse master is indeed a powerful spellcaster profession. Gunai said after some thought. After some thought, Gunai once again immersed himself in his blood pool. At this time, in the blood pool, the blood of the human-faced Flower King was constantly in a whirlpool state under the effect of the hack system's blood pool codex. This was the advantage of the hack system, which allowed him to cultivate with super high efficiency without stopping. Without the hack system, it would have taken years for the blood pool to be opened. Now, it had been 1 or 2 months, and it had already been opened. With a flip of his hand, Gunai took out a fist-sized piece of wriggling flesh. This was the result of Gunai's continuous use of demonic blade curses over the past few days. At this moment, the wriggling piece of flesh was no longer wriggling. It had completely calmed down. I hope that digesting this piece of flesh will bring about a different change to my body. Staring at the black piece of squirming flesh that was no longer squirming, Gunai thought. Chapter 106 The Movement of the Thanator. The days of peaceful experiments always flew by quickly. A week flew by, and Gunai was busy with his experiments and studies. Within this week, there was some progress in the Nightmare Dragon's Blood Potion Series 54, but it was not obvious. 54-1 The Nightmare Dragon Blood Potion derived from Potion No 54, 54-2, 54-3, and so on, all made the silver-armored rats manic and aggressive. Some of them even had nightmares and hallucinations, wore down their transcendent characteristics, and even had their bodies mutate, go out of control, and so on. Obviously, even if there were slight results, it was still very difficult to make it in detail. In fact, he might not even be able to concoct it. Meanwhile, the progress of the Soul-type Signet Potion was progressing steadily, and the possibilities were being eliminated one after another. At the same time, Gunai's strength was also steadily increasing. On this day, in the afternoon, Gunai, who had finished a day of research and refining, was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed. During this period of time, after the blood pool was opened, the wriggling flesh was also placed in the blood pool to be washed. Gunai could also feel his body's toughness increasing at a steady rate. This was much more obvious and faster than the blood pool codex. Every day, Gunai could feel his skin, muscles, bones, organs, and so on strengthening. Obviously, it was the wriggling flesh. It was working. I have a resistance that corresponds to the squirming flesh. In addition, my extraordinary talent is extremely high, and my tolerance is extremely strong. This is why I can use the blood pool to wash the squirming flesh and strengthen myself. As for others, there's no need to absorb the power of this squirming flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. Just by looking at it, you'll be attacked and infected by curses and mim, which will cause you to suffer a major blow. When he felt the blood pool in his body washing away that wriggling piece of flesh, he was stunned. Gunai couldn't help but think about the indescribable flesh and blood. Gunai was on the verge of breaking through to rank 2, and he still had this wriggling flesh in his hands. He didn't really need that indescribable flesh. However, the power and terror of that indescribable flesh and blood was something that Gunai couldn't forget. During his free time, Gunai tried to figure out how to use the indescribable flesh. As long as Gunai didn't see this indescribable flesh and blood, he wouldn't be affected. And in the future, he could touch her and reincarnate again. At that time, Gunai estimated that he wouldn't be affected by this indescribable flesh and blood. Gunai wasn't affected by it, but to others, it had a huge effect. If he encountered a powerful enemy that he couldn't defeat or escape from, he would be able to escape. He suddenly took out this piece of indescribable flesh and raised it above his head, roaring, "Grandson, do you dare to answer my call?" At that time, the enemy would definitely sneer and glare at him. When he stared at the flesh and blood, would the indescribable flesh and blood directly blind the enemy's eyes, or was it to let the enemy's flesh and bones be peeled off and wriggle over, or could it directly absorb the enemy's flesh and blood? No matter what, the enemy would definitely suffer a terrible blow. Even a transcendent master might not be able to resist the magical power of the curse matrix of this indescribable flesh and blood. Moreover, this indescribable flesh and blood would be a blow to anyone who saw it. This was simply a divine weapon that could indiscriminately attack a large area. Given its undistinguishable nature, it definitely couldn't be used in a chaotic battle between the enemy and the ally. Otherwise, both sides would die. It would be best if Gunai faced many enemies by himself. That would be perfect. Of course, Gunai wouldn't use such a powerful weapon unless he had no other choice. I've opened up a blood pool and obtained the blood shield and blood escape technique. My ability to survive has greatly improved. He also has this indescribable flesh and blood, as well as his own reincarnation as his trump card. Even if I manage to develop a powerful potion with secret engravings, I won't have to worry about my own safety. Gunai thought to himself. Gunai knew better than anyone else the powerful properties of the signet potion. After he had developed that powerful engraving potion, he would definitely be able to break through. There would definitely be people who wanted him to research a second, third, or even a fourth. If those big shots had given the order at that time, would he have studied it or not? Gunai studied the engraving potion because he liked pharmaceutics and wanted to understand the deeper levels of the transcendent world. On the other hand, Gunai wanted to use the engraving potion to improve his life level and make himself stronger. At the same time, he could also make money from the engraving potion. But Gun didn't want to be someone else's puppet. He didn't want to do whatever someone ordered him to do. If he wanted to have the power to make his own decisions, he had to have his own strength. With great strength, one would not only face enemies, but also their own people. Just as Gunai was thinking, he heard footsteps approaching. After a while, the footsteps stopped beside him. The maidservant's voice, which didn't disturb his rest and was clear enough for him to hear, rang out from the side, "Grandmaster Gunai, we have a guest. Who is it? Gunai opened his eyes. A senior police officer. He said his name was George Derrick. George, Gunai raised his eyebrows. Let him in. Yes. After a while. George, who was wearing glasses, a top hat, and a long robe, was led into the warm hall by a maid. After passing through the spacious, luxurious, elegant and well-decorated hall corridor, he arrived at the sofa and fireplace resting area on the right. George saw Gugni brewing coffee. Good afternoon, Sir Gun Lawrence. George took off his hat and saluted Gun. This was an official visit, so it naturally couldn't be as casual as usual. Good afternoon, Your Excellency George Derrick. Gunai also stood up and returned the greeting. You may leave, I have some matters to discuss with Sir George. Gunai said as he glanced at the maid. Yes, the maidservant turned around and left. After pouring a cup of coffee for George, Gunai lowered his voice. What is it? If it wasn't an important matter, George wouldn't have come to visit without a reason. Besides, Gugni could sense that George was a little troubled. George, who had a serious expression, finished the hot coffee in his cup in one gulp. When he put the cup down, Gun could feel the nullifying interference barrier quickly blooming around him, covering the entire sofa and fireplace area. Without any nonsense, George went straight to the point. It's a very important matter that second-rank Thanator has the tendency to advance. Oh. Tier 2 to Tier 3? Gunai asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I am. When will it be promoted? In the next few days, it'll be as short as 1 or 2 days, and as long as 3 or 5 days. So, Yingluo, what's your plan? Gugni looked at George. Since George had come to find him, he must have a corresponding plan. After this Type 2 Thanator advances to the Type 3 realm, its strength will increase explosively at that time. I'm afraid that only if I advance to the Type 4 realm, and you advance to the Type 3 or Type 4 realm, will we have a chance of killing it. You and I will need a long time to advance to that realm. And this time, this second-rank Thanator is advancing, it's an extremely good opportunity. At the critical moment of its advancement to rank 3, if we launch a sneak attack, we can completely interrupt its advancement process. This will reduce his strength. This way, it will be easier to kill him. It was a good thing to interrupt his promotion. Then can you grasp the exact point of its advancement? Gunai asked in a deep voice. Sure, George nodded. Since I can accurately grasp the point of his advancement, there shouldn't be too much of a problem with this plan. Gunai also nodded. After a moment of silence, George looked at Gun and asked, You've advanced to Tier 2. Yes, Gunai replied. Although Gunai hadn't broken through yet, becoming a rank 2 Blood Curse Mancer was only a matter of time. He could break through at any time. That's good. George then took out a marble-sized glass ball. Inside the ball was a small hourglass, but there was nothing inside. There might be something inside, but Gun couldn't see it. You can activate this thing and put it in your pocket. When it moves, you'll naturally feel it. I'll be waiting for you in the small alley opposite Chenju Castle. I got it. Gunai took the glass ball and played with it in his hand. After George finished explaining his situation, Gun slowly spoke. I still have a more important matter to discuss with you in detail. Oh, what's the matter? George looked over. Chapter 107 Tier 2 Blood Curse Mancer. You should know better than me how powerful that Thanator is. Moreover, in the Sug Ruin City, you once told me that there wasn't only this one rank 2 Thanator. There's also a third rank Thanator. In the middle of the battle, if something unexpected happens, such as attracting that Type 3 Thanator over. At that time, if I die, you can just run away. But the problem is, if you die by accident, you'll die. It's like I've been exiled to that hunting level, I can't even get out, I can only wait for death there. After all, I don't have the ability to enter the shadow world or leave the hunting lair. So, Gun narrowed his eyes and looked at George. Do you have any way for me to leave the hunting level by myself instead of just relying on your power? Even if I can't beat you, I don't need to pull your back leg when I run away, I can escape directly. Believing was believing, but the corresponding preparations were still very necessary. After hearing Gugni's explanation, George was stunned for a moment before he smiled. You're so thoughtful. I've indeed been a little negligent. That Thanator is indeed powerful, it's always better to be prepared. It's much easier to get out of the hunting level than to go in. I can create a special bracelet of time and channel enough power of time into it this way. If you really can't win, you can escape without borrowing my power. George said. Entering the shadow world, or even the deeper parts of the shadow layer, was an extremely dangerous thing in itself. One could never be too careful. That's good. Hearing George's answer, Gun was relieved. If something happened to him and he died in battle, Gunai wouldn't die in there because of his indescribable flesh and blood. He could also use reincarnation Gunai to revive in the real world. However, with more trump cards and more secure measures and means in hand, there was nothing wrong with it. He glanced at the sky outside and saw that it was starting to get dark. Let's have dinner here. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare more. It's said that the chef here has extraordinary abilities. The food he makes is much more delicious than the food in the big restaurants outside. Gunai said. Oh, George frowned. Chef-type superpowers are rare. I'll have to have a good taste tonight. After dinner. After sending George off, the night had already fallen. In the secret room, Gunai sat cross-legged on the meditation seat as usual. After a few days of idle training, Gunai's extraordinary profession, Blood Curse Mancer, had reached the peak of extraordinary rank 1. He could break through at any time. Originally, Gunai had wanted to let the system break through on its own. This time, George had come, and a great battle was waiting for him. Then Gunai would take the initiative to break through. Gunai opened the system and looked at the books he was using. First hack position, Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring Spell, Level 3. Second hack position, Sibana Origin Pool, Level 4. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, Level 3. Fourth hack slot, Magic Blade Curse, Level 2. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, Level 3. The levels of these manuals had all been upgraded. Gunai nodded as he looked at the strange spell. Gunai's most powerful attack was the Demonic Blade Curse. The Magic Blade Curse has reached Level 2, and its power has greatly increased. Once I reach Tier 2, I'll be able to condense 9 secret crossing runes. I'll be able to instantly cast it without the help of my staff. Of course, if you use a staff to cast spells, you'll be able to get the amplification rune in the staff, and the damage will be more powerful. He calmed his mind and followed the cultivation method of the Soul Seal Codex, gradually gathering his soul power. As a law incantation master, the core of his advancement was his soul. Blood Curse Mancers were also part of the Law Curse Mancer system, and they were essentially the same. When the soul underwent a transformation, the corresponding origin power, body, and transcendent blood would all undergo a transformation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After taking a light breath, Gunai calmed down and started the transformation of his soul. Gunai's foundation was strong, and the power of reincarnation allowed him to break free from the curse of the Blood Curse Master. In addition, his Soul Seal Codex had already reached rank 3, so it was not difficult to level up to rank 2. One had to know that when the Soul Seal Codex was at level 1, one already had the capital to break through to level 2. The level 3 Soul Seal Codex was even more impressive. Gunai sat cross-legged in a meditative position. He used the Soul Seal Codex to gather and refine his soul. About half an hour later, Gunai's soul had reached the critical point of the transformation. Gunai's soul, which had reached the peak of rank 1, began to transform into a rank 2 soul. Gunai didn't even need to do it on purpose. The Soul Seal Codex, while being practiced, completely dominated the subsequent actions. His origin power, physical body, and transcendent blood all began to transform along with his soul. At the same time, Gunai's blood curse master's thick and bloody aura also silently changed. The aura of a Tier 2 blood curse mancer was far more dense and viscous than that of a Tier 1 blood curse mancer. As the transformation continued, a thick mist of blood began to spread from Gunai's body. It quickly filled the entire secret cultivation room. The entire secret cultivation room had turned into a world of blood mist. A casual wave of his hand would stain it with blood. 3 hours later. Hwala. The blood mist swirled around Gunai and turned into a blood vortex. Gunai's body was like a whale sucking in water, quickly absorbing the blood mist. At the same time, the dark, gloomy, sticky, and bloody aura of the Stage 2 blood curse mancer was slowly being collected. Gunai had successfully advanced. A moment later, Gunai's rank 2 aura disappeared, and he looked no different from an ordinary person. He couldn't sense the slightest aura of origin power or blood. As he leveled up the blood pool codex, Gunai's control over his own blood became better and better. It would be more and more difficult for the enemy to detect his extraordinary profession and even his level. After breaking through, Gunai began to carefully examine the changes that had occurred after reaching rank 2. First, the soul. As the core of a mage, Gun could clearly feel that his soul was stronger than before. Forming the 8th and 9th won't be a problem at all. I can grit my teeth and form the 10th, but there's no need to force it. More importantly, my spiritual energy has completely filled my soul ocean. It's rare for a magus to have his soul energy fill up his entire ocean of soul energy. It means that he is very talented in soul energy, and he has to put in a lot of effort in order to reach such a high level. The next step after filling the entire soul ocean with my spiritual energy is to let my spiritual power overflow and spread out. In the language of the spellcaster academic community, when one's mental power reaches the level of overflow and diffusion, that is the advanced form of a spellcaster. Furthermore, spellcasters who have reached this advanced form have a very nice name, Territory Spellcaster. When he thought of the many powerful aspects of a domain spellcaster, Gun couldn't help but smile. When the soul was strong enough, there would be 2 modes when it started to spread. The first mode was equal distribution. Spreading his mental power evenly around him would form a soul perception domain. Within the range of the soul perception domain, no shadowman could escape. The second mode was to form a strand. When the mental power was condensed, it would form mental tentacles. Spiritual tentacles. There's a strong sense of evil. Gunai couldn't help but rub his temples. The territory spellcaster could freely switch between the 2 modes. At this moment, the main point was here. The spells cast by a law incantation master would appear about a meter in front of them and then fly towards the enemy. The location where the spell of a spellcaster with a domain would appear was the edge of the spellcaster's domain and the location of the spiritual tentacles. For example, if Gun could form a 10-meter-long mental tentacle, he could stand at a corner outside the window and extend his mental tentacle to the back of the window on the 2nd floor, next to the corner where the enemy was hiding. Then, an instant cast fire arrow would pierce through the enemy's head. The range of comprehension that the mind touched was the characteristic of high-level spellcasters. This was the power of the spellcaster's advanced form, Domain Spellcaster. Chapter 108, The Prototype of a Tank Mage. Multi-shaped, 3-dimensional, and complex attacks. This was the advantage of being a territory caster. However, it was very difficult for a soul to spread out. Even Gunai had to spend almost a month to fill his sea of soul with mental power. Who knew how long it would take for it to spread out? As a result, there were very few true territory spellcasters. At the very least, Gugni had never encountered a domain spellcaster. Even in the Supernatural Daily, Gugni had never seen any information about domain spellcasters. He temporarily suppressed all the information about the domain spellcaster. Gunai continued to sense the changes in his body. The density of my source power has increased once again. Last time, in the flesh cave, my source power had already reached the level of a rank 3 mage. This time, as I advanced to rank 2, my origin power transformed. As of now, my origin power is comparable to a rank 4 magus origin power. Feeling his dense and pure origin power, Gunai thought to himself. The current me can be seen as a pseudo-rank 4 incantation master. The origin pool and the blood pool have also been expanded. The blood pool is already the size of 3 fists. As for the origin pool, its capacity seems to have exceeded 800 units of origin power. My physical body and transcendent blood have also been greatly strengthened. After all, my transcendent blood cursemancer's outstanding ability is survival. Then, Gunai clenched his fist. With a slight squeeze, he could feel a strong power growing in his tough body. Right now, my physical body is constantly digesting that wriggling flesh and blood. The speed at which my defensive power is growing is a little shocking. Under the surface of my skin, a defensive scale membrane has started to form. This defensive scale membrane is very close to the defensive layer of scales. The powerful body of a tank has already begun to take shape. Although I'm still a long way from becoming a powerful tank magician, I'm already starting to advance in this direction. After a moment of careful observation, Gunai put away his thoughts. After advancing to the second rank, the improvement is indeed huge. Next, I'll condense the secret crossing rune, Gunai said. Gunai continued to think. In this quiet and dark underground room, his secret crossing runes began to form. The next day, it was close to noon. Gun finished his morning's high-quality potions. At the sofa hearthfire area, Gun picked up the supernatural daily while he enjoyed the coffee his maid had made. He glanced at the front of the first page, and a huge, colorful image caught his attention. The sky displayed by the colorful map seemed to be lit up by the dark red flames from the abyss. The sky above the island under the sky was dark red, as if boiling blood had been spilled. It was as if countless dead souls were wailing, screaming, twisting, and struggling under the burning sky. A sticky, oppressive, dark, and deathly feeling assaulted his senses. Just by looking at the picture, Gunai had a bad feeling. Gunai looked at the text notes. On November 24, the red-robed Cardinal, Augusta, of the Evil Spirit Organization, Giant God Sect, who had many titles such as Blasphemer, Hand of Shepherd, Release of Panic, and Death Shepherd, seized the harbor of Barker Island and performed a blood sacrifice on the entire Barker Island. There were more than 30,000 people on the island, but only a few survived. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he read the message. His breathing became heavy. Long ago, Gunai had felt that a turbulent era was coming. The strange extraordinary profession hero and the barbarian saint had gathered a large number of forces in the Sug Ruin City, an important resource city in the northern part of the Yulan Empire. This was a plan of evil and death in itself. It was obvious that the evil spirit infidels and even the foreign races would not let go until they destroyed the few great empires in the north. The tragedy on Barker Island in the Supernatural Daily had further illustrated the ambitions of the evil spirit cult's troublemakers. The war had already begun. Gunai's eyes narrowed as the killing intent in his heart grew. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gunai took a deep breath and tried to relax his mind. Fortunately, I'm getting stronger and stronger. The engraving potion I've developed will be of great help to the pioneer group. At least, I now have the power to change the situation, and it won't be a small one. Gunai rubbed his temples and started to feel his body. Last night, after Gunai's breakthrough, Gunai started to form his own secret crossing runes. This time, he condensed the 8th and 9th runes. It was easy to form the 8th secret crossing rune. It was not difficult to form the 9th secret crossing rune. Gunai estimated that if he forcefully condensed the 10th secret crossing rune, it wouldn't be a problem. But that would put a lot of pressure on the soul. Furthermore, he had already condensed 9 secret crossing runes and could instantly cast the 9-syllable Devil Blade strange spell. Gunai didn't need to force the 10th secret crossing rune. While he was thinking, with a flip of his hand, Gun took out the thick rune analysis book that Olaf had given him and began to study it. Since Gunai's perception of runes had greatly improved last time, he found that his understanding of the meaning of runes had increased by a level. As for the many mysterious operating principles of the runes' profound meaning, he could immediately grasp and understand them after a little deduction. Now that Gunai had made progress in his study of runes, he was beginning to master the profound meaning of runes. He didn't even need to ask teacher Olaf for knowledge. By using the veins of runes to explore deeper, I can understand the deeper meaning of runes in the framework system of the world. I can even master and control the profound meaning of runes after understanding it to a certain extent. My current research direction is in the world framework type of rune profoundness. After mastering this type of rune profound, I can easily travel between reality and shadows. I can even open those strange inner layers and kill the creatures in those strange deep layers. You must know that only those high-level powerhouses with extraordinary professions who have similar abilities can have the ability to travel between the shadows and the real world. And they can only travel into the shadow layer. As for me, I can enter a deeper level with the world frame type rune esoteric meaning. At the same time, if my attainments in the world's framework are high enough, I can even open up a passage node and enter other real planes. This is a technique that only travel mages, plane rangers, space-time walkers, and other powerful extraordinary professions can use. In addition to the rune esoteric rules of the world framework system, there are also rune esoteric rules of natural elements, such as earth, wind, water, fire, thunder, light, darkness, and so on. Those elementalist-type rune analysis practitioners would have an advantage over me in this aspect. After all, my compatibility with various natural elements is far inferior to my compatibility with source energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become a law incantation master. I might have taken the path of an elementalist. For a law incantation master like me, I can study some special destructive esoteric runes that can be attached to a law incantation. For example, the obliteration of the giant beasts with the ability to obliterate and destroy that live in the alternate void. Another example is the dragon breath that adult dragons can release. It's as destructive as runes. Or perhaps, the true fire that the devils living in the deepest part of the abyss are born with. These strange powers all have their own special rune meanings. In fact, when I'm strong enough in the future, Qian will become an extraordinary master or even higher. Gunai's eyes narrowed, revealing a sharp light. Those ancient, shocking, and supposedly sealed for a very, very long time rulers. Their destructive, terrifying, and destructive power that does not follow the laws of nature is something that I can study. However, the power of the Dominator is too terrifying. Even a slight touch can lead to loss of control, madness, mutation, cataclysm, and so on. In front of a Dominator, death may be a good ending. For ordinary people, it would be an overestimation if they were to come into contact with that power with their mortal bodies. And for extraordinary individuals, if they are strong enough, they can still come into contact with those terrifying powers. As for me, I think I've already come into contact with it. The image of the indescribable piece of flesh appeared in Gunai's mind. That indescribable flesh and blood could be the remains of a powerful and indescribable ruler. To others, it's a power that they can't study. To me, it's something I can study. This is the difference between me and the other ascetics on the path of rune analysis. Simultaneously, Gunai squinted his eyes. This time, if that Thanator has some powerful and special means, we will go deep into the hunting level after killing it and obtaining the corpse of the Thanator. I might be able to start researching it. Even if the research doesn't succeed, the blood of the Thanator is still very fragrant. Gunai's expression suddenly changed. Gunai then reached into his pocket. The glass ball-like object that George had given him was trembling slightly. Is it starting? Gunai's eyes slightly narrowed. Chapter 109 The Bracelet of Time. The sky was dark and gloomy as usual. Snowflakes were falling continuously. This was a light snow that would continue every day. When the next wave of cold air from the north came to the south, it would be blizzard. In a dark alley opposite Shenzhou Castle, wearing a thick top hat and a collar that covered his face, Gun was stepping on the soft snow that was more than a meter thick. In the past, he would leave no trace in the snow. But today, Gunai left a clear footprint with every step he took. And the reason was because Gunai was wearing the 150-pound purple scale chain mail. Gunai's body, which had reached rank 2, was also strengthened. It was naturally able to withstand the 150-pound purple chain mail. It did affect Gunai's agility, but it was nothing compared to his powerful defense and buffer. After passing through the alley, Gugni saw George waiting at the exit of the other end. George's face was very calm. "Follow me." George's voice was very low, and Gun could hear him. He stopped a carriage and the two of them climbed up. "To the steel factory," George said to the coachman. "Da da 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 da." The carriage quickly moved along with the sound of the horses' hooves. George immediately activated his nullifying interference barrier. "This is the bracelet of time." George flipped his hand and handed over a bracelet with 5 glass orbs on it. Gunai took the bracelet and carefully examined it. These 5 glass orbs were the same as the one George had given him. Each of them had an hourglass inside, and the black bracelet was divided into 2 parts and wound around the hourglass from both sides. There was nothing in the hourglass. Perhaps the flow of time was something he had never seen before. "It's quite exquisitely made," Gunai secretly commented. "The bracelet of time is filled with the power of time. It can allow you to come out of the hunting level, but it cannot allow you to enter. It's enough that you can come out." Gunai nodded. 5 hourglass of time. You can leave from it 5 times. At the same time, the hourglass of time will not only allow you to leave the hunting layer, but it will also allow you to break free from other layers and come to reality. Even the shadow world works?" Gunai asked. "That's the simplest level." George gave an affirmative answer. "In that case, it's a pretty good treasure." Gunai laughed. For an extraordinary who can travel through the deep world, this might not be a big deal. Of course, the most important thing is the hourglass of time. It can collect the time that has passed in your body and slowly replenish it. "Oh! This time," Gunai's expression changed. "Can be recycled?" "Yes, I am. It's a pretty good item, thank you," Gunai said. This bracelet of time, which could be collected and used repeatedly, was indeed a good treasure. George asked softly. "In addition, Yingluo, how's your source energy breathing? You have to know that in the shadow layer, even in the hunting layer, you can't breathe in the air normally. Even if there's only a thin amount of source power there, you'll need to master the ability to breathe source power at a deep enough level to be able to walk freely and even fight." Gugni laughed at George's words. "When I wasn't an extraordinary, I had already started training myself to use my cells to breathe with source energy. As for the physical form that I'm currently using to breathe, you can just treat it as a decoration. He's completely free from the breathing of his physical body." George, on the other hand, was stunned. "Yes, I am." Gunai didn't try to hide anything. During the concoction process, the breathing in the lungs would cause the muscles in the body to expand and fluctuate, thus affecting the fine proportion of the concoction. Therefore, when Gunai was refining potions, he would completely give up on breathing in his lungs and use source power to breathe. This way, he could control the proportions of the potion to the extreme. The ability to breathe in the lungs was useless to Gunai. "That's good enough." George squinted his eyes and nodded. George continued to speak in a low voice. "I've already investigated, that second-rank Thanator will undergo a transformation tonight. We'll have to enter the hunting level in advance after lunch. You haven't entered the deep world. That's why I need to bring you there in advance to get used to it. That way, when you fight, you'll be able to display 100% of your strength. Otherwise, if you go in and fight rashly, you might not even be able to use 10% of your strength. The world's framework was different from the real world, and Gunai knew that. We do need to enter in advance to adapt to it. Gunai nodded. The black iron smeltery has a strong beyonder characteristic. It's easy to conceal abnormal fluctuations. You won't be discovered if you enter from there. Yes. Gunai nodded in response. At noon, in a small restaurant near the steel factory, Gugni and George had just finished their simple lunch. A large number of steel factory workers had already gotten off work, and a few factory workers had poured into the block. Although these workers in old work clothes looked a little dirty and messy, their mental state was not as numb and stiff as the starving homeless. George said in a low voice as the two of them walked along the snow. After the Labor Protection Act was enacted, the working environment and income of the workers have improved. Although there are still many problems, it's much better than 10 years ago. Gunai nodded. Gun, who had been reading almost every page of the Supernatural Daily, knew that the Empire had put in a lot of effort to protect the interests of the workers after the steam-powered machinery factories were built in every corner of the Empire. Gun had even heard that some nobles who didn't abide by the labor laws were being attacked. The effect was obvious. At least, when the snow sealed the mountains, the workers in the Sug ruins at the border of the Empire could have a place to rest and eat. Even in the Black Map district where the good and the bad were mixed, there were not many homeless people. Compared to the inland areas, the Empire had enacted the Navigation Act in the coastal areas. As long as a ship paid a small amount of customs duties, it would be protected by the Navy's steel ships. They were all qualified to enter the Great Voyage and follow the sea routes opened by the Empire to go deep into the deep sea for long-distance exploration. All the gains from the exploration would belong to the exploration ship. This led to the extreme enthusiasm of the Great Voyage era. Whew. At this time, the exhaust sound of the steel-smelting steam engine furnace was heard not far away. The roar of the steam-powered boiler the size of a house could be clearly heard from several kilometers away, and a large amount of mist rose. Gunai slightly rubbed his fingers as he thought. The Yulan Empire operated steam-powered steel machinery and was at a time when it was on the rise. The infidels wanted to destroy all of this and restore the Church's rule of the foolish people and the sacred rule of the Church's imperial power. Gunai could even clearly see the true face of those strange and mysterious existences from the then Aether. They simply treated life coldly. If such people were allowed to rule the world, it would be even more bloody and merciless than the rule of a theocracy. When that happened, the entire world would become a flesh farm for them to harvest as they pleased. Barbarian Saint, the alien races in the north, and the evil spirit sect that has already set off waves in the depths of the sea, can you stop this giant steel machine that has brought about a new wave of the era and made a huge roar? Gunai murmured. Chapter 110 The Shadow World. On the west side of the Delay Steel Smeltery, in the snow-covered land near the depths of the vegetation, George and Gun stood in a snow cave that had just been opened up. I'm ready, we're going in, George said in a calm voice. And the next moment, whoosh 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 whoosh, Gunai felt the space around him twist. The scene around him twisted and then shattered. As the shattered scene slowly reformed, Gun found himself in a whole new, strange world. Gunai immediately felt like he couldn't breathe, and the air in his lungs was quickly escaping. There was no air at all, as if it was a vacuum. Fortunately, Gunai's source power breath was used as a source of energy for his cells. It did not matter if there was air or not. His powerful body easily balanced the pressure inside and outside his body. This place is the hunting level? Gunai asked curiously as he looked around. Gunai was using source power to speak, so it didn't affect their communication. This is the shadow world. I'll bring you here so you can familiarize yourself. When we enter the hunting layer, it'll be time for us to fight. The hunting layer is the deeper layer of the shadow world. Once you've familiarized yourself with origin power and law incantations, you'll be able to use them in the hunting lair. Gunai nodded. Then, he felt the source power in his body flow in a different way from the real world. Gunai also began to look around. The shadow world could only be described as desolate, and it was the kind of desolation that made people despair. First of all, there was no vegetation in this world. It was like a desert. The ground was yellow and slightly dark. There were also some places that had the color of red bricks. The entire world was like a burning desert of death. There was not a single breath of life. A suffocating and despairing atmosphere filled the entire world. The only things that caught his attention were the fist-sized stones on the ground. At the same time, the shadow world benefited from the power of projection of reality. Many of the terrains and scenes were projected into the shadow world because of the changes that humans had made. The place where Gunai had just come from was a road paved with bricks. However, the road was slightly broken and collapsed in many places. There were also many places that exploded upward, but the soil on the ground was fixed in the air. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button when it exploded. It looked a little strange and magical. It wasn't just there were also signs of timeouts exploding on the road. In the distance, there were many houses in the city of the Sug ruins, and many of them were similar. This made the whole world seem to be filled with scattered floating soil. What's going on? Gunai pointed at the soil and stone that had exploded and were floating in the air. The shadow world, it's hard to say if it's real or illusionary. George explained. You can understand it as having both forms. The products of the buildings and human activities in the real world will also be projected in the real world. However, whether it's a human building or a product of a natural projection, there will be some collapses or bulges. You can understand that the power of the projection is uneven. Or perhaps the illusory power has disrupted the eeriness of the shadow world. However, we are real. When the real us approach, the illusory projection will be corrected by us. George walked towards the hole that had been blasted open. As he approached, the soil quickly closed up, and the ground returned to normal. When George retreated from the area, the exploded soil bloomed again. It's really magical, Gunai sighed. Gunai then pointed around. What are these? At this moment, in the entire shadow world, beams of light could be seen everywhere. Some of them disappeared in mid-air. Some of them were shining on the ground. Some of the beams were even more amazing. They pierced through the ground, and Gunai could see the soil deep underground. These light rays seemed to be the tinder effect of the jungle. They were scattered down from the sky. The shadow world wasn't as dark as it seemed, and at least Gunai could see his surroundings. I'm not sure about that. It's said that it's a special power of light projection. My understanding of the world's framework is only on the surface. George also shrugged his shoulders. Staring at the light, Gunai asked after a moment of silence. Has this light always been like this? Yes, they often pierce through the ground. George nodded. No, what I mean is, has the light always been from this angle? Then how come Ying Luo and the others also change their angle with the passage of time, and the specific angle is the same as the sun? What about at night? Gunai asked. At night, George shook his head. There is no night in the shadow world. No night, Gunai frowned. Yes, when the sun sets in the west, it will also rise in the west, then set in the east. When it sets in the east, it will rise again in the east. After hearing George's explanation, Gun frowned. So that's how it is. I kind of understand now. I was wondering how those guys could have such a way of recording. How could there be an overlapping hemisphere of the world framework? Deducing reality from the shadows, the deep world of this world, it is there. I think I have some things that I can understand the framework model of this world. Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. The overlapping of the hemispherical projection, this is the essence of this world. One body with two sides, no, even one body with two sides, there shouldn't be any difference. After all, this world's level is complex and three-dimensional. There was no problem with the direction of deduction of many scholars who studied the framework of runes in the world. This world is most likely a plane. The shadow world is only projected on the border between light and darkness. What's in the dark side of the shadow world? Gunai muttered. What? George, who was listening to Gun's mumbling, was confused. Gun looked at George and smiled. I've been studying rune analysis for a long time. After entering the shadow world today, I've seen many strange things about this world. Combined with what I've learned and derived from books, I've roughly understood something. You've studied rune analysis? George couldn't help but look over in shock. Yes, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I heard from my mentor that rune analysis can only be cultivated by geniuses who have the learning ability of a top student and a high compatibility with source power and runes. In my batch, there were only 2 people who managed to advance in rune analysis. I didn't expect you to be one of those top existences. It's just that I have more time to study than others, Gunai said, waving his hand. Then, Gunai looked at the sky of the shadow world, which was always dark and gloomy. It seemed to be completely locked. But in the layer a few hundred meters above the ground, scattered light from the tinder effect penetrated through and illuminated the entire world. This extraordinary world is ultimately not under Newton's control, Gunai exclaimed as he quickly constructed the framework of the world in his mind. As a transmigrator, Gunai had learned a lot from his previous life. He was quite familiar with the knowledge of the universe and the planet system under the scientific world. And now, as the strength and volume of his soul grew stronger, many blurry memories of his previous life began to surface clearly. When he combined all the knowledge he had learned in his previous life with the knowledge he had obtained from the rune analysis system in this world, he felt that he had to be careful. It was natural for Gun to be able to deduce the framework of this world more easily than the scholars of this world who only studied the runes system. Who is Newton? Was it very powerful? Why haven't I heard of it before? A god? George also asked. A god, I guess. However, Newton isn't powerful, it's Newton's younger brother who is powerful. Gunai said with a smile. Oh, who is Newton's younger brother? Awesome! George Derrick, Ying Ying. Chapter 111 Innate Divine Ability. After an hour and a half, Gunai stood up from his cross-legged position. In fact, less than an hour ago, Gunai had already adapted to the special trajectory of the world's origin power. If one wasn't used to this strange trajectory of origin power and rashly followed the methods of the real world, it was easy to cause a shock to one's own origin pool. For a lawmagus, the shaking of the origin pool was akin to taking half his life. Except for the adaptation to the origin pool, Gunai was also used to casting spells. Gun came to a conclusion after continuously releasing small arcs of lightning. That was, after he advanced to extraordinary rank 2, his soul's reaction speed had increased significantly. Gun clearly remembered that after a regular mage advanced, the soul's reaction speed wouldn't increase by much. At most, it would increase the efficiency of a spell overlapping per second. However, Gunai's breakthrough this time was too much. It directly increased the efficiency of the 3 spells overlapping in a single second. In other words, Gunai's maximum casting rate had reached 21 spells per second. 21 incantations per second. It was not an exaggeration to call it a human Gatling gun. In addition to that, Gunai had also familiarized himself with the blood in the pool, as well as the blood curse. Of course, Gunai had a pretty good grasp of his body's explosive power. The burst of physical strength was not for battle, but for evasion and escape. After all, there was no harm in running fast. As he thought about it, Gun glanced at George. I should be able to run faster than him. George walked over when he saw Gun stand up. How is it? How are you adapting? That's enough, there's no problem in using 100% of my combat power. Yes. George's expression also turned grave. Now that he had gotten used to it, the next step was to prepare for the battle. At this moment, Gunai had also entered a cautious state. From George's explanation, Gun could roughly guess that the Thanator was at least a top king tier creature, or a commander tier creature. A top commander creature, this was already very close to the lord level. In fact, this Thanator might really be a powerful lord level creature. When dealing with a powerful creature of this level, the only outcome was defeat or even death if one was not careful. First of all, you have to know that in the hunting layer deep in the shadow world, the light there is much thinner and dimmer than here. It's probably only 1/5 or 1/6 of what it is here. I can only see 100 meters or so clearly. There's a simple way to determine the depth of the shadow world's depths. That is, the darker the layer, the deeper the position of the world's framework. And the hunting level is the deepest level I've come into contact with. Secondly, the Thanator is terrifyingly powerful in terms of offensive power, speed, and defense. More importantly, this Thanator can fly. We need to get rid of one of its wings as soon as possible. Can we still fly in a vacuum? Gunai was slightly surprised. It seems that this Thanator uses its wings to control source power to fly. In this case, cutting off one of its wings can indeed make it unable to fly. Also, we've chosen a good time. Let's push it back a few hours. That third-rank Thanator will enter a dormant state, and I will first go to the cave of that third-rank Thanator and construct a very thick, dry, nullifying barrier. This way, our battle won't attract that third-rank Thanator the moment it starts. Of course, I can't guarantee that my nullifying interference barrier will 100% block the shockwaves from the battle. If that third-rank Thanator senses it and rushes out, we have to escape immediately. We can't linger in battle. Yes, I know that. Gunai nodded. When everything is ready, I will set up a nullifying interference barrier outside the second-rank Thanator's cave. When it breaks through at night, we will make our move. Gugni nodded after making sure that George's plan was in place. This plan was indeed highly feasible. Now, the main problem is Yingluo. Then what about the second stage Thanator's own combat strength, as well as the threat level of our attacks? I won't say much about the other aspects of that second-rank Thanator. When you see him, you will naturally understand how terrifying he is. The main point is that the Thanator has an extremely powerful innate divine ability. An innate divine ability. Gunai was slightly surprised. To be able to possess an innate divine ability, this is already very close to being a lord-tier existence, Gunai thought. Yes, I am. George nodded slightly. Back then, I almost died because of this innate divine ability of the Thanator. Under normal circumstances, this Thanator would not release its innate divine ability. Only when it enters a critical moment will it unleash this powerful innate divine ability. The scales at the core of its head will emit a terrifying black light, which will then directly lock onto you. Then, the light will turn into a terrifying arrow that will instantly penetrate a distance of hundreds of meters and penetrate you. I shall name this peculiar arrow the Black Arrow of Destruction. To you and me, this Black Destruction arrow is a one-hit kill. As long as it's hit, there's basically no chance of survival. That's why when it uses its innate divine ability to counterattack, we must avoid it. We can't be stared at by it. If we are stared at by it, we will die without a doubt. Yes, Gunai nodded with a serious expression. At the same time, once this Thanator uses the Black Arrow of Destruction, a large piece of the scales on its head will fall off, and it will enter a period of weakness. It can be said that this Black Arrow of Destruction is his trump card. I don't know if this 5th and 6th rank Thanator will be weakened after using the Black Arrow of Destruction. However, this second-rank Thanator will definitely enter a period of weakness after using it. And this is the best time for us to join forces and kill him. However, the prerequisite is that we have to first cut it off, or even break one of its wings. Otherwise, if the Thanator beast flies into the sky in its weakened state, we won't be able to do anything about it. Being able to fly is indeed a headache. Gunai nodded. Against flying-type enemies, a magus could have an attack range of hundreds of meters, or even hundreds of meters. However, for a time hunter like George, he might have long-range attacks, but compared to a magus, his long-range attacks were very weak. Most of the time, they could only watch helplessly. In fact, if the enemy had long-range attacks from the air, they could only passively take the beating. Now that I've finished introducing the Thanator's abilities, the next step is for us to understand each other's abilities and attack methods. This way, it'll be easier for us to cooperate. George looked at Gun. Chapter 112 The Plan. Gunai naturally wouldn't take the initiative to explain his own methods and strength. George looked at Gun. Gun looked at George. The two of them stared at each other for more than a minute. In the end, George still lost. I'll go first. I'm fast and agile. You can see me as a powerful warrior with the agility of an assassin, and I'm a top-tier 7-star warrior in both aspects. While George was explaining, Gun listened carefully. As expected, this fellow's methods are extraordinary. I can tell from the last time I killed that tier 4 shadow-type assassin on that snowy night. At the same time, I also have some methods and abilities to resist the attacks of the Thanator. It's still possible to hold off the godly beast of death for a while. When Gugni heard George's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's good enough that you can keep the godly beast busy for a while. As a mage, Gun was most afraid of such powerful creatures. Since George was able to hold the Thanator back for a period of time, then he would have enough time to unleash his incantation to the extreme. I've cultivated a very powerful explosion-type incantation that can be used for an ambush. At the same time, I also have an extremely powerful incantation that can cut things apart. It's very powerful, and it should be able to cut off the wings of the Thanator in a short period of time. Furthermore, the frequency of my incantations is very high. George said in a very general way. Gunai was even more general. This Thanator is not easy to deal with. When it's time to use your powerful methods, don't hide them. George said cautiously. Don't worry, as long as you can block that Thanatos at the front, I guarantee that the Thanatos will know what a saturated bombardment of spells is. Gunai replied indifferently. That's good. George nodded seriously. George looked up at the sky. After some thought, he looked back at Gugni. It's about time. We can enter the hunting level and set up our plan. Yes. Gunai nodded. With Gugni by his side, George used his ability again. The shadow world in front of Gun distorted. It was like a dream, but it took a moment for the scene to regather. The deep space hunting layer entered his eyes. This place was as dark as the depths of a dark forest, and a dark, gloomy, and oppressive force was lingering. Even though Gunai had a super talent in source power compatibility, his vision was only 100 meters away. Any further and he could only see the faint outline of the darkness. Gunai, who was so talented that he could directly see source power, had an advantage in the dark and oppressive hunting level. If a powerful creature appeared, it would definitely cause a fluctuation of source power. Even if they were 200 or 300 meters away, Gun could still find them and lock onto them. And George could only see it through 100 meters of vision. Feeling the dark and quiet environment, Gunai began to think. This is a dark and oppressive world. Everything is hidden in the depths of the darkness. Every creature that walks in this world is a hunter and a prey. It really is a world of hunters. Gunai looked around, his vigilance growing. This mysterious pressure is a normal phenomenon in the deep world. George's voice was very weak. It was as if they were afraid of waking the sleeping beast in the depths of the darkness. As he spoke, George silently activated the nullifying interference barrier. After the nullifying interference barrier was completed, George heaved a sigh of relief. You can just wait here. I'll hide and check the state of the Thanator beast while constructing a nullifying barrier. Remember, don't walk out of this nullifying interference barrier's range, and don't make too much noise. If we are not careful and are detected by that Thanator, all our previous efforts will have been in vain. George warned before leaving. I know, Gunai nodded. He turned around and looked at the dark environment outside the nullifying dry barrier. With a leap, George directly disappeared into the depths of the darkness. Gunai immediately used his source power vision to look. But Gugni didn't see any trace of George. It seems that this source energy vision is still not enough to deal with experts in concealment. However, it shouldn't be a big problem for those larger creatures. After all, the bigger the body, the more difficult it is to hide. For a huge creature like a dragon, it would never use the path of invisibility. After looking around, Gunai sat down. In the silence, Gunai quickly blended in with the dark and oppressive environment of the hunting level. Even without the interference nullifying barrier, one could sense that Gunai was no different from the surrounding soil and stone. After the two transformations in the flesh stronghold, he had become much stronger. Gunai was also gradually aware of the many advantages of extraordinary talent. It didn't matter if it was the speed of understanding the rune's profound meaning, or the compatibility with rare-grade equipment, or perhaps it was the special source energy vision that allowed him to see source energy. It was still his current extraordinary compatibility ability, which allowed him to easily integrate with his surroundings. This was not something an ordinary extraordinary could do. Gunai opened his system space and entered the miracle page. When he was in the shadows, while he was adapting to the origin power, incantation, body, and extraordinary blood, he had quietly opened the miracle page. However, there were no strange encounters. Meanwhile, in the deeper region of the shadow world, the hunting lair. After opening it, he was also greeted by an empty space. It's not like fortuitous encounters can happen everywhere, Gunai murmured. I heard that before Qian had opened up a large sea route, when the pirates were raging on the sea, they hid a large number of treasures in some mysterious sea areas and some islands. There were even boxes of gold piled up into mountains. This left many legends, and some of them could even be traced. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the evil dragon Komodo, who had wreaked havoc in the south of the continent for a long time and was famous throughout the entire Oya continent for his notorious evil deeds, who loved to devour young men and women, was defeated by dragon-slaying warriors and fled to the depths of the ocean. As far as I know, that Komodo loves to collect treasures. Gunai also rubbed his temples. If possible, I also need to find some of the seeds of the sea demon tree used in the pirate ship and plant them in my planting space. It's said that when this sea demon tree grows to a certain age, it'll be able to bear dark blue origin crystals. This dark blue crystal is a treasure that can expand the origin pool more easily than the red giant spider's crystal. Moreover, every dark blue origin crystal used will increase the recovery speed of the origin pool's origin power by a little. When enough dark blue crystals are used, you will discover that there seems to be a weak stream of source power flowing into the origin pool. The effect will be even better than the silver feather staff. This is a natural and powerful recovery ability. It's said that when the origin pool of many law incantation powerhouses is exhausted, it will take several days, or even 10 days to half a month to fully recover their origin power. As long as I use enough dark blue origin crystals and my recovery speed catches up, unlimited source power will no longer be a dream. It's just that this sea demon tree has been almost completely destroyed by those pirates. I wonder if I can find the seeds of the sea demon tree. If I can find an elite grade sea demon tree or even a sea demon king tree seed, that would be even better. Gun had collected a lot of information about the ocean. Gunai had already planned to wait until he finished studying the potion of secret engravings. He had to go to the sea to increase his strength and find a way to accumulate his first pot of gold. As a person from the era of information technology, the sound of the steam engine triggered Gunai. This made Gun very eager to use his ability to open his own steam-powered machinery factory and earn more profits. Gun could clearly see the future. Steam-powered machines and industrialization were inevitable. He could monopolize a portion of top-tier engraved potions. At the same time, he could also mass-produce some of the regular signet potions. When he refined the medicine with secret engravings alone, he only produced a small amount. How could that be compared to working day and night in a mechanical factory, where thousands of people worked for their own benefit? Although the exploitation of capital was a sin, no one would refuse, and Gunai was no exception. This was the best era for steam-powered machinery. No one would cede their benefits to Gunai, so Gunai would have to do his best to get a share of it. If they wanted to share the extraordinary industrialization cake of this era, they had to have the initial capital. The depths of the ocean was a safe place for Gunai to make his first pot of gold with the help of the system. Chapter 113, A Discovery. Gunai sat cross-legged and cultivated. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged, sensed something. But Gunai didn't move, nor did he look in the direction of the noise. The nullifying interference barrier was directed to the outside and not the inside. Gun focused his mind, and he could sense George's approach. Suddenly, the nullified interference barrier rippled slightly. Gugni looked up and saw George, who had been hiding behind the shadows. "How is it?" Gunai's voice was still low. "It's all set up." At this moment, a rare smile appeared on George's face. "I've sealed over a dozen nullifying interference barriers at the entrance of the Rank 3 Thanator's cave. Moreover, this place is extremely far away from that place, so it basically can't sense our battle here. Even if it could sense it, it would still take some time for it to rush over. At the same time, I've also carefully examined that Rank 2 Thanator. It is indeed in the process of transformation. I've also sealed the entrance of the cave. We can go there and set up an ambush. Now is a good time to fight." Gun could clearly feel George's desire to fight. From his desire to fight, Gunai could deduce why this guy had been so eager to find him, even willing to take the risk of revealing some of his secrets in order to cooperate. It seems that as a time hunter, this guy most likely needs to kill these powerful creatures on the hunting layer to recharge his time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed so much information, and he wouldn't have such a high desire to fight. Even if it's not what I think it is, this hunt must be very important to him. George, who was eager to fight, didn't notice that Gun was observing him. At this moment, Gunai also stood up. He twisted his neck slightly. A crisp crackling sound echoed in Gunai's source power perception. Gunai's eyes narrowed. The unique blood-red color of a blood curse master appeared in his eyes, and the surrounding origin power bloomed in front of Gunai's eyes. The battle is about to begin. It's time to test the strength of my Rank 2 extraordinary blood curse mancer. Gunai's blood curse mancer, Gunai, had also done some calculations. After solving the problem of the curse in the depths of his bloodline, he should be able to be regarded as a relatively powerful 6-star extraordinary profession. It was even worse than a real 7-star extraordinary profession. Furthermore, the most powerful aspect of a blood curse mancer was not their ability to cast spells, but their ability to survive. As a result, blood curse mancers didn't have much of an advantage over other law curse mancers in terms of spell casting. As for the other magi, as their levels increased, they would be able to obtain additional speed runes, amplification runes, secret crossing runes, ensemble runes, or some other runes. Gun had also heard that the powerful 6-star and 7-star spellcasters could have some special rare runes. Although law incantations did not have much of an advantage in terms of casting spells, it could even be said that they had no advantage. However, Gunai was no ordinary blood curse mancer. Instead, he was a powerful spellcaster who had mastered all sorts of powerful spells through his tireless hard work. This time, he was facing a powerful leader that was on the verge of evolving from a Type 2 to a Type 3 Thanator. Gunai wanted to see how far he was from being a leader or even a lord. "Follow me." George was one step ahead. Gunai followed. Just like that, the two of them, one in front and one behind, rapidly flew north. At this moment, the two Thanator's cave passages had been sealed, and the two of them did not have to worry about this commotion disturbing the Thanator. 10 minutes later, in the darkness, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of the two. In the real world, this should be the Auto Mountains in the north. In the projection of the hunting level, it looked like a mountain that had been cut open by an endless power. Half of it was directly displayed in front of the two. Moreover, these mountains were like monuments, towering and towering. Their peaks pierced into the darkness, making it difficult for people to estimate their height. The mountains in the hunting layer are very special. At the same time, because of the extraordinary characteristics of the minerals in the mountains in the real world, these mountains have super strength after being projected into the deep world, comparable to black iron and demonic bronze alloy. George's eyes swept over these monument-like mountains, and he began to explain in a soft voice. It was obvious that he was very familiar with the situation here. Is the intensity that high? Gunai's eyes swept over the corner of the mountain range. Follow the canyon and enter the mountain range. You'll find many strange-shaped rocks that are suitable for fighting and hiding. Later on, we will lure this Thanator in. In the plains outside, when the Thanator retaliates, we will suffer. Yes. Gunai nodded in agreement with this strategy. After the general direction of the battle was set, Gunai looked at a cave at the foot of the mountain. The cave was about 10 meters high, and the entrance was deep and dark. That's the Thanator's cave, Gunai asked. Yes, I am. After staring at the cave for a few seconds, Gun spoke slowly. Didn't you just say that the mountain range is extremely tough? Yes, I am. Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. Maybe we can give that big guy a chain gift package. Oh, what do you mean? George looked over. Do you know the trajectory of the interior of this cave, as well as the approximate location of the Thanator? Gunai asked. That's easy. With a flip of his hand, George took out a small yellow goatskin scroll. With his source power vision, Gun could tell that the parchment scroll was blank. One could input origin power into it to construct spells, runes, and even record some pictures and text information. Compared to the simple written records in ordinary books, the three-dimensional information recorded in these scrolls was more effective. After that, George began to input source power into it. A minute later, George cut off the source power input. Please accept it. All the detailed information I've constructed about this cave and the specific location of the Thanator is in it. There's also the location of the nullifying interference barrier and the degree of interference that can resist the interference. After taking the scroll, Gugni immediately formed a catalyst rune source power channel. It only took him 3 or 4 seconds to finish reading all the information. Seeing this, George's heart throbbed slightly. This guy's soul power is so strong. They arrived at the entrance of the cave. He looked at the cave for a while and simulated the internal structure of the cave in his mind. Gunai nodded. The good show is about to start. About 5 meters away from the entrance of the cave, Gun stood up and took out his secret silver staff, Silver Feather. Compared to the more powerful Dark Wizard staff, although the silver feathers were weaker, they took a longer time to be nurtured. As of now, Yin Yu had already activated 5 of his amplification spells. As for the amplification rune within the Dark Witch staff, he had only activated 1 and was still in the process of forming the second one. It was clearly better to use the silver feather in this battle. The 5 magic incantations would increase the user's strength by 50%. It was enough to increase the power of Gunyane's level 5 extraordinary spell, Ring Bombardment, to another level. After chugging down a bottle of mid-grade origin power drug, Gunica began to construct the spell Ring Bombardment. One after another, 2-meter tall, car-like, pitch-black bombarding wheels appeared in front of Gun. When he saw the black, thick, and strong wheels, George was slightly puzzled. Why does this thing look so familiar? After pondering for 2 seconds, George suddenly thought of something. His pupils quickly shrank as he looked at the area below where the ring spell exploded. Even the hard ground was left with deep dents by the bombardment of the illusionary wheels. Is this the explosion of the Ring of Mist? That fellow is Gunarvana. Chapter 114. It was the case of the blood-eared elf being taken into his house and wiped out. It left a deep impression on George. He hadn't thought that the culprit would be Gunai. Unless it was a second magus with such a high-level ring bombardment, and it just so happened that he was still in the city of the Sug ruins. However, the probability of that happening was too small. Basically, through this unusual high-level ring bombardment, it was clear that Gunai was the original culprit. Woo, you're really lucky, George thought to himself. While George was thinking, Gunai had already constructed row after row of ring bombards. Gunai's plan wasn't hard to guess. The Thanator was in the depths of the cave, and its location could be seen as a semi-sealed small space. In such a place, the effect of the explosion would be amplified several times. Moreover, the sealed explosion could easily cause great damage to the body of a living being. After figuring out the Thanator's position and the situation inside the cave, Gunai could bombard the monster with ring spells wave after wave, creating an art of explosion. Using a small amount of origin power to do more damage was something Gunai was naturally happy to see. Gunai's ring bombardment had 5 in a row, so there were 20 in total. A total of 100 ring attacks. This was Gunai's gift to the Thanator. It's about to start. Gunai lowered his voice as he stared into the cave. When that guy comes out, you hold him back first. I'll attack him while retreating to the canyon. When we get into the canyon, we'll deal with him. At this moment, George also took out his dark purple dagger. He looked at the pitch-black cave with a calm expression. He looked at the wide cave again. Go! With a thought, Gunai directed the first 5 ring spells to roll into the depths of the cave. The second, third, and fourth row followed. The following ring bombardment followed up in waves. The bombarding speed of more than 20 meters per second was also quite fast. After a few seconds, boom, 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 boom. Wave after wave of violent explosion shockwaves directly tore through the nullified interference barrier and rushed out. Gunai could clearly see the waves of origin power exploding. The earth trembled slightly. From the slight tremors on the ground and the explosive origin power that rushed out of the cave, one could feel how fierce the power in the depths of the cave was. After a series of explosions, the terrifying Thanator finally let out a roar. Roar! A low, deep, and furious roar burst out. The voice was so penetrating, so oppressive, and so full of the will of a high life form. It was to the extent that when he heard the roar, Gunai could clearly feel an inexplicable fear rising from the bottom of his heart, and his body couldn't help but tremble. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the slight trembling disappeared, and the fear in his heart was quickly dispelled. Even though there was a slight impact, it was not a big problem overall. Feeling the changes brought about by the roar, Gunai controlled the subsequent ring spells to rush into the cave and continue to bombard the Thanator, while thinking. Gunai was getting more and more skilled at multitasking. Gunai clearly knew what was happening to his body. It's the pressure and fear of a higher life form. This is the fear that is deeply engraved in the depths of a lower life form's genes when facing a higher life form. Although I have the powerful wizard class, my body is still a normal creature. I haven't had the engraving potion that can transform me from the inside out. It's normal to feel fear when facing the roar of a creature that's close to the level of a lord. However, I've faced even more terrifying existences on the spiritual level and obtained the corresponding resistance. Therefore, when I'm faced with the will pressure of such a powerful creature on the life level, I'm afraid that I'll have to deal with it. I'm not afraid. As for my physical body, although I have the fear and trepidation of high-level life from the depths of my life genes. But during this period of time, my physical body has absorbed a lot of that squirming flesh. That wriggling flesh and blood is no ordinary thing. All in all, even if it's against a powerful lord-level creature, it will have a slight effect, but the effect is not big. Gunai quickly thought. The 20 consecutive waves of ring spells had all surged into the cave. The explosion gradually died down. The depths of the cave seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. It was so quiet that it was frightening. George's eyes were fixed on the depths of the cave, waiting for a chance. Gunai stared at the dark cave with vigilance. At the same time, Gunai didn't stop, because he knew that he was about to face the crazy counterattack of the Thanator. The vigilant Gun quickly used his silver-feathered staff to set up puppet strings at the entrance. As long as he touched the puppet strings, Gunai's soul-stabilizing spell would instantly bind the Thanator and use the Demon Blade Curse. One must know that the power of the Magic Blade Curse was much more powerful than the Ring Bombardment. When Gunai was forming his fifth puppet thread, a suffocating shadow suddenly rushed out of the cave. The black shadow was huge, but strangely, it didn't move much. Its agility was simply amazing. The moment he saw the black shadow, Gunai felt his hair stand on end. This guy has his eyes on me. Gunai's perception was clear. That huge black shadow was filled with a strong killing intent towards him. This could be considered an advantage of having a strong perception ability. He had no choice. Who asked him to interrupt the other party's breakthrough and even injure him? With the secret silver boots on his feet, Gunai's speed was also extremely fast. At the same time, Gunai quickly began to cast the soul-stabilizing divine ring. At this moment, the difference between instant casting and chanting incantations was evident. Soul-stabilizing divine ring spell, 14 syllables. Gunai only had 9 secret crossing runes. It took Gunai 1.25 seconds to chant the 5 syllables of the incantation. These 1.25 seconds were the vacuum period for the attacks, which was fatal to the mages who didn't have any effective defense or counter-attack methods. It could be said that the difference between an instant cast magic incantation master and a regular magic incantation master was like the difference between heaven and earth. Fortunately, Gunai wasn't the only one on the battlefield. The black shadow was very fast. Gunai tried his best to retreat, but the huge black shadow was still approaching at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a dark purple blade light suddenly flashed. Roar! An explosive roar once again burst out from the Thanator's mouth. The Thanator, who was in pain from the slash, clawed at a corner behind him. Gunai's dynamic vision was powerful enough to clearly see the strange tentacle-like arm. When it reached out, it was only a shadow. What a fast attack speed! Be careful of the tentacles and claws under the wings. Once they get close, I won't be able to hold on for a second or two with my small body. However, this extremely fast claw grabbed nothing. Immediately after, swish, another clear and crisp blade bloomed. George's flexibility and offensive power were clearly much more powerful than Gunai had expected. In his normal state, George wasn't as fast as Gun, who had a pair of secret silver boots. However, in the current state of battle, George was in the state of time burst. By burning for several times longer, he could gain faster speed, more flexible movements, and more powerful killing power. Only in this state could George display the various means of a true time hunter. After taking 2 slashes in a row, the Thanator had clearly started to worry about George's attacks. The speed at which they were chasing Gunai had also slowed down. Gunai, who had calmed down a bit, had finished chanting the soul-stabilizing ring. Swish! The invisible soul-setting divine ring curse was directly placed on the Thanator's body. At this moment, Gunai could finally see the outline of the huge Thanator. This Thanator was 5 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in palm-sized scales of various sizes. One of the heads had 2 dark golden vertical pupils. It had a pair of fleshy wings on its back, and when it spread its wings, it was at least 10 meters long. Around his body, a black mist was flowing. This was formed when energy overflowed and bloomed. It was clear that the Thanator, who had been attacked by Gunai in the depths of the cave, had indeed been injured. Otherwise, it wouldn't be unable to control its own energy. At this time, the Thanator's dark golden eyes were focused on Gunai. It was obvious that the Thanator would not let go until Gunai was killed. This is only a second-rank leader-level Thanator, and it's already giving me enough pressure. If it's a true Lord-level creature, how powerful would it be? By facing the Thanator directly, Gunai could roughly sense that this Thanator was a leader, not a lord. In terms of level, it was on the same level as the human-faced Flower King. It was just that the human-faced Flower King was more inclined towards soul attacks and control, as well as the powerful survival ability of having two souls in one body. And this Thanator was clearly superior in terms of direct combat ability. As he retreated, the soul-stabilizing Divine Ring spell was cast on the Thanator. The Demon Blade curse that was ready to be cast burst out when Gunai tightened his string. Whoosh! 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 A dense wave of demonic blade curse exploded in a flash, starting his first show. Chapter 115 The Ultimate Spell. After upgrading to level 2, the width of the magic blade was a full meter. The sharpness of the staff had increased by another 50% after 5 of them were activated. Just the cold glint of the demonic blade was enough to make one's heart palpitate. With Gun's release, the spell's 1-second stack instantly increased to 15 spells per second. Under Gunai's deliberate control, the dense demonic blade curses bloomed like stars in the sky. They flew towards the Thanator from all directions, not in a straight line. With the guidance of the level 3 soul-stabilizing Divine Ring spell, after the demonic blade spell was released, it would still follow the guidance and attack. In this way, it could form an arc attack trajectory and avoid many frontal defenses and even obstacles. Of course, it was more likely to avoid the obstruction of the Thanatos. At this time, the large number of demonic blades and curses that were flying towards the Thanator were like stars in the sky, their trajectories complicated. However, under the guidance of the soul-setting Divine Ring spell, it was aimed at only one direction, that was the main skeleton of the Thanator's right wing. The Thanator, who was focused on Gunai, naturally noticed the strange demonic blades flying toward them. However, at this time, the Thanator was on the pursuing side. Once the spell was released, it almost instantly stuck to the Thanator's face, and the Thanator had no way to avoid it. Moreover, the Thanator didn't have any intention of avoiding it. His scales, which contained the runes of time, were more than enough to block these scattered attacks. In addition, in his memory, such rapid attack spells were low-level rubbish spells with ordinary power. Therefore, this huge Thanator, which had extremely strong defensive abilities, directly faced the demonic blade and continued to chase after it. The next moment, chi 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 chi. A large number of demonic blades were swift and fierce, like a storm, and they slashed at the right side of the Thanator's main bone armor. The scales with the runes of time were indeed powerful. However, this was a peak mid-tier rank 2 magic blade curse. With Gun's source power as a rank 4 mage and the silver feather staff's 50% buff, it was still an extremely powerful existence. It would be fine if it was a scattered blow. The main point was that under the guidance of the soul-stabilizing ring spell, all the magic blades hit the same spot, which would cause major damage to a single target. He cast 20 spells in a row like a storm. The Thanator seemed to have noticed something. Roar! Immediately after, the Thanator let out a roar. His voice was mixed with pain and anger. With a twist of his body, he brazenly dodged to the side. This Thanator wasn't even afraid of George's dark purple dagger attack. At this moment, he was trying to avoid Gunai's demonic blades. In the end, you still don't dare to resist my incantation of law. Gunai also felt a bit more at ease. At the same time, he also roughly understood the defensive strength of this rank 2 Thanator. The magic blade curse had been used by Gunai as a knife to cut the wriggling flesh. Gunai knew very well how powerful the demonic blade was. Under the continuous attacks, even the wriggling flesh was about to be cut open. Moreover, this was only a second-rank Thanator. However, the power of the Thanator did surprise Gunai. It was only after more than 20 demonic blades that it was injured and sensed the danger. This guy's scale defense is indeed powerful, but the more powerful the better, it will soon be mine. At the same time, George, who was following the Thanator, clearly saw the entire process of Gunai's attack. Gun's spells all hit the same spot. Just the method of controlling the incantations to fall on the same spot was enough to make him click his tongue in wonder. After all, many other law mages would have to rely on their luck after casting a law incantation when facing an agile enemy. It was really difficult to hit the target accurately. After more than 20 consecutive slashes, the scales in that area began to crack. If he continued, his bones would be broken. As expected, the Thanator had also sensed the danger. They no longer charged forward recklessly, but instead began to dodge. He had chased after them because he was too angry. It was normal for him to be angry when his advancement was interrupted by the enemy. And at this time, it was aware that the enemy had a powerful threat and began to use tactics to avoid it. The level of intelligence and slyness of this Thanatos made George secretly surprised. However, this Gunai's curse is truly ferocious. It actually beat the rank 2 Thanator so hard that it didn't dare to chase after him. Taking the risk to find this guy was the right choice. At the same time that the Thanator dodged, George also quickly chased after it, the dark light blade in his hand, constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Facing this Thanator who wanted to avoid the demonic blade. At this time, the powerful characteristics of the third-rank soul-fixing divine ring spell began to show. Evasion? It did not exist. Following the Thanator's quick sideways movement, the large number of demonic blades also changed directions under the guidance of the soul-setting divine ring spell. However, the Thanator's speed was a little too fast, which led to the large number of devil blades not being able to accurately strike the right side of the main bone armor. Fortunately, the Thanator had a huge body, so the demonic blade did not miss. For a moment, a series of crackling sounds from the demon blade's cutting exploded on the Thanator's body. At this time, the power of the scattered attacks of the demonic blades was clearly not as strong as the fixed-point sniping. However, the Thanator, who was constantly dodging, didn't notice George, who had been following behind with explosive power, and secretly aimed at his weak point. His body suddenly leaped to the right, avoiding the attacks of several demonic blades. This is a good opportunity. George, who was following behind, found an opportunity to dodge the Thanator's attack. George's figure suddenly burst forth, and he rapidly approached. At the same time, the origin power in his body bloomed to the extreme, and a dazzling purple luster erupted on the blade. Swish! The blade that bloomed with a purple luster directly went along the side of the Thanator's ribs and ruthlessly pierced through it. This blade completely avoided the scales and was aimed at the Thanator's weak point. Facing this Thanator, whose entire body was covered in scales, George definitely wouldn't be able to break its scales within a few slashes. However, at its weak point, it wouldn't be a problem for him to avoid the scales and enter its soul with a single slash. Accompanied by a clear tearing sound, the entire blade sank into it, even causing the Thanator's black blood to burst open. After the first hit, George pulled out his sword and left without any hesitation. Sure enough, George had just retreated. Roar! 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 A hysterical and crazy roar burst out. The damage caused by this slash was far more than the damage caused by a simple slash. The saber that contained a strange time power had penetrated deep into his body. Although it had only been for a short moment, it had extracted a large amount of time. This was what made the Thanator the most angry. Time. That was the core power for them to survive and even become stronger. Thief! Damn thief! The Thanator roared madly. The Thanator turned around and pounced towards George. Unfortunately, George had already retreated, so this attack naturally missed. Immediately after, the enraged Thanator frantically chased after the fleeing George. Not far away, Gunai, who had already pulled away, wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to beat up a drowning dog. The demonic blade curse once again exploded in the sky, turning into a violent storm that slashed at the Thanator. "Yes, you should be chasing that guy. Why did you chase me just now?" Seeing George being chased around by the Thanator, Gun heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of being chased by the Thanator was indeed too great. Even though he heaved a sigh of relief. However, the incantation of law did not relax at all. Under the guidance of the soul-stabilizing ring spell, Gunai quickly increased the Spellblade Curse's 1-second stack to its peak of 21 spells per second. The effect of the human-shaped Gatling spell bloomed dazzlingly at this moment. Chapter 116 Death Godly Beast with Folded Wings. Compared to Gun's speed with his mithril boots, George, who was in the state of time burst, was clearly faster and more flexible than Gun. When faced with the fierce pursuit of the Thanator, George could still deal with it. He wasn't like Gunai, who could only run for his life and was in danger of being caught. It was possible to deal with it, but it would be a little difficult to deal any damage to the Thanator in such a state. Fortunately, he was not alone. The sky was filled with sharp spells, which proved that Gunai wasn't watching from a distance. He was attacking. While he was carefully avoiding the Thanator, George could also feel a large number of demonic blades exploding behind the Thanator. He can cast such a powerful incantation in an instant, and the frequency of overlapping in a single second is so high. Of all the law incantations I've seen, this gun is one of the best to be able to do this. What a freak, George muttered to himself. This made the Thanator's movements difficult, and many of its attacks were not as natural and smooth. It was clear that Gunai's curses were a high threat to the second-rank Thanator. The Thanator, who had been attracted by George, chased after him while flapping its wings to increase its speed and vitality. At that moment, Gun, who was bombarding the area with spells, also noticed something. This Thanator had wings, but it didn't fly up directly, not because it didn't want to. Rather, in this hunting lair, the ability of its wings to use source power to fly wasn't as good as he had imagined. Moreover, with its current state of energy dissipation, if it flew unsteadily, it would be a live target in the air. On the contrary, on the ground, the flapping of the wings could bring him greater speed, making it easier to chase after George. As he observed, Gunai didn't fall behind. Under the amplification of the silver feather staff, a large number of soul-stabilizing divine rings were like a storm, constantly attacking the Thanator. At the same time, the origin power in the ancient Nirvana origin pool was decreasing at a visible rate. The instant casting of a spell felt good, but the source power consumption was too fast. Under the continuous crazy attacks, the Thanatos had underestimated the power of Gun's rank 3 spell, Soul Stabilizing Ring. Even though the spells were scattered, there were still spells that landed on the right bone armor of the Thanator. After a dozen sharp demonic blades slashed down, the Thanator, who was focused on chasing George, didn't notice that his right wing bone armor had already been broken. Swish! Following that, another sharp demonic blade heavily struck the right side of the Thanator beast's main bone banner. Crack! A sound. The huge right wing of the Thanator was broken. At this moment, the right wing of the Thanator, who was frantically chasing after George, was suddenly broken. In the state of high-speed movement, its body was also unstable, and it directly fell heavily and rolled away quickly. George also took the opportunity to put some distance between them. Casting his gaze back, George naturally saw the miserable scene of the Thanator. One of its meaty wings had already been broken, and it was 7 to 8 meters away. The Thanator rolled on the ground in a frenzy. The black energy that was emitted from its body rolled and exploded. When George saw this, he was both nervous and excited. The time to kill the godly beast had finally arrived. Just as Gunai had predicted, his time was running out. He needed to complete his hunt on this hunting level and kill those powerful creatures, extracting their time to replenish himself. This way, he would have more time to advance to the 4th rank and become stronger. This was the core reason why he took the risk to seek help from the low-ranked Gunai. Otherwise, he would not have exposed some of his secrets so easily. Everyone knew that it was very risky, and so did he. Now, the great reward of the adventure was finally coming. Killing that powerful Thanator, which was at the level of a peak rank 2 leader, was enough to give him a large amount of time. It would allow his strength to advance another step. But this Thanator's counterattack before death was definitely extremely vicious. Regardless of the price, he had to be very careful. When they were fighting earlier, George had been heading towards the entrance of the canyon. At this moment, the two of them were not far from the entrance of the canyon. After breaking one of the Thanator's wings, the two of them cautiously retreated to the back. As he retreated, Gunai once again cast a few bombarding spells at the Thanator. It was still possible to interfere and block the pursuit of the Thanator. In any case, this fellow could no longer fly. Although this Thanator is quite intelligent, it still lacks experience. Gunai thought to himself as he approached the canyon. Even if it's not, it can't be said that the experience is too little. The most important thing is that this second-rank Thanator is not strong enough and can't cause us to lose any members. In addition, this Thanator is not experienced in dealing with the enemy, which is why there is a situation where two of us are chasing each other, and then the two of us are pulling each other to get beaten up. At the same time, the Thanator, who had stopped rolling, was now burning with anger. His breakthrough was interrupted, and his lair was blown up. The series of explosions had caused the energy in his body to surge, and he had been seriously injured by that lowly thief. And now, his not-so-strong wings were directly cut off. Although it could still grow back. However, after being attacked in its lair, and suffering from the humiliation of being hit repeatedly, the fury of the Thanator had already reached the edge of going berserk. The brutal nature of the beast began to take the upper hand at this time, and the killing intent was even more turbulent. Although the Thanator was intelligent and cunning, it was still a brutal beast, and the transcendent leader was more brutal. Even though the energy in his body had been shaken repeatedly, a feeling of fatigue and weakness had already grown. As for the two little flesh worms that were running away, as long as he could catch them, he could crush them to death in an instant. Boom! 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 At this moment, a series of ring technique explosions rolled over and collided with the Thanator's body. The origin power vibrated, causing the Thanator's anger to erupt once again. Roar! 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 A hysterical roar burst out from the Thanator's throat. The roar reverberated through the origin power layer, reverberating through a radius of over a dozen miles. On one hand, this roar was to vent its anger. On the other hand, it was naturally to call for the more powerful Thanator. Unfortunately, this inexperienced Thanator didn't expect this. These two were well-prepared little flesh worms. He had made all the necessary preparations before coming. At this moment, even if he shouted until his throat broke, there would not be any Thanatos to respond to him. After a series of angry roars, the Thanator once again chased after the two fleeing meat worms. Kill them all! Kill them all! At this moment, the killing intent had already completely ignited the rationality of this heavily injured Thanator. It had turned into a transcendent beast with a brutal beastly nature. Chapter 117 Luring the Beast into the Jar. Roar, roar! The roars of the Reaper with broken wings were heard as it chased after them. It was still flapping its wings, even though the flapping of its wings made it lose control of its body. As he retreated, Gun released ring spells while observing the Thanator's bleeding. After all, every drop of blood left by the Thanator was a loss to Gunai. Fortunately, the Thanator's bleeding was not serious. On the other hand, when the broken flesh wing fell to the ground, the leader creature's powerful extraordinary life force caused the wing to constantly twist and turn on the ground, trying to return to the Thanator's body. When my head was cut off, my headless body didn't climb up to me, nor did it struggle. As for this Thanatos, even though only its wings were broken, those wings displayed a sufficiently powerful life force. It even knew how to struggle and still wanted to return to the Thanatos body. If this Thanator wasn't in a battle state right now, he might be able to regrow his wings if he picked them up and put them back together. I was able to reattach my head back then, so reattaching my wings shouldn't be a big problem. The effects of this leader-level creature's transcendent life force after its transformation are truly astonishing. From the struggling Thanator's wings that had fallen to the ground, Gunai had deduced a lot of information. A pure physical attack would cause splitting damage to this Thanator. It's not enough to kill it completely. There's only a deep penetrating damage that penetrates through his entire body and soul, penetrating deep into his life force core. Only in this way can we deal a fatal blow to them. Just now? Gunny looked at George. This guy's blade has penetrated it, and the damage it has caused must be more brutal than it looks on the surface. Otherwise, that Thanator would not have abandoned me to chase after him. This kind of penetrative damage is indeed a very effective method to deal with these powerful creatures. I asked my butler, Fleisch, to keep an eye on the Great Thunder Flame spell and the Little Thunder Flame spell in the Pioneer group. They are spells with high penetration damage. It is said that the Major and Minor Thunder Flame curses contain some of the destructive characteristics of the Lightning Dragon's breath. The two of them flew all the way, and in less than 4 to 5 breaths' time, they had already arrived at the wide entrance of the canyon. At this moment, the enraged Thanator charged over and collided with Gunai's ring spells. Boom! 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 The continuous ring spells exploded on the Thanator's body. In addition, it had been flapping its wings all this time, which made its body even more unstable. It couldn't even speed up to catch up. Hurry up and go in. Be careful of the Thanator's black arrow of destruction at the moment. George was very safe at the entrance of the canyon. Gunai's mind quickly churned, and he condensed 15 or 16 ring spells to blast at the Thanator beast. Then, he also jumped into the canyon. The canyon looked more like a wide valley. There were slanted hills on both sides, and a large number of strange stones stood on the slopes and at the bottom of the valley. This canyon was like a strange stone garden with all kinds of strange stones. The big ones were the size of a house, and the small ones were only half the height of a person. It's awkward here. Gunai's eyes quickly swept across the huge canyon. It's very suitable for hiding. At the same time, we can also use these extremely hard stones to block the crazy counterattack of the Thanator. George nodded slightly. Gunai had heard that the rocks here were very strong. Now that he wanted to use these stones to hide, Gunai naturally had to try. He fired a rocket at a large, round, black rock. Chiang! The fire arrow collided with the black rock, and a large number of sparks burst out. The piercing ability of the fire arrow was quite powerful. On the outside, this rock-like object could be penetrated at least a finger's depth. However, on the round rocks of the hunting lair, it could only leave a slight mark. The strength of this defense is indeed impressive. Gunai nodded. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out outside. At the same time, it was accompanied by the furious roars of the god-killing beast. The two of them looked at each other and quickly disappeared into the depths of the strange and rugged stone pile. About 200 meters deep, the two of them quickly hid in a groove in a large stone that looked like a house at a height of about 5 meters with their backs against the mouth of the canyon. At the same time, Gun took out another bottle of Origin Power Potion and gulped it down. The explosion of the magic blade curse had consumed more than half of Gun's source power. George also took out a bottle of light blue potion. He could see that it was an intermediate recovery potion. "You're injured?" Gunai asked in a low voice. "Yes, just now, that guy's roar was aimed at me. I'm suffering from some internal bleeding." George nodded. This mid-tier recovery medicine has a slow healing effect and average effects. If you drink too much of it, you'll develop resistance to it. This one is better. The Essence series has strong effects and almost no resistance to it. Gun took out a bottle of high-grade recovery potion and handed it to George. Looking at the bottle of high-grade recovery potion, George's eyes twitched as he muttered to himself. This bottle of high-grade essence is worth 8 gold pounds. It's even higher than my weekly salary. After saying that, he drank the bottle of high-grade recovery potion in one go. As soon as it entered his stomach, George felt a warm feeling bloom in his body. After a breath or two, the light injury disappeared. The healing effect of this high-grade recovery potion was surprisingly good. The origin power in the origin pool was quickly recovering, and Gunai was also carefully sensing the movement at the entrance of the canyon. The Thanator that entered naturally began to destroy the place. Peng peng peng. Every strike was accompanied by a shock of origin power. Many rocks were directly shattered and rolled about, and stone fragments were sent flying. The Thanator's destructive power was still quite strong. After all, it was a top-tier second-order leader-level creature, a king-level existence. Unfortunately, doing so would only be a waste of his physical strength. He rubbed his temples to calm himself down and to feel his soul. That extreme burst of power just now did not create any pressure on my soul. As my soul energy increased, and after I reached the second rank, my soul's endurance has increased a lot. When I become a territory spellcaster, the pressure on my soul to withstand the release of the incantation will be even stronger. I can still cast a large number of strange demonic blade curses. At the same time, you can also cast a considerable number of high-level spells. Although the slash effect of the magic blade curse is powerful, it's not enough to cause fatal damage unless that guy stands there and lets me hit him. At the end of the day, it's still because this demonic blade curse isn't strong enough. It's only at level 2 now. If I had a level 6 demonic blade curse, every demonic blade would be able to cut through the scales of this Thanatos. At that time, I was guarding the entrance of the cave. If this Thanator dared to come out, I would dare to dismember his body on the spot. That George's dark purple battle blade is able to get close to the Thanator and deal a fatal blow. Then, Zhen. Gunai squinted his eyes. Then I'm going to start controlling this Thanator. With that in mind, he looked at George. Later, I'll cast a powerful control-type spell to interfere with its movements. You wait for an opportunity to attack. Gun quickly explained to George in a low voice. Don't worry, my control-type incantation is very powerful. It can interfere with and control it to a large extent. It can even slightly suppress that Thanator. George's eyes brightened at Gunai's words. He had already seen Gunai's power, so he naturally believed Gunai's words. Simultaneously, Gun cast a soul-stabilizing spell on George, and then quickly released a puppet thread that wrapped around George's body. George's expression changed. He felt it. This Kazaya is a Kazaya. He looked at Gunai in confusion. George could clearly feel a powerful force pulling him forward. Caught off guard, he was almost dragged away. What a powerful pulling force! George thought to himself. Later, I'll use this control method to pull you slightly. It won't interfere with your movements. If your chest is pulled, you go up. If your back is pulled, you retreat. This is a good combination. George couldn't help but take a look and nod slightly. We'll follow your plan. Chapter 118 Arrow of Black Destruction. Feeling the soul-stabilizing spell, Gunai began to use the spell Puppet Secret Thread. Every time a puppet secret thread was condensed, it would follow the soul-setting divine ring curse's lead and silently fly over, then wrap around it and even penetrate into the head of the Thanator. At this moment, the Thanator was wantonly venting its anger. Gunai didn't know if he had felt the invisible puppet strings. However, from the look of the Thanator, it seemed that it had not sensed anything. Perhaps it had felt it, but these puppet threads looked harmless and not dangerous, so it did not care too much about these small things. After all, killing the 2 little flesh worms that were hiding in the canyon was the most important thing. The 12-syllable incantation Puppet Secret Thread was activated by Gunny's 9 runes. Every 0.75 seconds, Gunai would attach a puppet thread to the Thanator's head. The Thanator had only destroyed a small area, but more than 50 puppet secret threads had already wound around its head. At the same time, George had already disappeared from Gun's side. Gunai looked at the Thanator's position. It was less than 100 meters away from him. With so many puppet secret threads, it should be enough. Gunai thought to himself. His body moved, and he quickly approached the Thanator from the hidden corner. He only needed to control the puppet strings slightly and feel them from a distance. If he wanted to perform a powerful control, he would have to be closer. He was about 40 meters away from the Thanator. Gunai released another puppet string, this time longer. At the same time, the puppet secret thread did not touch the Thanator, but the large number of puppet secret threads on its head. Under Gunai's control, the 50 or so puppet strings on the head of the Thanatos were all connected to the long puppet string that Gunai had released. Roar roar! At this moment, the Thanator was using its sharp claws to flip over these grotesquely shaped rocks. At the same time, when a sharp claw suddenly reached out, the Thanator suddenly felt its entire head being pulled to the left by a fierce force. With the right wing broken, the left side was heavy. At this moment, with such a sudden pull, the Thanator was caught off guard and fell to the left. At the same time, an afterimage sneaked up on him from behind. And the timing was perfect, just at the moment he fell. Buzz! The ferocious blade once again entered the body of the Thanatos through a wound. That heart-wrenching pain that hurt its very core instantly caused the Thanator's eyes to turn black and red. Roar! The Reaper beast roared madly as it fell to the ground, its sharp claws slashing behind it. However, it only managed to grab a large rock that had been smashed down. The Thanator, who was unable to contain his anger, became even crazier. The Thanator, who had just stood up, suddenly felt a violent invisible force pulling its head back, and its body was about to fall again. At this moment, the Thanator felt the appearance of the agile flesh worm again. Buzz! Another brutal strike pierced through the wound. This attack caused the Thanator's right leg to become somewhat inflexible. The two consecutive attacks made the Thanator even more frantic. Roar! 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 The Thanator that fell to the ground roared and struggled. His pair of claws were madly clawing at its head. The Thanator also felt it. It was the invisible silk thread that had affected him. Unfortunately, this kind of random scratching had no effect on the puppet secret thread. This kind of ineffective and meaningless counterattack gave George a better opportunity. George, who had been appearing and disappearing unpredictably, and with Gun's cooperation, launched 3 sneak attacks in a row. Although the power of these 3 sneak attacks was not as brutal as before, it still caused the injuries of the Thanator to become more serious. The Thanator, who had been trying to cut off the mysterious threads, not only didn't get anything, but it was also ambushed 3 times. The Thanator had no choice but to stand up once again. However, it was no longer in a standing position, but was now prostrating on the ground like a wild beast. A pair of cold black and red eyes were looking around vigilantly. The Thanator, who had suffered losses in succession, was now more like an injured and frightened beast. It was lying on the ground in alert of its surroundings, unlike just now, when it was charging around without any fear. Unfortunately, this Thanator was still lacking in experience. A passive defense would only further reduce its deterrence. Roar roar! The Thanator warily looked around as he let out a deep, beast-like roar. Suddenly, a stone flew over from the right side. Roar! The Thanator, who was in a rage, suddenly struck out with its sharp claws. As soon as he made his move, the invisible pulling force appeared again. This time, it was upward. When his head was lifted high up in the air, pfft! The right hind leg was once again pierced through by the blade. This strike was more brutal and violent than any strike he had ever made. The extraordinary characteristic of sharp time was directly injected into the life core of the Thanator. At this moment, the Thanator almost lost control of its body. This attack had severely damaged its life core. Originally, when his breakthrough was interrupted, it already caused the Thanator's energy to show signs of collapsing and surging. If he could calm down and recuperate from his injuries, this would not be a big problem. However, after a series of battles, the wings were cut off, and he was attacked by a series of spells. The sharp blade that contained the destructive power of time had cut open his body many times, causing his internal organs to be in a mess. This time, the attack that had damaged his core had allowed him to take a big step towards the abyss from the edge of the cliff. If this continued, it would not be far from death. Pang! When it once again fell to the ground, the Thanator's heart was filled with the fear of death. Anger and fear of death intertwined. The Thanator, who was flapping its wings, finally couldn't help but escape. However, it flapped its wings with all its might, but it only caused its body to be uncoordinated. It couldn't rise to the sky at all. Just as he flapped his wings to escape, the strange force appeared again and pulled his head to the ground. Pang! When his head touched the cold ground, and NBSP, the saber that had pierced through the depths of his life core and contained the sharpness of time once more attacked. The timing was perfect, causing the Thanator to be in complete despair. The Thanator that fell to the ground did not even have the chance to counterattack. It could only struggle with all its might, roar, and roar. Roar roar! Roar roar roar! The more it was like this, the more the emotion of death that shrouded his heart was magnified. The Thanator had never felt such fear from the darkness. The cold ground, the deep canyon, and the mountain range that was like a monument. It was as if it had already created a place of death for him to bury his body. The Thanator, who was in despair, was not willing to be killed by those two lowly meat worms. Even though the energy in its body was in a mess, the Thanator still gathered most of its energy in its head. Roar! A sorrowful wail tore through the darkness and surged into the depths of the darkness. In the next moment, a terrifying destructive power suddenly burst out from the scales on the Thanator's forehead. Although this would damage the scales on its forehead, it would take a long time to recover due to the burning time. But all of this was no longer important. Before it died, it also wanted to counterattack madly. All of a sudden, the Thanator, who had just finished gathering its destructive power, turned its head around and stared at a corner. It seemed to have discovered something. The unparalleled explosive power condensed into a thick and heavy arrow the size of a bowl and directly pierced through. Wherever it passed, the hard rocks that were like black iron and demonic copper were pierced through like tofu. It didn't even make a sound before it was destroyed. After piercing through over 10 thick rocks, the power of the Thanator's divine ability, Black Arrow of Destruction, finally dissipated. The destructive power was so strong that even powerful Devil Gold equipment would find it difficult to resist it. Releasing this final level Thanator, it let out its final whimpers. Then, his head fell heavily to the ground. The Tier 2 leader, the Thanator, had fallen. This Thanatos is still too young, Gunai said from 20 meters away from the tunnel the Black Arrow had created. Before this Thanator died, if this attack was randomly pierced through, it might be a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Therefore, Gunai had made some arrangements when he was trying to find the puppet's secret thread. Behind a large rock, Gun used a secret thread to connect to a wooden box with black thorns sealed in it. The wooden box contained a small amount of blood that contained the scent of the human-faced Flower King's blood. Once activated, Gunai could open the seal and release the aura of blood. When the Thanator released the Black Arrow of Destruction, if it sensed the presence of the aura, there was a high probability that it would unleash the entire attack. And in reality, this Thanator had indeed done so in the end. Before it died, it was still tricked by Gunai. Gunai didn't rush to the Thanator's side. Instead, he went to the black-thorned wooden box that contained the human-faced Flower King. The entire black-thorned wooden box and the human-faced Flower King's blood had been evaporated. Gunai sniffed around. The human-faced Flower King's blood had been completely destroyed, but there was still a little bit of it left. Gunai thought for a while. This clue is too insignificant. As time passes, those fellows who might come over to herd the Thanatos will most likely not be able to discover anything. Then, we won't be able to attract the source of trouble. It's better to be safe. He then took out a small test tube. The test tube contained some of the human-faced Flower King's blood. Gunai then gently swung his arm. Gunai threw the drops of blood to a corner at the bottom of the rock. In this dark environment, it was impossible to detect them without careful inspection. Done. Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. Chapter 119 The Blood of the Thanator. When Gunai arrived near the dead Thanator, he saw a familiar face. Gun saw George crouching next to the Thanator, motionless. Is he looting? Gunai squinted his eyes. George was a time hunter who had special time abilities. After a hunter finished hunting, the harvest was quite rich. At this moment, George was most likely searching for the time that the Thanator had died. George looked up when he noticed Gugni's arrival. His face was filled with indescribable joy as he sighed softly. The harvest this time is great. Indeed. Gunai nodded and walked over. Gunai didn't waste any more time. He quickly created the puppet strings, then took out the sealed wooden bottle of dragon blood and began to draw blood. The Thanator had just died, and the extraordinary properties of its blood had not yet dissipated. This was the best time to extract it. At the same time, the wooden bottle could preserve the extraordinary characteristics of the blood to a large extent. After sealing it, it would be stored in the system space. When he took it out again, the blood's extraordinary characteristics would be perfectly stored in it. Gunai had prepared a lot for this battle. He'd prepared 7 or 8 wooden bottles of blood, each of which was more than 10,000 milliliters. If it wasn't enough, he still had the black-thorned wooden bottle. Although the effect was not as good, it was not a big problem to use it in time. Speaking of the dragon blood wooden vial, Gunai's planting page had now opened up a new planting slot. Gunai already had 3 planting spots. As for the 6th hack position on the hack page, the progress bar was only halfway through. It was estimated that the 6th hack position would only fully bloom in the spring of the next year. Gunai estimated that it would take a year for him to reach the 7th slot. After opening up the 3rd planting slot. After careful selection, Gunai had planted a strange tree called the Hell Prison Tree. The Dark Prison Tree was born in the Shadow Purgatory, which was a deeper level of the Abyssal Purgatory world. In the current Oya continent, it definitely couldn't be planted. But in Gunai's hands, it was a different story. As long as it was an extraordinary seed that still had life, the planting slot could provide the perfect environment for it to take root, sprout, and grow perfectly. This Dark Prison Tree was a king-grade plant. Gunai had learned from the ancient books on transcendent plants that when the Hell Prison Tree grew to a certain extent, it would bear a strange fruit called the True Netherworld Origin Fruit. The True Netherworld Origin Fruit was a rare fruit that was recorded in human history. It could strengthen the soul and give it defensive abilities. Of course, the True Netherworld Origin Fruit had its own disadvantages as well. However, compared to its powerful effects, the True Netherworld Origin Fruit's disadvantages were insignificant. On one hand, his physical defense and resistance to attacks were strong. His soul's defense and resistance to attacks had to be strengthened as well. Gunai didn't know how the pioneer group's higher UPS had obtained the seeds. However, it was certain that the practical value of the seeds of these trees was not high. Gun must have thought that the pioneer group had more of these seeds, which was why he had given him one. However, in general, the seeds of these powerful transcendent trees were not expensive. It wasn't just the Dark Prison Tree that was so clear. The Dragon Bloodwood Seed and even the Elven Tree of Life Seed were the same. What was really useful was the effect of these seeds after they took root, sprouted, and grew. As for the Fairy Tree of Life's Water of Life, there was no need to talk about it, it could produce water of life. The Tree of Life was the last thing that the blood-eared elves and other elves could maintain their dignity in the twisted secret plane deep in the twisted passage. The Spring of Life under the elven Tree of Life in Gun's hand was already the size of a large wooden basin. Gunai didn't collect too much of the water of life other than the usual amount. Gunai had discovered that the more water of the Spring of Life was stored, the more powerful the extraordinary life force it contained became. Gunai was able to guess some information. And NBSP, if the water of life wasn't collected, there was a chance that it would produce pure water of life. The pure water of the Spring of Life was one level higher than the water of life. In the future, the high-grade signet potions concocted from the pure water of the Spring of Life would also increase the maximum limit of the extraordinary characteristic by a lot more than the water of the Spring of Life. By comparing the source spring water, refined source spring water, and water of life, he could tell that this was the first time he had done this. Gunai could roughly guess. It was possible that the upper limit of the Spring of Life could only allow human extraordinaries to have their extraordinary characteristics reach the elite level. The pure spring water of life could make a human's characteristics reach the king level. As for the specific situation, he would have to wait for the results of the potion to be determined. Similarly, when the dragon blood wood grew to a certain level, it could bear all kinds of dragon blood fruits. It was said that creatures with dragon bloodlines could continuously enhance the extraordinary characteristics of their dragon blood after eating the dragon blood fruit. They could strengthen their physical strength and strengthen the defense of their scales. As for creatures that did not have dragon blood, it was a small matter that the extraordinary characteristics of their blood and flesh would be destroyed after eating it. In severe cases, blood failure, loss of vitality, flesh festering, origin power mutation, transcendent loss of control, and finally a miserable death. However, Gunai's dragon bloodwood was an elite grade plant. It wasn't even certain if it could bear a dragon blood fruit. And Gunai wasn't going to wait that long for an elite dragon bloodwood. Most of the time, this dragon bloodwood would be cut down and harvested, and sold as a certain age of dragon bloodwood. Now, on the market, the price of this kind of wood was not cheap. The empty planting space was at least for king-level creatures. The value of these seeds wasn't high enough, and they weren't valued enough, which was why Gunai could get so many powerful seeds. And in the vast deep sea, if Gunai bought seeds at a high price, he might be able to get some extraordinary plant seeds he wanted. As he pondered, Gunai quickly extracted the Thanator's blood. The blood was dark and dense. If one observed it carefully, they would discover that the dark blood contained a little golden brilliance. This blood had the potential to be dark gold. It's just that this rank 2 Thanator was still relatively weak, and its blood had yet to form. One bottle after another. The amount of Thanator's blood was much thicker than Gunai had expected. However, it was normal for such a huge body to have so much blood. 10 minutes later, Gunai had just finished extracting most of the Thanator's blood. Gunai didn't extract the blood from the small blood vessels. In any case, the corpse of the Thanator beast was going to be digested by Gunai's blood pool. Hoo, they heaved a sigh of relief. Gunai was very satisfied as he kept the remaining half of the bottle of Thanator blood into his system space. The blood of this Thanator is very suitable, it's not inferior to the blood of a dragon. When I'm almost done digesting it, I can try to change my blood. Ying Luo. Gunai looked at the Thanator's huge body and thought of the wing he had cut off before. The blood cursemancer's ability to wash and digest blood. In the beginning, it only started from the point of blood assimilating blood. Its purpose was to use its own blood to absorb the blood of others. However, with the arrival of the blood changing, he had changed his bloodline. It had given rise to a higher level of usage, which was to absorb flesh, bones, scales, and so on through the blood pool. The blood pool's digestion range was limited. It didn't mean that everything could be digested, but only the common ones. For example, if it was converted into dragon blood, it could only digest the bones, flesh, and scales of creatures that contained dragon blood. The reason why Gunai was able to absorb and digest the wriggling flesh and blood was because of the blood essence. This was because Gunai's body had been absorbed by the blood and flesh. Through the system's reincarnation, Gunai had the same properties as the wriggling flesh and blood, which was why he could absorb and digest it. The blood pool was the core of a blood curse mancer. This was because blood curse mancers digested fresh blood and used the blood pool to transform their own transcendent blood, which had the characteristics of the transcendent creature. Then, the blood curse mancer could use the blood pool's absorption ability to absorb the creature's flesh, bones, and scales to start to strengthen their body. Gunai had learned that the blood curse Grandmaster Gu was powerful because he had killed several powerful dragon creatures. And now, there was such a powerful Thanator in front of Gunai. Gunai naturally didn't want to think about the dragon blood that he hadn't come into contact with yet. This Thanator, wasn't it fragrant? Once the Thanator's blood was successfully replaced, Gunai would be able to digest its scales, bones, and meat. However, Gunai had to first absorb the Thanator's blood so that he and the Thanator would no longer have any resistance. Only then would the digestion proceed normally. At that time, Gunai's body and blood would have become stronger, and he would have used the engraving potion, as well as the upgrade of the various spells from the hack system. When he reached the 3rd or 4th rank, he could become a powerful flesh tank spellcaster. Just this Thanator alone was enough for Gunai to digest for a long time. When he grew stronger in the future, he could find creatures stronger than dragons. In this extraordinary world where there were evil gods, rulers, and terrifying existences above the stars, there were many powerful creatures. To Gunai, they were all his ingredients. Chapter 120 Splitting the Loot. How is it? George asked in a low voice when he saw Gugni stop. The blood has been extracted. The blood of this Thanator is extremely powerful, Gunai said with a smile. Just now, Gunai had used the blood pool to taste a little of the Thanator's blood. As expected, the blood of this top-tier leader contained a powerful extraordinary characteristic that was very fierce. It immediately pounced towards Gunai's blood. The Thanator's blood was indeed powerful, but there was still a piece of squirming flesh in Gunai's blood pool. The Thanator's blood that had just entered was overbearingly counterattacking Gunai's blood. But soon, when he touched the wriggling flesh, the Thanator's blood immediately withered and was absorbed by Gunai's blood. In the face of wriggling flesh and blood, no blood could be arrogant. If that's the case, then let's hurry up and leave this place. If we kill the Thanator, the shepherd of the Thanator will definitely sense it. If they have people in the Sug Ruins city, someone might come to investigate. George looked around and quickly said. You're leaving just like that? You don't want this Thanator's corpse anymore? Gunai asked in surprise. We can't take it away, this Thanator's corpse is too big. George shook his head. Extraordinaries usually did not have a large storage space when they had extraordinary storage equipment. The smaller ones were only half a cubic meter, and the larger ones were at most 3 or 4 cubic meters. As for this Thanator, it was 5 meters tall, had a strong body, and a pair of wings. This extraordinary storage equipment simply couldn't store it. Even if you dismember a part of it and bring it out, it's easy for people to follow the clues and find it. George continued. Even if we take the risk to bring it out, there is currently no effective way to use the corpse of this Thanator. In short, the losses outweigh the gains. Since you don't want Ying Luo, then she's mine. Gugni had already guessed that George would say that. Finished speaking. In front of George, Gu and I controlled a large number of puppet strings to take the Thanator's remains into his system space. Gunai's system space wasn't big when he was still weak. As Gunai's strength had increased, the system space had also expanded. As of now, the system space of the rank 2 Gunai was half the size of a bedroom, which was more than enough to store the Thanator's body. Oh right, Ying Ying still has a wing, we can't waste it. With that, Gunai ran out of the valley and quickly put away the flesh wings of the Thanator. George, who was following Gun out of the canyon, was dumbfounded by what Gun had done. You don't want to live anymore, George, who had followed him, said in a serious tone. Even if your bag is big enough, the herdsman will definitely find it if you bring it out. At this moment, George's brows were tightly knitted together. But what if they can't find it? Gun said slowly. That's impossible. I speculate that the existence that herded the Thanatos is most likely not an intelligent creature of our world. It can be seen from their attitude of ignoring life, as well as their incredible means. This kind of mysterious existence has traces of them even in the higher UPS of the Transcendent Association. Their methods are strange and can't be predicted with common sense. The chances of you being discovered is extremely high at that time. You will be in danger. You're wrong. On the contrary, the chances of them finding me are close to zero. Gunai's eyes flashed. You should know that you're not the only unique existence in this world. Gunai explained. Since I dared to take it, I'm confident that they won't be able to find me. Gun's words stunned George. After a moment of thought, George looked up at Gun and asked, Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, do you think I would push myself to the edge of the cliff? George was relieved to hear that. Since you're so confident, then I don't have to worry so much. Through this battle, George had seen how powerful Gun was. He also knew that Gun wasn't the kind of person to take risks. Since the other party dared to do this, there was an 80–90% chance that he was confident enough. Gunai said after a moment of silence. This Thanator was killed by the two of us after all. Although you can't bring it out, it doesn't mean you can't get a share of the profits. How about this? I'll take the corpse and I'll give you 100 ml of the Spring of Life. This is worth more than 1,000 gold pounds. This way, you won't lose out. As he spoke, Gun took out a 100 ml bottle of water from the Spring of Life. George's eyes brightened at Gunai's words. The water of the Spring of Life was a good item to save one's life. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be recovered. This is embarrassing, George said with a smile. Although he said that, George was not slow to accept it. Before he could finish his words, the item was already in his hands. After this battle, Gun had confirmed that George wasn't an ordinary person. The self-awakened extraordinary profession, Time Hunter, was very mysterious. Secondly, this George's style of conduct was also worthy of a deep friendship. In that case, Gunai wouldn't be too stingy. This time, since he had taken the corpse of the Thanator, he would have to give the other party some benefits. The water of the Spring of Life could be used as a life-saving treasure in critical moments, but he still had a lot more. You know very well how powerful the water of the Spring of Life is. Remember, don't tell anyone, Gunai warned. Understood. George nodded. George could vaguely guess the source of the Spring of Life in Gunai. As a top pharmacist with his own castle, Gunai was obviously researching the engraving potion. From the channels of the guards, George also learned that there was a potion master in the Sug Ruins city who was engaged in the research of the engraving potion. If he wasn't mistaken, it was most likely Gunai. It would not be a problem for a top pharmacist who was able to study the potion of secret engravings to obtain a lot of water from the Spring of Life. Is there anything else this time? George looked at Gun. No. Then let's hurry up and leave this place. With Gun by his side, George used his ability to travel through deep space. After the distorted and blurry scene stabilized again, Gunai found that the two of them had entered the shadow layer, not the real world. George looked at Gugni. Although you have the ability to avoid the herdsman's detection, I still need to help you hide your traces and even disrupt your shadow of time. This way, it will be harder for you to be found. You used this ability to avoid the herdsman's detection, Gunai asked. You should know that as a hunter, searching for the traces of your prey is something you are very good at. You should also know that every hunter is also a prey. Therefore, I'm better at disguising my identity, hiding my whereabouts, and even giving the wrong directions to make the enemy do useless things. I see. I'm at ease then. Gunai also nodded. As he spoke, George placed a hand on Gun's chest. Gunai could clearly feel that it wasn't just a surge of energy. It was more like a change in the deeper levels of the rune profound. This guy, Gunai squinted his eyes. You've already mastered the Time Upanishad, which explained the truth of time in the deeper level of runes. Gunai could vaguely feel that it was the mysterious rhythm of the runes' profound meaning. Gunai had learned a lot from the runes of the framework of the world. However, Gunai couldn't tell which one it was, but he could tell it was a time-related one. Is this the unique aspect of the naturally awakened extraordinary class, the time hunter who controls time? Gunai thought to himself. After a dozen seconds, George suddenly stopped and grabbed Gugni. Wang 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 wang. The scene in front of him twisted and spun rapidly. Chapter 121 Traces. When the two of them reappeared, the first thing he saw was the majestic mountain peak of the Aota mountain range. The two of them landed on the snow in a canyon. Gunai only left shallow footprints on the snow. George's blade also landed on the thick layer of snow. In the dark of the night, this did not hinder the two people's night vision from observing their surroundings. At this time, the dark clouds from the north were overlapping in the sky. In addition, a large number of snowflakes flew across the mountain peak along with the bone-chilling wind, dancing in the howling wind. A new round of blizzards had arrived. At this moment, the Aota mountain range was covered in snow. Everywhere was covered in a thick layer of snow. Only the steep cliff wall could be seen, and the iron-blue rocks could be seen. From the shadow, I changed our trajectory and pulled us far away. This way, the enemy won't be able to detect our true tracks. And Yang Luo. George looked up at the heavy snow, turned his hand, took out a thick top hat, and put it on his head. Next to him, Gunai also took out his black winter hat and put it on. The feeling of the cold wind and the snowflakes hitting his face was indeed not very comfortable. George smiled as he looked at the snow around him. The snow has started to fall. Soon, it will cover the traces we left behind. Even if those guys come over to investigate, they won't be able to find any traces, George said with certainty. Indeed, Gunai nodded. Not only that, I've also left behind some clues. If they discover them, there will definitely be more exciting stories. Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. Let's go. George took the lead and walked out of the canyon. Gunai followed. By the way, there's something I think it's better to tell you. George said as they walked. What? You know the giant god church, right? Yes, I know. Gunai nodded. This time, an evil cult was involved in the destruction of the Sug ruins. I heard that they are very powerful, and there are many top extraordinaries among them. Yes, there are indeed many top extraordinaries among them. What I want to tell you is that this time, a 7-star descendant of the giant god church with the blood of an evil god seems to have come to the Sug ruins. I'm guessing that this is some sort of sign. Oh! Gunai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The descendant of an evil god? A 7-star extraordinary profession. In the ancient legends, the evil god was the spokesperson of those indescribable and terrifying creatures. There was no doubt that evil gods were extremely terrifying, evil, and powerful existences. As for the descendants of the evil god who had the bloodline of the evil god, not only did they have strange and unfathomable means, but they also had the ability to kill the evil god. It also possessed a shocking destructive power and lethality. In addition, he had a 7-star extraordinary profession. This was definitely not a dangerous existence that ordinary extraordinary professionals could contend with. Gunai wasn't thinking about the descendant's strength, but the deeper meaning of its arrival. Evil god, the indescribable spokesperson. That cave of the 3-in-1 mist is the remains of a ruler more terrifying than an evil god. Originally, the 3-in-1 cave of the Swan Ni was not a place ordinary extraordinary individuals could enter. But now, the descendant of the evil god has arrived. I'm afraid that's a completely different story. Luckily, I managed to take away the flesh and blood. Even so, the black crystal that absorbed all the energy hidden in the dark, which is the main body of Incident 9970, and the Cave of Bones, could still cause great damage to the entire Sug ruins. Just like the blood sacrifice of the Church of Pastors at Barkerport some time ago. Since the guards already know about this, I'm sure the Supernatural Association and the Pioneer Group have already started to take action in secret. It seems that I'll have to use the corpse and blood of the Thanator to increase my strength even faster. Otherwise, when the disaster comes, it's fine if the Pioneer Group, Extraordinary Society, and the staff can control it. If it goes out of control, I need to have enough power to ensure my survival. In the past, it's not impossible for a large-scale, terrifying power to go out of control and cause a large-scale land of death. Gunai thought as he moved forward. Soon, the two of them quickly disappeared into the depths of the misty snow. After a few days, in the depths of the Shadow World, on the hunting lair, Weaview. The powerful late-stage rank 3 Thanator obediently lay on the ground, letting out a series of whimpers from its mouth, appearing to be particularly submissive. In front of the stage 3 Thanator was a woman wearing a white robe. On her forehead was a dark golden time rune insignia that represented time. The woman's figure was a little illusionary, and her time runes and emblems faintly emitted a dark golden luster. It appeared real and clear, and was particularly eye-catching in the dark and oppressive hunting level. If Gunai had been here, he would have noticed that the space-time rune on her forehead contained time intent. After listening to the whimpers of the Thanator, the woman frowned. I didn't hear anything. Some kind of interference barrier has completely blocked the passage. Oh, the Time Hunter who once revealed some traces of his identity. So he's not dead after all these years. He actually dares to come here to hunt. With this in mind, the woman moved her steps lightly. Although each step wasn't big, they easily covered a distance of more than 10 meters. A moment later, the woman arrived at a canyon filled with strange, collapsed rocks. The woman said softly after looking around. This place should be the final battlefield. After that, the woman strolled through the depths of the stone forest. What? Suddenly, the expression of the woman who had passed through a corner changed slightly. Then, the woman squatted down. This Bayan. The woman looked at a corner, which was almost invisible. Under his eyes, the tiny spots of blood bloomed clearly. The smell of fresh blood has almost completely dissipated. If I had come a day or two later, this clue would have been completely gone. Then, the woman stood up and frowned. Human face flower cult. We have always minded our own business. I didn't expect the human face flower cult to actually work with the Time Hunter to hunt the beasts of time that we've been herding. Is it because the birth of the Flower Emperor requires strong blood and flesh to nourish it? No matter what, I've finally gotten a hold of something. Go back and tell teacher. Maybe we can follow the clues of the human-faced flower church and find the traces of the Time Hunter. After all, the teacher also said that once the Time Hunter grows up, he will cause us great harm. Then, the woman continued to search around to see if she could find more traces. About 10 minutes later, the woman stood in an empty area. From the marks on the ground, it could be seen that there had been a struggle and distortion here. The Time Hunter stopped here for a short time and then quickly left in this direction. The woman looked at the vast and towering monument mountain of the hunting level. And it's only one person. Strange, there's clearly a human-faced Flower King. Is this Flower King so powerful, you can actually avoid the detection of my traces of time? As long as one passes by, traces of time will be left behind. No one can block the traces left in the river of time and space. At most, it can only be disrupted. The more powerful means are disguisement and concealment to block the investigation of the investigators. No wonder the human-faced Flower King dared to come in and hunt. It must have some kind of ability to disguise itself. Unfortunately, the traces of your injury are left here. You are destined to not be able to escape. After checking the surroundings 3 to 4 times and making sure that she had not missed anything, the woman left the hunting level silently. Chapter 122 Soul Sigil Potion. Deep Duke Castle. View. The cold wind whimpered. The sky was also particularly gloomy. In the bone-chilling wind, snowflakes were falling and covering the entire Sug ruins. In Deep Duke Castle, the room was the complete opposite of the gloomy and cold environment outside. In the warm fireplace, the fire was blooming. Gun was lounging on the sofa, sipping his coffee and reading a thick book on rune analysis. Gunai was now in the second half of his journey in rune analysis. It was all thanks to Gunai's extraordinary talent. Gunai was learning and comprehending the profound meaning of the world runes at the same time. His cultivation progress was getting faster and faster. Gunai really enjoyed this learning process, and the growth of understanding the world's framework runes. Every bit of profit he made Gunai's thirst for more. Apart from making potions, researching potions, and taking a break, Gunai spent the rest of his time on understanding the profound meaning of this world's framework. Gunai was finally beginning to gain something from this intoxicating cultivation. The simplest example was that Gunai could use his understanding of the world's framework to make the puppet strings and soul-fixing rings more hidden, making it harder for the enemy to detect them. As Gunai studied more, his ability to create the framework of this world would gradually increase. As he pondered, Gunai's eyes swept over the burning fireplace, and his eyes suddenly became hot. It was as hot as Gunai's blood. For a time hunter like George, the time after the hunt was the time for a rich harvest. To Gugni, his gains this time were no less than George's. After obtaining the corpse of the Thanator, he returned that night. Gunai began to absorb the blood. A rank 3 blood pool, Gunai's powerful bloodline, and the suppression of his squirming flesh. As a result, Gunai was able to absorb and transform the Thanator's blood very quickly. In just one night, Gunai had absorbed more than 2000 ml of Thanator blood. After absorbing the blood of so many Thanator beasts, he naturally had the bloodline characteristics of the Thanator beasts. Today was the 4th day. In the past few days, Gunai had absorbed nearly 10,000 milliliters of Thanator blood. Now, it had finally reached the saturation stage. This was why Gunai's blood was so hot. Gunai's blood was only of normal quality. However, after absorbing the blood of the dead human-faced Flower King to create the blood pool, the blood of the human-faced Flower King was absorbed. Gunai's blood could be considered elite blood. And now, after absorbing more than 10,000 milliliters of the blood of a peak leader Thanator, he could be seen as half elite, half leader. If one wanted to transform the blood into a commander-level blood, it would be at the level of a Thanator. The next step was to change blood. The process of changing blood was quite dangerous. To other blood curse mancers, the thing they feared the most was the self-recovery of supernatural blood after reverse assimilation. Once the transcendent blood revives, it will become the host and your blood will no longer be under your control. At this time, the outcome of the backlash from the transcendent blood could be said to be miserable. In his inherited memories, the probability of this happening was not low. If a normal-level creature wanted to obtain the blood of a commander-level creature, the benefits were high, but the danger was equally high. However, it was extremely safe. Of course, that was only limited to Gunai. If the Thanator's blood had the tendency to recover after assimilation, Gunai threw a piece of wriggling flesh into the blood pool, and the transcendent blood of the Thanator immediately calmed down. Therefore, for others, the blood transfusion was a risky journey. For Gunai, this was a steady journey of improvement. When the hot state of the blood and the body have stabilized, I can start preparing for the blood change. After changing my blood, my muscles, bones, and scales will merge into the blood pool. My body will welcome a whole new Thanatos version. Gunai pondered. To a blood curse mancer, establishing the blood pool was the starting point of one's strength. As for blood transfusion, it could be seen as the starting point of one's ability transformation. In the depths of his heart, he was looking forward to this blood exchange. After all, Gunai wasn't an ordinary blood curse mancer. Instead, he was a blood curse mancer who walked the path of rune analysis. As a result, after mastering the power of the Thanatar's bloodline and digesting its muscles, bones, and scales, Gunai could study the innate divine ability of the Thanatar, the black arrow of destruction. This was something very exciting. After the blood exchange, the absorption of the Thanatar's bones, flesh, and scales would allow Gunai's body to gradually become a true commander creature. Compared to using the body-type signet potion to strengthen one's body, which allowed one's body to level up from a normal monster to an elite monster, and then to a commander-tier monster. The blood pool was replaced with blood. He had to start with the method of changing bloodlines and then build a commander-level body by digesting the flesh and blood. This could be considered another way of transforming extraordinary characteristics. However, the blood pool blood exchange of a blood curse mancer was filled with danger. As for the body-type engraving medicine that had yet to be developed, it was also in the distant future. Thanks to my powerful blood pool, my path to becoming a leader is much clearer. I just need to move forward steadily. Gunai pondered. Once the soul sigil potion is successfully produced, it will allow my soul to rapidly improve from the foundation of an extraordinary characteristic. At that time, the number of magic runes I can condense will increase, and the pressure on my soul when I release magic will sharply decrease. My perception ability will also increase explosively, and my soul power will even bloom and condense soul tentacles. It will be relatively easy for me to become a domain spell caster. These are the powerful advantages of the soul's extraordinary characteristic. The benefits of the soul extraordinary characteristic made Gunai look forward to the development of the soul engraving potion. Creak creak creak. The sound of the door opening brought Gunyara back to reality. Gunai glanced over. The tall and burly Dr. Henry was wearing a top hat and a winter coat. His body was covered in snow, and he was walking toward Gun. He didn't even have time to clean the snow on his clothes and hat. Seeing this, Gunai's heart skipped a beat. Is there any other medicine that's effective? Gunai hadn't been slow in his research, and he had more materials now, so it wasn't surprising that he'd made something out of it. Good afternoon, Master Gu-ni. Even though he was in a hurry, Professor Henry still maintained the manners of a noble. Dr. Henry took off his hat and shook off the snow on his hat. Good afternoon, Dr. Henry. Please take a seat. Gugni took out a small coffee cup and poured a cup of freshly brewed coffee for Professor Henry. Professor Henry added some milk and fine white sugar. He looked at Gugni. You've produced results? Gunai asked. Yes, I am. Dr. Henry smiled and looked excited. And it's a huge achievement. Oh. Gunai's eyebrows rose as he leaned forward to listen. Dr. Henry had come to report to Gun several times. Gunai knew that Henry was a doctor of extraordinary biology who was extremely rigorous in his experiments. Since he had said so, it was clear that he had indeed achieved great results this time. The day before yesterday, the silver-shelled rat started to fall asleep after taking drug number 132. This drowsy state isn't strange. A similar situation has occurred before. This time, the silver-armored rat's sleeping state is different from before. After it consumed enough number 132 engraving potion, it seems to have entered a state of soul sleep. As for whether it's an ordinary soul sleep or a deep soul sleep, it needs further verification. But this morning, test subject 132, who had been sleeping for a few days, suddenly woke up and urgently needed to eat a lot. After eating, it has shown an extremely lively and normal life state. After the inspection, we found that the strength of his soul has increased. After that, we conducted an in-depth examination and discovered that the concentration of his soul's extraordinary characteristic had increased from 0.42 to 0.66. This is a very huge improvement for him, not a slight one. Therefore, our test was very accurate. The extraordinary characteristics of the soul of this experimental body have indeed increased. This means that the soul engraving potion is a success. Gunai was startled. This surprise came so suddenly that even Gunai himself felt it was unreal. Professor Henry drank the coffee in his cup and nodded. Yes, Master Gunai, there's a high chance that the soul-type engraving potion will work. And you are the one who started the new era of the Signet Potion. Chapter 123 Preparing for a Rainy Day. He drank the original coffee in one gulp. The unique bitter taste of coffee bloomed on his taste buds. Gunai let out a sigh of relief. In total, the resources sent by the Pioneer Group alone amounted to 300,000 to 400,000 gold pounds. Not to mention the laboratory, the relevant experimental staff, and logistics personnel. Gunai himself had put in a lot of water from the Spring of Life. Every day, Gunai would pour in 700 or 800 milliliters of water. Sometimes, he would even throw in thousands. According to the market price, the water of the Spring of Life alone would cost over 10,000 gold pounds a day. The Pioneer Alliance gave him a lot of water of the Spring of Life every season, but it was less than what he had invested. In order to ensure that the amount of the rune potion was not discovered by the researchers, they had to use the water of the Spring of Life. When the potion was ready, Gunai would dilute it with the original Force Spring water. Diluting it after mixing it wouldn't destroy the already formed transcendent characteristic, but the medicinal effect would be slightly weaker. However, against the small size of the silver-shelled rats, even if it was diluted, the killing effect was still very strong. Gunai had killed quite a number of silver-armored rats during this time. A large amount of resources had been invested in it, and now, it was finally bearing fruit. Does rune potion number 132 have the side effect of deep sleep? Gun quickly thought of the materials needed for soul-type signet potion number 132. There are a total of 6 types. One of them is the soul-losing flower, a supernatural plant that has a supernatural characteristic that can heal injuries to the soul, but it will allow the user to enter a state of deep sleep. And this engraving medicine number 132 has a high amount of soul-losing flower. It seems that I'll have to reduce the amount of soul-catching flower used in future research. This is the only way to prevent the person who drinks it from entering a state of soul sleep. After all, the soul might not be able to wake up from sleep. This silver-shelled rat can wake up, but it doesn't mean that extraordinary humans can wake up as well. If they can't wake up, then the engraving potion won't have much meaning. After thinking about it, Gun looked at Dr. Henry. I'll speed up the research on the derivative potions of rune potion number 132 in the next 2 days. And you also have to keep up with the detailed research on the supporting equipment. You have to make a detailed evaluation of the soul sleep. Gunai said. Okay, don't worry. I'll fully cooperate with your research. Professor Henry said with certainty. After some discussion, Professor Henry got up and left. After Professor Henry left, Gugni got up and walked to his private alchemy room. Gugni had detailed records of the ratio, method, concentration, and materials of each potion. He found the original document of potion number 132. Rank 6 Nightmare Fragment, Dissolution Rate, 12.8%. 200-year-old black burying vine stem, degree of dissolution, 33.4%. 200-year-old soulless flower, dissolution rate, 29.6%. Type 6 Nightmare Dragon solid blood, degree of dissolution 18.6%. Soul saliva grass around 150 years old, the degree of dissolution is 24.6%. 200-year-old sea spirit flower, the dissolution is 24.4%. This degree of dissolution was obtained by Gun through the vision of the extraordinary characteristic, carefully observing the active state of the extraordinary characteristic. It's priceless. Looking at the list of the dissolving ratio and the test method, Gunai sighed. Gunai then put the list away. Before there were any results, these ineffective formulas with a certain degree of dissolution did not have any confidentiality value. Now that the results were out, Gunai had to keep all the relevant data in the system space. Lower the soul-catching flower by a certain ratio and lower its extraordinary characteristics by one level. This will allow the extraordinary to enter a normal state of sleep or even a deep state of sleep, instead of a state of soul sleep. This way, if anything happens, the extraordinary who drinks the engraving medicine will be able to wake up immediately. But no matter what, this soul sigil potion number 132, which only has the side effect of deep sleep, has finally been concocted. I've reached the standard for using it. What I'm going to do next is to optimize it and weaken the negative effects. Then, I'll strengthen the effects of this soul extraordinary characteristics higher upgrade. At present, this soul sigil potion can make the strength of the silver-shelled rat's soul extraordinary characteristic increase from 0.42 to 0.66. After optimization, it might be able to reach 0.76 or even 0.86 for the same amount. The stronger the effect, the better it is. After igniting the small high-temperature furnace, turning on the steam engine, and activating the source power tower, Gun quickly got to work. This time, Gunai was going to use soul engraving potion number 132 as a blueprint to develop the subsequent potions. He would use different ratios of concoction to obtain the best formula. 2.5 hours later, Gunai stopped his work. At that moment, on the work table in front of Gun, 5 types of soul sigil potions named 132 to 1 to 132 to 5 were being made. Leave it to Dr. Henry. Just wait for the results, Gunai said as he thought. Then, Gunai let out a long breath. Now that the blueprint for the engraving potion was out, Gunai was much more relaxed. After all, the transformation of the soul's extraordinary characteristic from an ordinary soul to an elite soul was what Gunai had always pursued. The relaxed Gunai suddenly had an idea. That was, do you want me to hoard some materials now? Gun knew that once the perfect soul sigil potion was developed and the recipe was given to the Pioneer Alliance, the Pioneer Alliance would be in trouble. Soon, the Pioneer Group would use their power to purchase the materials in the Yulan Empire, or even in the markets of the entire northern part of the Oya continent. Based on his experience in snatching salt and rice in his previous life, he had a very good understanding of the situation. When some major events occurred, even if the state had a large-scale control, the price would still double. And in this market where macroeconomic control was almost non-existent, once there was a rush to buy it, the price would be unimaginable. The value of these materials that were 1 to 200 years old fluctuated between 20 to 50 gold pounds. If the Pioneer Group bought the land on a large scale, the price would definitely rise. Once the news that these materials could be refined into the engraving potion was leaked, the alchemist would not be able to do anything. Its price could exceed 100 or even 200 gold guineas. It was even possible for it to reach an astronomical price of 400 to 500 gold guineas. At that time, the price of the signet potion that could increase the extraordinary characteristics of the soul would also rise. Those rich extraordinary humans were willing to spend a lot of money to buy high-grade precious potions just because they could slightly improve the strength of all aspects. Once the potion was sold to the public, they would definitely be willing to spend more money to purchase it. The engraving potion, which cost hundreds of gold pounds, could be sold at a premium of 7 to 8 times, or even more than 10 times. What was certain was that this engraving potion was definitely not something that ordinary extraordinary humans could get their hands on. Even ordinary nobles were not qualified to use this potion. In fact, the engraving potion might even become a strategic item for the Pioneer Group or the Yulan Extraordinary Society. And now, none of that had happened. The materials on the document were still quite cheap in the current market. It's only right to hoard some. After all, even if I don't engage in any opportunistic reselling, I'll still need these materials to make the signet potion and improve my soul's extraordinary characteristics. I'll stock up some now so that the cost of upgrading myself will be lower. Otherwise, I won't be able to buy the materials to make the potions that I've developed. That would be a bit of a scam. We don't hoard too much. If we hoard too much, it'll be easy for people to discover some clues. I'll just hoard about 30 to 50,000 gold pounds worth of materials. But the problem is... Gu Ni rubbed his temples. Where did I get so many gold pounds? During this time, Gun had also made a lot of profits from potions, plus the gold pounds he had left behind. As of now, Gunai had around 3,000 gold pounds. In the face of 350,000 gold pounds, 3,000 gold pounds was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Maybe I can do it. As he pondered, Gunai thought of a good idea. Chapter 124 Reston. It was almost night. The sky was as gloomy and depressing as ever. Scattered snowflakes were falling. On both sides of the street, the few pedestrians were walking with their heads lowered and in a hurry. At the same time, they were also very cautious. The streets of the Black Map district, which was about to enter the night, were far less safe than during the day. After the snow melted in the following year, a few corpses would be found in some small alleys with thick snow. At this moment, next to a yellow oil lamp, Gun was wearing a robe and a cloak. His body was tall and straight, and he had a vortex mask on his face. The hood covered his entire head, and he was wearing white gloves. A meter in front of Gun was a 12 or 13-year-old boy in tattered clothes. This street area was the territory of Racetine, one of the snakes at the top of the city wall of the Sug ruins. The boy, Gunai, had been following him for some time. Judging from the way it was moving along a fixed route and the amount of blood it had, Gun was certain that it was Riston's spy, and not some random street child. After all, the average street child would not dare to wander around Rystein's territory like this. If he did that, he might become one of the corpses that would be discovered after the snow melted in the spring of next year. The wandering boy looked at Gunai with fear. "Your boss is Racetine?" Gunai asked in a low voice. Looking at the mysterious man in the ghost mask, the little boy was frightened, but he gritted his teeth and shook his head stubbornly. Obviously, he knew the consequences of revealing his identity and the identity of his boss. The boy's expression fell into Gugni's eyes, which confirmed that the boy was indeed Rystein's spy. "I'm looking for Reston. This is your reward." As he spoke, Gun took out a gold pound and handed it to the boy. Looking at the gold pound, the little boy swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To him, this gold pound was a considerable amount of income. The hesitating little boy did not dare to take it. "You just need to tell your boss that there's a big deal waiting for him," Gunai said in a gentle voice. After a moment's hesitation, the boy looked back at Gunai. He stole a quick glance at the twisted vortex mask before looking away. "Really?" the little boy asked in a low voice. "Naturally, it's true." As he spoke, Gunai stuffed the gold pound into the boy's hand. "If Racetine agrees, then tomorrow at this time, you will wait for me here. I will give you another gold pound." With that, Gunai stopped wasting time with the boy and turned to leave. Gunai's figure quickly disappeared into the darkness, and he began to think. Ryston was a leader in the Black Map, at the same level as the Old Crow. However, the Old Crow was more involved in intelligence gathering, while Racetine had connections with the black market. Furthermore, as an extraordinary, Racetine would sometimes take on underhanded jobs. Fortunately, Racetine was rather well behaved. Gunai wanted to get a large amount of gold pounds. The more reliable method was to continue disguising as a blood ear elf to sell the water of life. Then, he would go to the black market, where there were many people and the blood-eared elves might be following him. It was more dangerous. Then Racetine, who had connections with the black market, was clearly a good choice. Gunai could sell him the water of the spring of life, and how he would deal with it was his own business. Furthermore, Gugni could form a long-term business relationship with Riston. After all, Gunai had a lot of water from the spring of life. If he could convert some of it into real money, he would be able to make a profit. More importantly, Gun wasn't afraid of Ristan's backstabbing. If they were to do business in a hidden place, the other party would dare to backstab them. With Gunai's current strength, it was hard to say who would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the wriggling flesh and blood, the indescribable flesh and blood that could be considered a nuclear weapon, were all Gunai's trump cards. If Rastine wanted to play some tricks in the deal, Gunny could make Rastine pay a terrible price for his recklessness. The next day, night was about to fall. In a private room on the second floor of a coffee shop at the corner of the street, Gugni closed the rune analysis book he was reading. After feeling the blood in his body, Gunai chuckled. The blood that had been slightly hot a few days ago had begun to stabilize today. He was one step closer to blood reformation. Then, Gun looked out the window. On the dim street, the oil lamp that was still on yesterday had been extinguished for some reason today. Fortunately, Gunai's source power vision allowed him to see clearly in the dark night. The little boy from yesterday was standing there, waiting for something. After a moment, Gunai stood up. Purple-scaled chain mail, silver-feathered staff, mithril boots. Gunai had brought all the equipment he needed. There might be a huge battle tonight. If not, that would be even better. After leaving the cafe, Gunai put on his mask and the hood of his cloak. With each step, Gun's body became tall and thin. His steps were light, like a blood-eared elf. Gunai quietly walked up to the boy and said, "This is your reward." "Ah!" The sudden voice gave the little boy a shock. Seeing that it was the strange man in the mask, the little boy quickly calmed down. He took the gold pound from Gunai. "Follow me," the little boy quickly said. Gunai nodded. The little boy ran very fast. Gunai followed him like a shadow. The little boy, who didn't notice the footsteps, turned back to look at them from time to time. After confirming that the other party was following closely behind him, the little boy was certain that this masked man was probably the same kind of person as his boss in Extraordinary who had mastered extraordinary powers. 5 or 6 minutes later, the little boy came to the entrance of a small alley. The boss is inside. After the little boy finished speaking, he quickly ran away. At the entrance of the alleyway, Gunai stood still and looked into the depths. "Whew!" The cold wind whistled from the depths of the small alley, as sharp as a knife. Gunai looked over with his source power vision. The snow on the ground had been cleared, and the layer of snow that had just fallen showed no signs of being stepped on. It was obvious that not many people had passed by. At the end, there were two rather hidden figures hiding around the corner, and they were both extraordinaries. At this time, Gun's origin power vision and the night vision of ordinary extraordinaries began to show. Dark sight could only allow one to see more clearly in the dark, which was simply equivalent to enlarging one's pupils to collect more visible light. If it was a deeper dark environment, it would be difficult to see things with dark sight. But Gunai's source power vision was different. Even in an absolute lightless environment, he could still see his surroundings clearly. At the same time, the insight of this source energy vision allowed him to directly see the supernatural beings hidden behind the walls, and even pry into the information of the supernatural beings themselves. For example, the two extraordinary humans at the corner at the end of the alley. Gunai could tell that they were rank 1 battle-type superhumans. After all, an ordinary rank 1 battle extraordinary would have to undergo systematic learning. Under the guidance of the instructors, they could restrain and control their own origin power very well. And these unorthodox extraordinaries had very weak control over source power. It couldn't be said that they didn't restrain their auras, but it was almost as good as not having any. The source power was scattered, and at a glance, one could tell that they were unorthodox. This kind of half-baked extraordinary would not survive more than half a chapter if they really fought. However, for an ordinary person, this kind of guy can easily take on 10 of them. Besides, for Yu to be able to become an extraordinary under Reston's command, these guys are all ruthless characters who have killed before. As he pondered, Gunai walked into the alley. Chapter 125 Deal. Gunai had just arrived at the end of the alley, which looked like a well. Two first-rank extraordinaries, who thought they were well hidden, appeared from the corner. "What are you doing?" The burly man on the left stared at Gunai like a beast. Gunai glanced over and noticed that the two men had their hands on their weapons. "He's quite vigilant." Gunai's eyes swept across the two's faces and he said softly, "I'm here to find Senior Reston to do business. You were the one who looked for Little Lake yesterday to make a deal with our boss." "Little Lake, is that the child's name?" "Yes, I am." Gunai nodded. The burly man looked Gunai up and down, then grinned, revealing his white teeth. The burly man couldn't feel any source power fluctuations from the other party, which proved that the other party was a very powerful extraordinary. The more this kind of person was, the more he couldn't afford to provoke them. "The boss is inside, let's go in." After looking around, the burly man pointed at a small wooden door on the right side of the small heavenly well. Gunai didn't say anything more, and directly walked toward the small wooden door. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he examined the wooden door. The penetrating nature of source power vision allowed Gunai to see the situation inside the room. The interior of the house had a hall-like layout. It was relatively simple, and the flames in the fireplace were burning fiercely. There were 3 extraordinaries and a few well-dressed women with impressive figures. These women had the distinctive features of the northern women of the Oya continent. They had high noses, wide foreheads, white skin, an open temperament, a hot personality, and a graceful figure that many southern women envied. The 3 extraordinaries were playing a card game called Full Moon Night, which was a great battle between knights, witches, and werewolves. One round would take at least 1 to 2 hours, and it was very suitable to pass the time in front of the furnace in winter. The voluptuous women were snuggling up to the 3 extraordinaries, which was a scene not suitable for children. Gunai rubbed his temples. Supernatural beings had very strong physical qualities, and at the same time, their abilities in that aspect were also very strong. It was normal for an extraordinary to have 3 or 4 ordinary women. Not to mention these ordinary extraordinaries, even in the circle of nobles, the practice of keeping mistresses was very popular. His eyes quickly swept over the 3 extraordinary humans. 2 second rank, their source power auras are very obscure. They're not unorthodox, but true extraordinaries. They pose a certain threat to me. There's also a mayfly. Yes, it's Racetine. There's no source power aura or fluctuations at all according to the news. This guy is at the 3rd rank, but to be able to become a local tyrant in the Sug ruins, it's possible that he's not only at the 3rd or 4th rank, but even higher. Furthermore, this fellow has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. After a moment, Gunai pushed open the wooden door. Squeak! The wooden door creaked as Gunai walked in. The 3 extraordinaries and the women looked over at the same time. Ryston's face was rough and cold. There was a scar on his right cheek, and his aura was like a pine tree that had been through wind and frost on a steep rock wall. Racetine, who had also looked over, said to the mysterious masked man with a slight smile. "Oh, I'm almost done with this game. Can I sit at the side for a while?" Gunai shrugged and replied in a hoarse voice, "No problem," he said. Gunai then sat down in a corner 5 or 6 meters away from the group. It was a simple exchange that seemed sparse and ordinary. Gunai was on alert. The 3 extraordinary humans were the same. This mysterious person who had suddenly found them and wanted to trade with them had raised their vigilance to the highest level. This time, when Little Lake brought the mysterious person to this place, the 3 of them had already made many arrangements and backup plans. If the other party was sincere in their trade, then so be it. After all, Racetine himself relied on the black market. If he obtained good things and sold them in the black market, he would earn genuine gold pounds. If the other party had other intentions, it was not their turn to act wildly in their territory. Moreover, bringing the mysterious man to their territory was a test. If that guy didn't come, or asked to go to the place he designated, then there was no doubt that there was a trap or other conspiracy. Since the other party dared to come over, it was more likely that they were looking for a deal. 10 minutes later, the round of full moon was coming to an end. With the powerful passive ability of the Wolf King on the boss side, Riston played a round of cards and defeated the Oriana Knight and the Hurricane Witch to obtain the final victory. The triumphant smile on Riston's face gradually disappeared, and he turned to look at Gunny. It might have seemed like a 10-minute pass, but in reality, Riston had already secretly conducted a certain level of probing. The result was that he couldn't feel the fluctuation of the other party's origin power aura at all. The other party's concealment ability was very strong. At least, he was a troublesome guy. After a moment's silence, Riston's eyes focused on Gunny as he spoke. I seem to have seen this mask of yours somewhere before. Gunai only wore this mask in one place, and it was the black market. Clearly, Riston had been present at the last black market exchange. At that time, his sale of the water of the Spring of Life had caused quite a stir, so it was not surprising that people would remember this devil-faced whirlpool mask. Since you've seen this mask before, I'm sure you've made some deductions about the item I'm going to trade with you this time. Oh, Riston's eyes immediately lit up. The water of the Spring of Life had left a deep impression on him. It would be great if the other party was here to sell the water of the Spring of Life. In truth, he himself was in desperate need of the water of life. The crazy battles in the early years had caused him to lose a lot of blood. He had reattached his broken limbs, arrows, swords, curses, poisons, and other penetrative attacks. The number of hidden injuries left on his body was uncountable. As he grew older, he could feel that the 200 to 300 years of lifespan of an extraordinary was not reflected in him. He was only in his early 50s, which should have been the age when extraordinaries were young and strong, but Riston felt that his body had aged a little and was starting to go downhill. Even during the coldest time of winter, he would feel his hands and feet stiffen and turn cold. Due to the severe injuries he had suffered when he was young, as well as the large amount of recovery potions he had consumed as if they were free, his life potential had been seriously overdrawn. Last time, he had wanted to buy the water of the Spring of Life. However, he knew that the guy who bid was the son of the city lord of the Sug-Ruined City. The family of the city lord of the Sug-Ruined City had shares in the mine of the Otto mountain range in the north. In the entire northern region of the Yulan Empire, it was second to none. As a local tyrant who could not see the light of day, he naturally did not dare to compete with these official capital aristocrats. Only those foreign tribes who couldn't understand the situation would dare to bid like this. Everyone saw the result. No matter how hard your head is, you can't beat the big capital aristocrats with mines at home. To Riston's surprise, he once again ran into the cellar of the water of the Spring of Life. Last time, this guy had bought a lot of water of the Spring of Life. This time, there was still more. Vaguely, Riston felt that his chance to make a fortune had come. Looking around, Riston said in a low voice, "All of you, back down." The 2 second-rank extraordinaries and the 5 or 6 women followed Riston's orders and left through the side door. The fire in the fireplace burned fiercely, and light sparks burst out. Riston then looked at Gunnar. "I think we can sit down and have a good talk." "I'd be very happy to." Gunnai's hoarse voice was as calm as ever, and no one could hear any strange emotions. If Riston's channel could be opened, Gun would be able to sell the water of the Spring of Life in batches in the black market. The shortage of tens of thousands of gold pounds would no longer be a problem. And this was why Gun had come to find Riston. Chapter 126: A Successful Transaction. He sat down on the sofa. The two of them exchanged glances. "You wish to sell the water of the Spring of Life?" Riston went straight to the point. "Yes, I am." Gunnai nodded and didn't say anything else. Riston smiled. "Then how much are you going to sell, and how should we make a deal? At the same time, is this water of the Spring of Life a one-time deal, or can I make more deals in the future? Rastein clearly wanted to open up this channel for Gun. As a member of the black market, Rastein knew very well that the demand for the water of the Spring of Life was huge. Relying on the northern mine vein, the Sug Ruins city, there were many nobles who had obtained the mining procedures. As a result, this created a group of very, very rich capitalist nobles. There were many rich people in the city of the Sug Ruins, but what they lacked was something as good as the water of life. After all, he had the entire black market behind him. Apart from the city of the Sug Ruins, they had other channels to transport these good things to the prosperous cities within the empire. This first transaction isn't much, just 300 milliliters. If you're sincere in cooperating, you'll get more later. Gunai thought for a while and then said in a deep voice. 300 ml, that's not a small amount. Rastein's heart skipped a beat. 300 milliliters, the base market price was 3,000 gold pounds. If it were to be auctioned, the price would be even higher. He couldn't afford that much money at the moment. Should we buy it at the market price or should you bid for it in the black market? Rastein asked. I'll buy it for 1,000 gold pounds for every 100 ml. As for how you deal with it, that's your own business. Rastein was slightly shocked at Gun's words. 1,000 gold pounds for 100 ml was a huge profit margin in the black market. It could be worth hundreds of gold in a single transaction. If he firmly grasped this channel, he would simply be making money while lying down. While he was overjoyed, Rastein also grew cautious. After all, it was not necessarily a good thing that such a good thing had suddenly fallen into his lap. You know better than me the huge profits after the base price. Rastein said in a low voice. Gunai's hoarse voice rang out again. You've seen the conflict in the black market last time. Those blood-eared elves can't wait to kill me. I'm borrowing your channel to sell the water of the Spring of Life. You've taken a lot of profit from this, but at the same time, Ying has to bear a great risk. If you don't keep your mouth shut, the blood-ear elves will find out who you are. Hee hee. Hee hee. Gu and I laughed in a hoarse voice, but didn't say anything more. Rastein immediately understood what Gun meant. At this time, Rastein actually felt more at ease. At least he understood why he was getting so much money. A blood-eared elf? In this Sug Ruins city, those guys really can't find me without any fear. If the blood-eared elves dare to investigate me, I'll probably be able to see through them one step ahead of time. After weighing the benefits and risks, Rastein was not too worried about the blood-ear elves. If they invested a part of the money from the reselling of the Spring of Life and gave a part of it to the black market's leader, the channel would be as stable as Mount Tai. No problem. After some consideration, Rastein looked up at Gun and nodded with certainty. If the blood-ear elves find me in the Sug Ruins, I, Rastein, won't be able to stay here anymore. Sir, you can be at ease and trade with me. That's good. Gunai nodded. Gun knew of Rastein's reputation. If he gave the other side enough profit from the water of the Spring of Life, the other side would do their best to protect the safety of his channel. He wouldn't have to worry about it. It wasn't a big deal to make less money, but Gunai's main concern was privacy and safety. What about this deal? Gun looked at Rastein. 300 ml is a little too much. I don't have that many gold pounds prepared. First, we'll trade 1,000 gold pounds for 100 ml. You can come back 3 days later. At that time, you can bring more water of the Spring of Life. It'll be a deal of at least 7,000 to 8,000 gold pounds. No problem, he said. Gunai gently nodded. It didn't matter if the transaction this time was a little less. The main thing was that after the channel was opened, there would be a steady stream of funds in the future. After the initial deal was made, Rastein quickly began to plan in his mind. In these 3 days, he would be able to prepare at least 5,000 gold pounds. As for the black market, after communicating with the black market's authority, Rastein wasn't sure how much the black market's authority would have to fork out, but he knew that it would be at least 2,000 to 3,000 gold pounds. The mysterious person with the vortex ghost face mask had sold 500 ml last time. This time, it was 300 ml. Seeing that he could sell more later on, Reston guessed that this guy might have a very secretive relationship with the higher UPS of the Blood Ear Elves. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain so much water of the Spring of Life. But that wasn't something he needed to worry about. Gunai pulled out a wooden box made of dragon blood. He opened it to reveal 3 small bottles arranged in a row. Each vial contained 100 ml of the water of the Spring of Life. When Gunai opened the wooden box, a thick aura of life gushed out. Just breathing in the aura that was spreading out made Reston's body feel much more comfortable. Do you need to check? Gun placed a small bottle of water from the Spring of Life in front of Reston. Rastein placed the small bottle in front of his eyes. I don't even know how to check the water of the Spring of Life. Rastein thought to himself. However, the last time this guy sold it, it was the water of the Spring of Life. The aura is the same as this, so it shouldn't be a problem. After staring at it for a moment and confirming that it was similar to the aura of the water of the Spring of Life, Rastein nodded slightly. It is indeed the water of the Spring of Life. Immediately, Rastein stored the water of the Spring of Life into his storage bracelet. Then, Rastein took out the 1,000-pound notes. With the help of the Yulan Empire's state-owned banks, paper notes and gold pounds had become common at a rapid pace. Even some silver dragons and copper ingots were gradually replaced with paper notes. Nowadays, large-scale transactions were carried out in 10-pound notes. After counting the 110-pound notes, Gun heaved a sigh of relief. There were no abnormalities in the transaction process. At least, Rystein's channel seemed to be very successful. I'll come back here 3 days later to trade with you. Gunai's hoarse voice sounded. Also, before I come, I'll pass by the place where Little Lake was waiting for me. If there's a need for a temporary change or any other abnormal situation, you can have Lil Lake or the other children wait for me there. Understood. Rastein nodded slightly. Gunai then stood up. Happy cooperation. Gunai extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Rastein also extended his palm. On the streets, the cold wind was howling. Gunai had already disappeared into the night. Rastein, who was standing at the entrance of the alleyway, put on a wide-edged, thick, dry yellow winter cowboy hat after he made sure that Gun was far away. He walked in another direction. The follow-up transaction of the water of the Spring of Life was no small matter. He needed to contact the black market's authority to be able to sell it reasonably in the black market. After all, he was only one of the core members of the black market. There were many things that he could not handle alone. In the depths of the pitch-black night, snowflakes were falling as Gunai's divine movement was as fast as a ghost. Half an hour later, Gunai returned to the secret training room through the hidden tunnel. Gunai Si, who was sitting cross-legged on his cultivation seat, thought that today's transaction was a success. All in all, the transaction was successful, and the channel has been opened. Of course, we can't let our guard down because of this. We still have to be on guard. Then, Zhen. Gunai rubbed his eyebrows. The next thing I need to do is to buy those materials. Gunai had done some market research these days. Thanks to the rich mineral resources of the extraordinary mountain range in the north of the Sug Ruins city, it successfully drove the economic development of the city. Some well-known chambers of commerce had branches in the city of the Sug Ruins. Moreover, there were many powerful chambers of commerce in the Sug Ruins. These 6 materials could be found in all the chambers of commerce in the market. Since Gunai had already opened up a channel, he could now start to purchase the items. The large-scale purchases were too eye-catching. No one would pay attention to small-scale and scattered purchases. The materials are all prepared. Once the Soul Sigil Potion experiment is successful. Gunai pondered. My soul's extraordinary characteristic will be able to transform in the direction of elite grade. Chapter 127 The Guidance of Fate Prying. On this day, in the afternoon, in the private alchemy room, Gunai was in front of his workstation, carefully refining the subsequent series of potion number 132. Gun carefully examined the bottle of water from the spring of life that contained the extraordinary properties of the soul-losing flower. This time, continue to adjust the soul-losing flower's dissolution rate to 12.4%. Just as he was thinking about this, Gunai's body trembled. In Gunai's eyes, the mysterious and unpredictable fate-prying vision suddenly bloomed again. In the past, he would have a fate prying every 2 or 3 days, and Gunai was already used to it. Sometimes, when Gunai was sleeping, the fate-prying vision would interrupt his sleep, which gave him a headache. As the vision of prying into fate bloomed, Gunai saw the hair-like chains of fate tightly bound to his body. Head, neck, arms, chest, legs, all of them. When he used the coin of destiny to look at the shackles of fate, he didn't feel much. And when he activated his vision of fate prying, when he saw the chains of fate on his body, he felt an inexplicable sadness in the depths of his heart. It was like a prisoner who was unable to break free and was looking at the door of his cell. The nature of transcendent beings is that they desire to break free from the shackles of fate. This was something that Gunai had understood long ago with his fate-prying eyes. Gun had already planned for the coin of destiny to break the shackles of fate. When the matter of the Sug ruined city was over and things settled down, Gunai would find a good opportunity to completely sever all the shackles of fate on his body. He wanted to break free from the imprisonment of fate. Gunai was also looking forward to what would happen. Gunai didn't use the vision of fate to look at the shackles on his body and feel the despair of his body and mind being imprisoned. Instead, he used his fate-prying vision to look at the engraving potion in his hand. I feel that this 12.4% isn't very good. I need to lower it. Gunai took out a test tube of water from the spring of life and poured it into the water to dilute the 12.4% water's dissolution. He quickly diluted it. When the degree of dissolution reached 8.32%, Gunai suddenly had an epiphany and stopped. At the same time, the vision of fate prying quickly disappeared. Gunai was also exhausted, a kind of exhaustion that came from deep within his soul. Gunai forced himself to focus as he looked at the water of the spring of life in his hand, which had an 8.32% dissolution rate. Even though it might not be successful, the degree of dissolution is guided by something. At the very least, it gives me a pretty good and reasonable value. It's a pity that this vision of prying into fate only lasts for a few seconds. If I wasn't doing an experiment, I probably wouldn't have been able to see it at all. After that, Gunai used the soulless flower's spring of life solution with a 8.32% dissolution rate as the core data to begin a new round of preparation. These materials were all readily available, so Gunai was able to make them very quickly. About half an hour later, 8 bottles of the derivative sequence potion number 132 had been developed by Gun. He looked at the 8 bottles of engraving potion in his hands. I hope there will be a good result, Gunai said softly. Then, he turned off the device and walked out. Leona, who had been waiting outside, walked up to him. Grandmaster Gunai. Leona said respectfully. This is the engraving potion for today. After giving the potion to Leona, Gugni walked to the sofa. After the signet potions were completed, Leona would send them to the castle laboratory next door. Professor Henry, who was in charge of the experiment, would report the results of the potion regularly and give Gunny feedback. Of course, whenever there was a major breakthrough, Professor Henry would report it to Gunai. For example, the breakthrough in soul engraving potion number 132. Hoo. Gunai came to the sofa and laid down. He rubbed his temples to ease his fatigue. The maidservant at the side began the work of grinding and boiling the coffee. While resting, Gunai was also gently feeling the power of his blood. The blood that had been slightly hot after fusing with the Thanator's blood had now completely stabilized. The feeling of absolute control over his blood returned to Gunai. Tonight, at the latest by tomorrow night, we can start the blood transfusion work, Gunai thought. After finishing his coffee, Gunai felt that he had rested enough. He looked at the time. It was past 4 in the afternoon. Today is the time to make the deal with Rastein. Simultaneously, I'll need to start buying the materials. With this in mind, Gunai stood up and looked at the maid. I'm going to cultivate tonight, so you don't have to call me for dinner. Yes. The maidservant nodded in response. 10 minutes later, he opened the extraordinary door and followed the secret passage to a hidden exit diagonally opposite the castle. Gunai stopped a carriage by the side of the road. Go to the main commercial street. The stores of those chambers of commerce were all located on the main commercial street of the Antukong district. It was the most prosperous and lively place in the entire Sug ruins. 2 hours later, night slowly covered the entire land, and the temperature dropped further. In a private room on the 3rd floor of the cafe. Spending over 3,000 gold pounds just like that, it really hurts. In those 2 hours, Gunai had spent 3,200 gold. They were all used to buy materials. The harvest was also quite rich. These materials would be enough for Gunai to make more than 20 portions of Soul Sigil potion. On average, the price of one potion of secret engravings was less than 150 gold pounds. Including the water of the Spring of Life, the price would not exceed 300 gold pounds. Of course, this price could only be reached when the materials were carefully processed and efficiently used. Just the processing of the materials alone would take a lot of time. When Gunir had been researching and refining it, he had used the water of life as he pleased. He had used whatever materials he could find, and the price had naturally been far higher than the 300 gold rankers. It had even been common for it to be over 1,000 pounds. When mass production began and profits were to be made, they would definitely try to make it as cheap as possible. In fact, it was not impossible to dilute a bottle of regular Signet potion by 3 to 4 times and sell it at a regular price. Even Old Cohen had done it before, let alone the Pioneer Group, which was a huge organization that no one could restrict. For Gunai, the potions with all the information he needed, as well as the soul engraving potion he would be using in the future, all of them had to be made by himself. Gunai had bought so many materials precisely for this. As he pondered, he looked through the glass window at the corner of the street. The oil lamp in that position still did not light up, as if the city staff had forgotten about it. Under the dark night, Gunai used his source power vision to look over. There was nothing under the streetlights. If there was no one, it meant that the transaction was normal. Gun put on his robe and walked out of the cafe, disappearing into the darkness. As he walked, Gunai's body quickly grew taller, and he put on the Vortex Ghost face mask. When they arrived at the alleyway, Gunai looked over. With his source power vision, he could see that the 2 first-rank extraordinaries were still waiting in a hidden corner at the same place. Gunai said as he walked forward. Chapter 128 The beginning of the blood transfusion. An hour later. In the alley, Gun walked out in his mage's robe. The deal this time was very successful. Aside from Rastein, there was also an old man that Gun didn't recognize. From the powerful aura that the old man gave off with a single glance, Gunai could feel that his opponent was a rank 6 mage, which surprised him. He was just an ordinary first or second ranked low-ranked incantation master. It was only equivalent to the transcendent beginner level, and the law incantations he mastered were limited to ordinary and low-level transcendent law incantations. Its offensive, defensive, and sensory abilities were all not considered strong. The combat ability of a mage at this stage was very weak. Compared to shadowers and fighters of the same level, a beginner-level spellcaster was most likely not their match. Rank 3 and Rank 4 law incantation masters. Even if one was talented, it would take a long time of cultivation to achieve it. after a long period of cultivation. At this time, these law curse mancers would be able to condense a certain number of secret crossing, acceleration, ensemble, amplification, or some other special law runes. Similarly, the nurturing of rare grade equipment would also be completed gradually. Offensive, defensive, perception type spells and abilities, and even the fusion of some extraordinary implants would also be gradually completed. For example, some mage spellcasters could fuse with extra soul shards to allow the double ensemble ability to come out a step ahead of time. For example, he could fuse the ultra-sensitive skin of perception-type extraordinary creatures to further enhance his perception. There were also some extremely wealthy extraordinary individuals who directly purchased the wind contract bone armor, which had wind elemental runes and was worth tens of thousands of gold pounds. After the fusion, coupled with the incantation of law, one could obtain a certain level of flying ability. If there was danger, one could directly rise into the sky, and use the advantage of the air to bombard the ground with the incantation of law, etc. In addition, at this time, the law incantation master would gradually mix the low-rank, mid-rank, and even a small number of high-rank law incantations that he had mastered. The power of a law magus was starting to show. The advantage of a law incantation master against other extraordinary professionals began to show. And when they reached the advanced level, which was the 5th and 6th step, a high-level curse mancer who had mastered more high-level law curses and had come into contact with the engravings of law curses would undergo a major transformation. At this time, if the battle element and shadow element were to fight head-on against a mage of the same level, they would most likely die a terrible death. Even though Gunai was quite powerful now. But facing a rank 6 mage, Gun wasn't stupid enough to think he was a match for him. Fortunately, the rank 6 law incantation master was also here to trade. He was wary of Gunai, but he didn't have any ill intentions. He even chatted with Gunai for a bit and appeared to be quite friendly. In this transaction, Gunai had paid 800 ml of water of the Spring of Life in return for 8,000 gold pounds. Before he left, the old man had promised Gunai that he would make another deal in 3 days. If possible, he wanted to increase the amount of water of the Spring of Life. The gap in the Fountain of Life was so large that Gunai could clearly feel it. Gunai naturally wouldn't refuse. With the black market as a cover, humans would be the only ones to benefit from the water of life entering the market. It would not be the blood-eared elves who were unwilling to provide for the human world. Gunai knew better than anyone else. The moment he submitted that soul and the formula for the Dragon Blood secret rune potion to the higher UPS, then the water of the Spring of Life would become the only material that would limit the production of the Signet potion. In the past, the upper echelons of the Yulan Empire's parliament were not willing to venture deep into the extraordinary wilderness to attack the foreign races in the depths of the twisted secret plane. It was because the benefits were not proportional to the gains. So what if he had the water of the Spring of Life? In the human world, the water of the Spring of Life was only used as a life-saving medicine at a critical moment. The same effect could also be achieved with top-tier pure healing potions. With a substitute, there was no need for the expensive water of the Spring of Life for many extraordinary people. But now, things were different. The moment the engraving potion was released, the other materials could be freely obtained by humans and even sold in the market. However, the water of the Spring of Life could not. With Gunai's current status, he only managed to obtain a small amount of the Spring of Life each time. It could be seen that the amount of water from the Spring of Life that flowed into the human world was still quite small. This obviously didn't meet the needs of a large-scale engraving potion. On a smaller scale, the engraving potion could greatly increase the power of the official extraordinaries of the Yulan Empire's Extraordinary Association. On a larger scale, that would be a huge increase in the overall power of the entire Yulan Empire. Once the overall national power was greatly improved, the Yulan Empire could very well become the most powerful of the 3 great empires in the north. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As of now, the competition between the three empires in the north of the Oya continent was getting more and more intense. As long as the Yulan kingdom was not stupid, how could they miss such a good opportunity? At that time, it was foreseeable that the Yulan Empire would definitely launch a war against the northern distorted secret plane. The outcome of the blood-eared elves was self-evident. A ripple of the tide of the times had been inadvertently led by Gun, and its target was the blood-eared elves who had once tried to harm Gunyatu. A small splash in the tide of this era was a towering mountain that could destroy the blood-eared elves and other races living in the distorted secret plane. The night was dark. Gun's figure disappeared into the darkness of the street. Inside the house, the fire in the small fireplace was burning, and the crackling of wood could be heard from time to time. An old man with a slightly wrinkled face, wearing a grey magic gold robe, sat on a sofa. He was completely relieved after checking the water of the spring of life in this batch of transactions again. "Sir Arst, did you manage to figure out anything about that mysterious man in the grimacing mask?" At this moment, Reston asked the old man in a low voice. This time, one of the reasons for Augustus's arrival was to participate in the trade as the leader of the black market. On the other hand, he wanted to find out more about the mysterious masked man. The old law incantation master named Austin heard Rystein's question, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was lost in thought. In the previous deal, Arst naturally did not miss the chance to spy on the mysterious masked man who had changed his voice, concealed his face, and even wore gloves. However, he could only vaguely sense a little vigorous chi and blood. Other than that, he could not find any useful information. After all, his perception was quite powerful, and even a Tier 6 Shadowmancer would have a hard time getting close to him. As for this mysterious man, he tried his best to sense him, but he could only stop at thick chi and blood. This made even Arst a little afraid. The vigorous chi and blood information only meant that this law incantation master had cultivated something similar to a knight's breathing technique. Or perhaps, this guy had been implanted with a powerful extraordinary heart. In the current extraordinary era, some law incantation knights or even law incantation assassins would specially train in things like breathing techniques. As for the proliferation of extraordinary hearts, this was too common. If he could sense the other party's blood, it would still be of some use. However, feeling the other party's thick chi and blood was the same concept as very strong body. There were many people who had very strong bodies. There were also quite a few people with vigorous chi and blood. There was not much difference between this information and not. After thinking for a long time, Arst finally looked at Reston. This guy isn't simple. It's fine as long as we maintain a good channel of trading. If we can't provoke him, we should try not to provoke him. Otherwise, I might not even be able to protect you. Hearing this, Rystein's heart trembled. Even Sir Arst can't see through it. It's a good thing I didn't act rashly, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Following Arst's words, some of Reston's thoughts were completely extinguished. In the deep night, Gunai was walking on the snow with a happy mood. The success of this transaction had also allowed him to get in touch with the high-level experts of the black market. It was obvious that the distribution channel had stabilized. In the following time, he only needed to convert all the gold pounds into materials. After the engraving potion was developed, Gunai could make a fortune with the materials. As he moved forward, Gunai could feel the powerful and life force of his blood. The blood in my body has completely calmed down. I can change my blood tonight, Gunai thought. Gunai then took a step forward and activated blood escape. In an instant, Gunai's body turned into a blood-red light. By the time his foot landed, Gunai was already 8 or 9 meters away from his original spot. Gunai continued to move forward. Every step he took was a blood escape technique. Gun's body turned into a red light in the dark. He was like a red elf jumping in the darkness. A moment later, Gunai had easily crossed the long street. Gunai had used the blood escape spell alternately with the other soul-fixing divine rings, and it was already level 1. It wasn't difficult for Gunai to avoid some of the more dangerous attacks. Shenzhou Castle was not far away. It's time for the blood transfusion, Gunai murmured. Chapter 129 The Bloodline of the Thanator. In a secret room in Deep Duke Castle, Gunai's Xin sat cross-legged on his cultivation seat, his mind completely immersed in the blood pool. With a thought, Gunai pulled out the wriggling flesh from the blood pool. After examining the squirming flesh, Guniao began to think. It's been devouring for more than half a month, but there's almost no reduction in size. However, the extent of my physical body's enhancement is very obvious. My muscles, internal organs, and many other organs have all been strengthened. More importantly, the defensive scales under his skin are starting to form. His ability to resist attacks has greatly improved. As expected, the quality of this squirming flesh is still too high. After the blood reformation, I will absorb the flesh, bones, and scales of the Thanator at that time. My growth will be extremely rapid. He placed the wriggling flesh into the system space and kept it. Gunai felt the blood pool again. During this period of time, he had been tirelessly hacking to open up the blood pool. The blood pool was now the size of a small basin, enough to hold about 2,000 milliliters of blood. With a flip of his hand, Gunai placed a large wooden bottle in front of him. The bottle contained more than 10,000 milliliters of the Thanator's blood. He drained the blood from the pool and placed it into a medium-sized wooden bottle made of dragon blood wood. Begin blood transfusion. A deep breath. Ancient nirvana entered the state of origin power breathing. Gunai first poured 500 ml of his blood into the now empty blood pool. After that, he used the puppet secret thread to quickly extract and absorb the Thanator's blood and threw it into the blood pool. As the Thanator's blood was poured into the blood pool, the two types of blood began to fuse without any obvious conflict or wear down by their extraordinary characteristics. Gunai let out a sigh of relief. Not a bad start. In the past few days, Gunai had absorbed more than 10,000 milliliters of the Thanator's blood. It could be said that his own blood had many characteristics of the Thanator's blood. Only then would he be able to fuse his blood with the Thanator's blood again without any conflict. He waited until the two types of blood were almost mixed. Gunai began to carefully send the blood through his heart into his body. At the same time, Gunai began to draw blood from his veins to his heart. Gunai's blood pool wasn't big enough, so the blood replacement needed to gradually drain his own blood and gradually replace it with the blood of the Thanator. This mixture of blood was only used as a scout. As the blood mixed into his heart, bang, 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 bang. His heart began to beat violently, and it seemed to be struggling. For a moment, Gunai's body felt like it was being suffocated. Fortunately, Gunai didn't need blood from the heart, so the abnormal beating of the heart didn't affect his operation. Holding back the uncomfortable feeling, Gunai steadily delivered the mixed blood. It was normal for the body to not be used to it, so he needed to force a blood transfusion to let the heart adapt. When Gunai finished inserting the 1000 ml of blood, the heart that had been beating intensely just now was still beating intensely, but it was no longer struggling. As the mixed blood was transported through his heart and circulated throughout his body, Gunai had lost most of his control over his blood. Fortunately, this was a normal phenomenon during the blood transfusion process. 10 minutes later, his heart was beating steadily. His body's discomfort from mixing with blood had also been mostly eliminated. Gunai once again poured 500 ml of his own blood and 1500 ml of the Thanator's blood into the pool. This was a mixture of a Thanator's blood with a high proportion. When the two types of blood mixed again, Gunai once again sent a high proportion of the Thanator's blood into his heart. Sure enough, when Gunai started to transfer more energy into the crystal, his heart began to beat abnormally violently again. Compared to the last time, it was obviously not as intense as before. A large amount of Thanator blood entered his body. Gunai had completely lost control of his extraordinary blood. Gunai could only feel the unfamiliar blood flowing through his veins and into every corner of his body. This made Gunai's control of his body a little strange. In this situation, Gunai didn't panic. Instead, he became more and more calm. This was because this was a normal situation where the Thanator's blood was assimilating its own blood. There was no problem with assimilation, as long as the Thanator blood did not self-awaken. After waiting for another half an hour, Gunai felt that the high proportion of the Thanator blood in his body had completely stabilized. Gunai's eyes narrowed. The main event is here. This time, Gunai filled the blood pool with 2000 ml of Thanator blood. This time, it was the blood of a Thanator. Furthermore, the Thanator's blood was still being extracted from the blood pool. Gunai wanted to succeed. With the third wave, the blood of the Thanator fused into Gunai's body. At this time, his heart was not as violent as before, only beating slightly faster. The heart that was unable to resist seemed to have already adapted to the Thanator's blood. After the baptism of the first two waves, as the Thanator's blood entered Gunai's body, Gunai clearly felt that the discomfort in his body wasn't as intense as it had been. My body's adaptability is really strong. There weren't any overly intense side effects throughout the entire process, much less abnormal states like mutation, or even losing control. Could it be, Gunai thought? Is this related to my physical body's innate talent that was strengthened after my physical body's strength repeatedly declined after reincarnating many times? It's most likely related, Gunai nodded. Otherwise, the blood transfusion this time would not have been so smooth. Continuous input and output. After the 10,000 milliliters of blood that he had accumulated was circulated and discharged out of his body, the blood transfusion was finally over. The entire process and the result were unimaginably smooth. The black Thanator blood with a hint of dark golden luster was now flowing through Gunai's body through his heart like how Gunai usually did. The only difference was that the Thanator's blood was completely out of Gunai's control. As for the blood escape technique and blood shield, he couldn't even use them. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. After a few days, Gunai would be able to get used to it and feel the blood of the perfect palm again. Then, Gunai once again immersed himself in the blood pool. With the operation of the hack system, the Thanator's blood in the blood pool was also being refined in the vortex. The only blood that he could control to a certain extent was the blood in the pool. What Gunai had to do for the next few days was to use the blood pool to gradually refine all the Thanator blood in his body. From there, he would be able to control all the blood. Gunai pondered as he felt the blood in the pool. Without a doubt, the blood of the Thanator is very powerful. The extraordinary characteristics it contains are so thick that I have never been able to touch it before. Even though I've absorbed most of the Thanator's blood and became a mixture of elite and king-tier blood, the purity and density of this extraordinary characteristic are still far from the blood of a true top-tier leader. However, the density of the Thanator's blood is too low. It doesn't possess any killing power, and it has almost no life recovery ability. It can be said that this blood is simply a weak blood with king-class characteristics. He looks like a level 0 account with 1 million in in-game purchases. Now, this blood with great potential is waiting for me to develop it. With it really makes me a little excited, Gunai said. At the same time, Gunai waved his hand. He took out a large piece of flesh from the Thanator, which contained bone armor and scales, as well as 2 other pieces of the Thanator's bones. The skull of the Thanator was not ordinary. It was not white, but black, the pure black kind, and there were a few dark golden runes on it. Even Gunai couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder at the runic bones. With a thought, Gunai threw the piece of Thanator flesh into the blood pool, as well as the 2 pieces of black bones. Immediately, the level 3 Thanator's blood pool began to rapidly digest the bones, flesh, and scales of the Thanator. Compared to the difficulty of digesting the squirming flesh and blood, the Thanator's blood was able to digest the Thanator's bones, flesh, and scales at a relatively fast speed. If Gunai hadn't absorbed the Thanatar beast's bone armor and absorbed its blood-producing ability, he would have been able to kill it. As time passed, Gunai's ability to produce more blood would eventually dilute the Thanatar blood. It was possible that after a few years, the blood would return to normal. Once Gunai absorbed the Thanatar's bone, he would have the same ability to produce blood. Gunai would then truly possess the bloodline of the Thanatar. At the same time, the bone armor, flesh, and scales would transform Gunai from the inside out into a Thanatar. It changed the essence of the body, which was a powerful characteristic of the digestion of the blood pool. This was also the strength of the unique extraordinary profession of blood curse mancer. According to the information in the inheritance, the stronger the extraordinary talent, the higher the upper limit of the blood that can be absorbed. His talent is average. He can only bear the bloodline of an elite. Those with greater talent can inherit king-level bloodline. That blood curse master Gu has inherited a king bloodline. However, according to the records, blood curse master Gu and several other transcendent masters had once worked together to kill a lord-tier giant beast. It's obvious that blood curse master Gu also wants to obtain the more powerful lord-tier bloodline. To me, my extraordinary talent can be improved continuously. A lord-tier bloodline is not a big problem for me. I can even accept and digest the bloodline of legendary lords, who are comparable to great beings. Chapter 130 Winter Night. The next day, early in the morning. As soon as Gunai woke up, he felt a change in his body. He gently touched his arm. The tough texture of his skin, as well as the extremely strong defensive scales under the surface of his skin, were all clearly displayed in Gunai's perception. He slightly clenched his fists. The muscles that were so strong that even Gunai was surprised released a powerful force. It had only been one night, but Gunai's physical fitness had greatly improved. At the same time, Gunai also felt that he had gained some control over the Thanatar blood in his body. Is this the power of a king-class bloodline? I've improved so much overnight. Gunai was speechless. He immersed his mind into the blood pool. He saw that the piece of flesh and 2 pieces of bones that he had put into it the night before had been completely digested. The digestion ability of a level 3 blood pool is really strong. I remember from the Blood Curse Mancer inheritance information that when the Blood Curse Mancer, Gu, established this inheritance, his blood pool was only at the peak of rank 6. You must know that the Blood Curse Mancer, Gu, had cultivated for almost 100 years. I've only been here for a few months, and I'm already at level 3. In just a year, I've already reached level 5, and I'll only need 2 or 3 years to reach level 6. And this is under the condition that my talent is not improving. As my talent improves, the efficiency of absorbing cultivation experience will further improve, and the level 6 blood pool will come even faster. As he pondered, Gunai once again took out a large piece of the Thanatar's flesh, scales, and bones, and threw it into the blood pool. Gunai went to the corner of the room and pulled out a weight measuring device from under the cabinet. The substantial increase in my defense and strength can't be separated from the increase in the density of my body. Let's try the weight of my body. As Gun stood on the weight measuring device, the number on the device increased rapidly. It finally stopped at 462 kilograms. Not bad, not bad. You've gained another 20 jin in one night. The body size didn't increase. It's just an increase in density. The increase in my body's density will obviously increase my physical defense and strength. During this period of time, my physical body's defense and toughness have continuously increased. Now, my fleshly body is also starting to take shape. An ordinary level 1 extraordinary incantation shouldn't be able to cause much damage to me, right? And when I'm wearing the purple scale chainmail, even if a powerful attack hits me head-on, I'll still be able to survive. I'll still be able to take it rather easily. Gunai was thinking about the integrity of his body. However, Gun wasn't crazy enough to test his defense with a ring spell. Ever since he had gotten the wriggling flesh, Gunai had been digesting it. The most direct effect was that Gunai's weight increased in a straight line, and he could gain 3 to 5 pounds every day. The previous day, Gunai had been replaced with a high-quality Thanator's blood, and the blood pool had absorbed a large amount of the blood, which had allowed him to improve overnight. With the success of the blood replacement and the continuous digestion of the blood pool, the power of the king-level bloodline of the top leader will greatly improve my body in this short period of time. The bloodline of a king-class leader is indeed powerful. Gunai clenched his fist and said. After washing up and having breakfast, he began his usual day of refining potions and studying the engraving potion. Time continued to pass. Gunai's life had once again entered a stable state. Apart from making high-grade potions and rune potions, he spent the rest of his time studying rune analysis. His understanding of the runes of the world's framework was also getting deeper by the day. In addition to these normal cultivation work, every few days, Gugni would leave the castle through the secret passage behind the extraordinary door. His goal was naturally to sell the water of the Spring of Life, as well as purchase the materials for the soul engraving potion. It was very easy for Gunai to buy these materials now. After some time, that might not be the case. He wasn't stingy with the money he earned from selling the water of the Spring of Life. Gunai would buy as many materials as he could without anyone noticing. As the experiment continued to progress, the Nightmare Blood Dragon Blood Sigil potion began to show some improvement. After consuming the Dragon Blood potion, the Silver Armored Rat's Berserk level began to decrease. The Soul Sigil potion was also steadily improving, and the condition of his soul's sleep began to improve. This clearly had a lot to do with the proportion of soul-losing grass Gunai had seen when he had used his fate-prying vision. As for the proportion of the other materials and the compatibility of the soul-losing flower, he was still in the process of optimizing it. Gunai had also gradually figured out a few good ideas. With the passage of time and the investment of funds, the time for these two potions to be developed would only get closer and closer. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. On this day, in the afternoon, Deep Duke Castle, in a private alchemy room, Gun gave Leona the 3 Nightmare Dragon Blood Sigils that he had finished researching that day. Then, he walked towards the rest area in the hall. It's been a while since Dr. Henry last came. Gunai thought to himself as he walked. There shouldn't be any major breakthroughs, or the experiment over there has entered a more critical stage. Gunai speculated. He came to the sofa area in front of the warm fireplace. Undine, the maid who was waiting there, quickly started to grind and boil the coffee. Gunai rubbed his temples as he lay on the sofa. When he touched the temple, he could clearly feel the muscle membrane under his skin. The digestion and refining ability of the level 3 blood pool was much more powerful than Gunai had imagined. It was about the 4th day after the blood transfusion. The blood pool's powerful tempering properties allowed Gunai to gain full control of the Thanator blood. After that, Gun began to drink large amounts of water from the Spring of Life. The Thanator's blood began to have the characteristics of a blood warlock's blood. Recovery ability, energy characteristics, and powerful life force. Although he hadn't reached Gunai's peak in the past half-month, he was still at about 70% of his peak. The main point was, in this half a month, Gunai had digested nearly a quarter of the Thanator's body. The strength of his bone armor, the toughness of his body, as well as the muscles and scales that formed under his skin, were all different from when he had just undergone the blood exchange. At that time, Gunai was only able to withstand a first-level transcendent spell without being injured. Now, with the formation of the extremely strong defensive muscle membrane and scale armor under his skin, he had no choice but to take a look. It wouldn't be a problem for Gun to use his face to receive a level 1 spell. With the growth brought about by the digestion of the Thanator, Fatin's body finally began to show its edge. The coffee was ready. Gun added 2 cubes of milk and 3 spoons of fine white sugar. He walked to the window and looked out. The snow had stopped at some point. The night slowly descended. The snow had almost buried the entire courtyard. Under the night sky, it was vast and boundless. Only a few plants in the cold zone maintained a little green color of winter. Recently, I've been feeling a little uneasy, as if someone is secretly spying on the entire Shenzhou castle. Gun was drinking coffee and thinking. During this time, the entire Sug ruined city was very quiet. There was almost no news about the infidels. Via had come twice, but Gun had never gotten any useful information from her. But Gugni had heard from George. A descendant of Diablo had come to the Sug ruins. This strange silence made Gunai feel that something was wrong. The calm before the storm might be right now. At this moment, light footsteps came from behind him. Sir Gunai, have you prepared a hat? It was Undine's voice, not too loud or too soft. It did not disturb Gunai's mood, but it was also not too loud for him to hear. A hat? What hat? Gunai looked over. The hat of the winter night, Undine reminded him softly. The night of winter's end. Gunai's heart moved. Then, he turned to look at the sky outside the window. Is it Suanji's winter night today? Gunai's eyes narrowed as a sharp light bloomed. The night of winter's end. That means today is the day that we are the furthest from the sun and the closest to darkness. Chapter 131 The Arrival of Drive Henry. Master Gunai, if you don't have one, I've prepared one for you. Undine's voice was heard again. Oh! Undine's movements were light and quick. He took out the winter extinguishing hat that he had prepared earlier from a drawer. It was embroidered with a furry and chubby lynx. The fur with a grey hat should be the fur of some transcendent creature. The chubby lynx on it looked very delicate and exquisite. It was obvious that Undine the maid had put in a lot of effort for this winter extinguishing hat. He took the winter hat. It's a very beautiful hat. Thank you, Gunai said. Undine the maidservant immediately showed a bright smile. I'm glad you like it. It was said that a long time ago, the night of the winter's death was exceptionally cold, and some transcendent creatures that liked the dark and cold would even go around looking for food on the night of the winter's death, in order to resist the cold and those supernatural creatures. On the night of the winter extinction, everyone was wearing a furry hat. On these furry hats were some extraordinary creatures, such as snow leopards, lynx, winter bears, white wolves, and so on. This was to scare off the hunting extraordinary creatures. This custom was passed down. The night slowly fell. The lights in the hall were also lit up to dispel the darkness. The dinner on the night of the winter death was as sumptuous as Gunai had expected. The others clearly hadn't forgotten about the winter's end night like Gunai had. Everyone was wearing a furry hat of winter extinction, and two of them even had green hats. Gunai couldn't help but look at them. Other than the guards who were wearing helmets and didn't wear the winter extinguishing hat, everyone else was wearing the furry hat. Even the butler, Fraser, was no exception. The unusually sumptuous and lively dinner was spent in the laughter of the crowd. Throughout the meal, Gunai was on guard. From time to time, he would glance at the sky outside. The night was gloomier, darker, and more oppressive and dangerous than ever. It was as if a dark beast was lurking in the darkness, making people feel uneasy. Other than Gunai, no one else seemed to have noticed this abnormality. After dinner, Gunai didn't go to rest. Instead, he took a short rest on the sofa in front of the fireplace. At the same time, Gunai was also sorting out his recent success with the blood transfusion and cultivation. First of all, Gunai's rank as a law incantation master had reached the middle of the second rank. The number of secret crossing runes successfully reached 10. The capacity of the origin pool had also reached more than 950 capacity units. More importantly, as Gun's soul capacity grew, the capacity of the spell also increased. To a rank 3 and rank 4 law incantation master, there were quite a few low-rank law incantations. Casting mid-rank law incantations in battle was normal. At the same time, there were a few high-rank law incantations that they had mastered. Rank 2 Gun's skill in law incantations was almost the same as a rank 3 or 4 law incantation master. Intermediate spells were the main combat power, while advanced spells were the core support power. He also had a few low-level spells. The difference was, Gun's spell level was much higher than that of an average mid-rank spell master. The vast majority of law incantations masters were able to master and release them proficiently and reach level 1 after training. For core law incantations, the law incantations would take a little more time for them to advance to grade 2. However, after advancing to the second rank, if one wanted to advance to the third rank, they would need to cultivate in units of years. Extraordinaries who were able to grasp more level 2 intermediate and advanced spells or extraordinary martial skills were already considered powerful among the level 3 and level 4 intermediate extraordinaries. As compared to the level 1 and level 2 spells of an intermediate law incantation master, this was not the case. The rank 3, rank 4, and even rank 5 spells in Gunai's hands would obviously have a great advantage. He opened the hack systems page. AFK. First hack position, Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring spell, level 3. Second hack position, Sibana Origin Pool, level 4. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, level 3. Fourth hack slot, Magic Blade Curse, level 3. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, level 3. Among the intermediate, advanced, and codex spells, only the intermediate spell Magic Blade Curse had been upgraded to level 3 2 days ago. The other incantations of Law and Codex were still accumulating experience, and their levels had not changed. Gunai roughly calculated the time and concluded that he should be breaking through soon. A rank 3 Demonic Blade Curse is already very powerful. Furthermore, after reaching rank 3, the speed of the demonic blade has increased by another level, and its concealment has greatly increased. It's equivalent to a small qualitative change. The Mithril and Devil Gold ranked purple scaled chainmail on my body has also reached more than 60% of its fertility, and I can basically unleash most of its powerful defensive properties. Combined with my body's tough defense, I'm afraid that even a normal tank knight wouldn't have as strong a survival ability as me. Gunai touched the bracelet on his right hand. It was the Dark Witch Staff, now dark gold and silver. Creating the purple scaled chainmail only took Gunai a bit of effort. Gunai had spent most of his energy on the Dark Wizard Staff. As a result, the Dark Sorcerer Magic Staff had been activated to over 80%. 3 of the 4 secret crossing runes were activated. 9 out of 10 enhancement runes were activated. The 3 runes of the Dark Witch Staff and Gunai's own 10 runes. This gave Gunai 13 secret crossing runes, and he was only one step away from the high-level spell, Soul Stabilizing Ring. At the same time, the Dark Shaman Staff also increased the power of his spells by 90%, making them even more destructive. While Gugni closed his eyes to take a nap, Undine was grinding coffee beside him. For ordinary people, having a cup of coffee after dinner was basically the rhythm of staying up late. It wasn't a problem for an extraordinary like Gunai, who had a strong body and strong digestive ability. When the coffee was ready, Gunai picked up the coffee pot and poured himself a cup. "You can go back and rest, I still have many things to do here," Gunai ordered. "Yes," Undine quickly left after her reply. Gunai walked to the window with a cup of coffee. The night was still dark, and the sky was covered in layers of dark clouds. Gunai quietly watched the darkness. "Sir Gun, Professor Henry requests an audience." At this moment, the sound of the guard at the door came from the empty hall. "Oh, Dr. Henry, did the experiment succeed again?" Gunai's heart moved. "Let Dr. Henry in." It had been a while since Dr. Henry came to report the experiment results. Gunai estimated that the other side must have entered a critical moment. It was already late at night, but Dr. Henry still rushed over. He probably had good news. Dr. Henry, who was wearing a black coat and a thick top hat, entered the hall and walked straight to Gugni. "Good night, Dr. Henry," Gunai said as he stood up. "Oh, good night, Master Gunai," Dr. Henry saluted Gugni. I guess you've brought me good news again, right? Gunai said with a smile. Of course it's good news. It's great news. Dr. Henry had a smile on his face. Perhaps it was because he was a little too anxious, but his smile was a little stiff. Professor Henry sat down in front of Gun and quickly opened the document he brought. Then, he started to quickly flip through the documents. Yee. What about the documents? He was here just now. That's a very important document. I remember that I brought it with me. Dr. Henry was a little anxious. He quickly flipped through the documents in front of him, making a mess. Oh, then where did that damn important document go? Important documents. Important documents. Important documents, Ying Luo. Dr. Henry quickly looked through the messy pile of documents in front of him. The person sitting opposite him watched this scene and frowned slightly. A strange light surged in his eyes. Without making a sound, Gunai cast a blood shield. As Gunai's blood grew stronger, the blood shield's strength naturally increased as well. I found Ying Luo. Suddenly, Dr. Henry seemed to have found something. He laughed, looking very excited. Haha, Ying Luo, an important document, Ying Luo, an important document. Professor Henry waved the paper in his hand. However, it was a blank piece of paper. Ha 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 ha. Professor Henry continued to laugh, but his laughter was a little pale and miserable. Under Gunai's gaze, his smile became twisted and weird. His face was filled with panic, horror, and madness. Professor Henry laughed crazily, and his laughter echoed in the hall. The flesh on Dr. Henry's face was torn to the root of his ears, and his fangs were exposed. It was a terrifying sight. Important Suanji documents. Dr. Henry let out his last roar. Boom! Immediately, Dr. Henry's entire body exploded like a bomb. Chapter 132 Tier 3 Flame Demon. Boom! An indescribably terrifying shock wave exploded. The shock wave of the explosion was more powerful than the explosion of Gunai's 20-circle spell. The couches, coffee tables, and the surrounding desks and counters were the first to be affected. In the blink of an eye, they were all swept up by the shock wave of the explosion. The burning fireplace not far away was also instantly blown to pieces by the shock wave, and the flames were extinguished. The shock wave of the explosion swept through the entire hall of Deep Duke Castle. There were long dining tables, chairs, and even many decorative murals, curtains, potted plants, and so on. All of them were swept into the shockwave and crushed. Bang 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 bang. The glass in the hall of the castle was not spared either, and it exploded like firecrackers. The explosion was accompanied by dark red flames, as if it was the fire of hell from the deepest part of hell. After the explosion, the entire castle hall was in ruins, like a purgatory. The clusters of dark red ignited the waste flammable materials in the castle and filled the entire hall of Deep Duke Castle. The flames illuminated the entire ruined hall, making it look dilapidated and strange. At the center of the explosion, where Dr. Henry was, the skull bloomed with a ball of dark red flames and intense explosive sparks. As the sparks and flames rapidly grew, the body under the head quickly grew. The power of this explosion is really too weak. It actually didn't completely destroy this hall. As it grew, the flaming head continued to speak. No wonder this guy is just an ordinary 2-star, second-order extraordinary. It's not bad that he could cause such a big explosion by detonating all his energy. As it grew, a human-shaped demonic creature with a height of 2 meters gradually appeared in the flames. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales. The flames seemed to have bloomed naturally from the scales, and each scale rose with the burning flames, emitting a slight crackling sound. Peepa, a slight sound. His demonic cheeks were covered in scales, and deep red flames burned in his eye sockets. On its head, there was a pair of curved and sharp demon goat horns. His arms were long and extended past his knees, and his claws were tough and shiny. It was a transformed Ifrit. The extraordinary Balrog looked around. Is that great herbalist dead, not even a corpse? What a fragile fellow! At the same time, at the corner of the passage leading to the underground alchemy room, the ancient Nirvana stage cultivator stood there silently, and even the blood shield on his body hadn't been broken. Gugni had noticed that there was something wrong with Henry. He even smelled volcanic lava on him. Gugni immediately thought that Henry might have been possessed. Sure enough. Not only was this Dr. Henry possessed, but this guy was also a powerful 6-star extraordinary profession fire demon. The flame demon was an ancient profession of extraordinary. It was said that its history could be traced back to the Dark Age more than 100,000 years ago. But now, the demonic blaze overlord from the infernal realm, a powerful overlord-level creature, would no longer appear in the Oya continent. However, the inheritance token of the extraordinary class Fire Lord was passed down. It's a pity, Dr. Henry. Gunai rubbed his temples and sighed. When he found out that it was the night of winter's end, and that Gunai felt an inexplicable threat. Gunai knew that something would happen today. As expected, Professor Henry was the first to suffer. Are those guys hiding in the dark about to make their move? Gunai thought. Gunai's eyes narrowed. He quickly constructed some of the extraordinary characteristics of the Balrog in his mind. It was a powerful 6-star extraordinary class flame demon. This extraordinary professional has the flame demon form. In Gun's perception, this strange form that was bursting with explosive waves and flames was obviously the Ifrit form. An extraordinary inferno demon in the form of an inferno demon. It was born with the ability to absorb and transform the power of an explosion. In other words, he could absorb the shock waves caused by the explosion-type incantations and turn them into his own explosive energy, which he could then release in the form of an explosion. Simply put, the explosion was ineffective against most of his attacks. At the same time, flame demons were born with the ability to control fire, and they also had an extremely strong immunity to fire-type damage. Every 5-star, 6-star, or even 7-star extraordinary profession had their own strengths. The 6-star Ifrit was able to absorb the power of the explosion and was immune to fire damage. Although Gunai was very strong, he didn't dare to be careless when facing this third-step 6-star flame demon. This way, my ring bombardment is basically just for show. After the fire arrow pierced through him, the burning and extinguishing properties of the flames would probably not be able to cause any effective damage to this guy. The lightning arc technique should be effective. Of course, the most effective ones are my soul-stabilizing divine ring spell and the devil blade spell. The puppet secret thread is also fine. Gunai quickly formed a battle plan in his mind. I've already put my soul-stabilizing divine ring on that guy, but he didn't notice his ESP isn't strong. Gunai had noticed that something was wrong, so he had cast a soul-stabilizing spell. He then used the blood escape technique to quickly retreat. Sure enough, when the soul-stabilizing spell landed on Henry, Gun felt another powerful force hidden in Henry's body being locked on. At the same time, the Ifrit shouldn't have discovered my location. This might be one of my breakthrough points. Gunai pondered and waited. At the entrance of Shenju Castle. With the explosion just now, the sturdy door was not shattered by the impact, but it was cracked and deformed. As the impact of the explosion ended, the captain of the guards, Emolan, who was guarding the stage for Deep Duke Castle, immediately pushed the door open with all her might. What he saw was a spacious hall, which shocked the captain of the guards, Emolan. In the hall, a huge figure was bathed in the dark red flame, which made Emolan feel threatened. As the owner of the 2-star extraordinary profession soldier, Emolan was at the 4th rank. Although the star level of a transcendent class was not high, his rank of 4th rank and the countless life and death battles on the battlefield had long given him a steel-like will to fight and extraordinary combat skills. As the guardian of the castle, he had to be at the forefront even when facing a powerful enemy. Captain, this guy is not ordinary. Dekka, the stage 3 soldier beside Emolan, held his black iron and demonic bronze spear and crouched like a cheetah, waiting for the enemy. Dekka was Emolan's comrade who had been through life and death with her on the battlefield. He was also a brave warrior who was not weak. It's more than just extraordinary. A 6-star, 3rd rank Ifrit is a terrifying existence. Captain Emolan was very knowledgeable and knew this powerful flame demon. 6-star. Dekka's grip on his spear tightened. Captain, it's fine if you didn't say it. Now that you've said it, I'm trembling in fear and excitement. It's been a long time since I've fought with such a powerful extraordinary. Without responding to Dekka's words, Morin, who was wearing armor and holding a magic bronze spear, stepped into the hall of the ruins. Are you still there, Sir Gu Ni? Emolan's powerful voice swept through the hall. Even the burning flame trembled slightly under the vibration of his voice. After all, he was a 4th rank warrior who had been on the battlefield for a long time, and his strength was still quite strong. The voice ended, but there was no response. The explosion almost destroyed the entire hall. Sir Gunai is a researcher. I'm afraid Jianjia couldn't have survived. Dekka's body trembled with excitement, but he didn't forget to finish him off. Emolan's eyes finally fell on the Ifrit, who was bathed in dark red flames. Die! An explosive roar. Emolan's spear shot out and covered the distance of more than 20 meters in an instant. The spear was as powerful as a dragon. Even if they were to die in battle today, they couldn't let the Ifrit that had destroyed Deep Duke Castle escape. Chapter 133 Sneak Attack when possible. Captain Emolan was extremely fast. Dekka wasn't slow either. The two of them charged at the Ifrit from both sides, one in front and one behind. The flame demon didn't retreat. Instead, it grabbed the two transcendent soldiers and slapped them. Whoosh! The huge flame palm that swept across an area of 3 to 4 meters split into two and slapped toward the two. As soon as the flame demon attacked, caw! A sharp whistling sound flashed past. The whistling sound was so fast that the 3 people who were in a fighting state had noticed it at the first moment, but they had no time to dodge it. Swish! A sharp whistling sound and a tearing sound were heard almost one after another. Roar! Suddenly, the Ifrit let out a miserable shriek. Even the flames surrounding the two of them started to tremble. There's a helper! Emolan and Dekka had been on the battlefield for a long time, so their reactions were naturally fast. The two of them didn't retreat and directly attacked with their spears. Buzz! Buzz! The two spears broke through the trembling flaming palm and pierced through the Ifrit's body. The force of this fierce penetration caused the already injured Balrog to groan and retreat a little. Immediately after, a dense, storm-like sharp whistling sound filled the sky. Gunai knew how powerful the flame demon was, but he didn't attack. Gunai knew that the two guards at the gate weren't weak, so he waited for the two guards to attack the flame demon before he launched a sneak attack. Only then would he be able to injure the Ifrit with one strike. Gunai would definitely not be the first one to go up. Sure enough, the soul-stabilizing divine ring spells lock on and the powerful sharp-cutting ability of the level 3 magic blade curse. With a sneak attack, he managed to injure the Ifrit with just one strike. The subsequent explosion of the demonic blade curse also locked onto the Balrog. Gunai wanted to kill the Ifrit in one fell swoop. In a life-and-death battle, even a second could be wasted. The best enemy was an enemy that had turned into a corpse. The flight trajectory was so fast that it could barely be seen, and the powerful magic spell blade light that made people's hearts tremble bloomed and filled the air in an instant. It enveloped the entire area. F***CK. It's an AoE attack, we're still here. Seeing this, Dekka's eyes twitched as he cursed in his heart. The two of them moved extremely quickly, immediately retreating after the attack. When there was a law incantation master, it was best not to get too close, or it would be easy to accidentally injure him. As the two of them retreated, the injured Balrog did not attack rashly. Instead, it also retreated quickly. At the same time, he looked at the direction of the stone steps that were slanted downwards. That was where the incantation of law had flown up. Unfortunately, he didn't see any traces of human figures. All he saw were the huge, meter-long sharp magic blades that bloomed in the sky. Moreover, the speed of the sharp magic spell was terrifying. Just now, this sharp demonic blade had sneaked an attack from the side. By the time he felt it, it had already slashed his leg. That terrifying blade's powerful cutting power cut through the scales on his leg with just one strike. It tore through his muscles, and even his leg bones were damaged. Damn the ambusher! Damn it! The Ifrit cursed in its heart. The damage caused by this attack could not be said to be light. When the sky was filled with devil blades, he felt the threat of death. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to chase after the two soldiers with the powerful magic blade. The Balrog, who was retreating rapidly, was probably able to avoid the demonic blades that filled the sky. However, as he retreated, he was shocked to find that not only did the devil blades adjust their direction as he moved, but the scattered devil blades even drew an arc in the air and gathered toward him. Damn it, it's attraction spell. The Ifrit wasn't stupid, and it immediately understood the reason for this anomaly. However, understanding the situation did not mean that they could avoid the bombardment of these spells. Unable to avoid it, the Ifrit roared and swung its right arm in front of it. The dark red flame on his arm bloomed. A fire shield immediately condensed in front of him. Bang 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 bang. The dense magic blade curses quickly exploded on the fire shield. In less than half a second, under the bombardment of 7 or 8 demonic blades, the fire shield had already cracked. This fire shield is one of my core abilities. It can withstand the bombardment of a large number of spells. How can this demonic blade's offensive power be so strong? The flame demon, who was extremely shocked, knew that he had encountered an expert. If he didn't show his true strength, he would probably die here today. The flame demon's body shook slightly, and the flames on its body suddenly rose violently. Its entire body was covered in flames, and it looked like a dream. Whoosh! 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 The dense demonic blades pierced through the fire shield and tore it apart, turning the flame demon into flames. Chi 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 chi! The magic blade curse easily pierced through the flames, cutting the ground behind the flames into ravines. The Ifrit seemed to have disappeared. The entire ruins hall fell into silence. Only the dark red flames were still burning. It disappeared. Gunai's expression changed. Gunai tried to sense it, but he couldn't pinpoint the Ifrit's location. Even with the soul-stabilizing divine ring spell, it was still difficult to sense the location of the flame demon. After all, it's a very ancient and powerful 6-star profession that has been tested and verified by time. This means can't be underestimated. It's a pity that you have the soul-stabilizing spell on you. I can feel that you're nearby. I'll put 2 more on you later so that you'll have a clearer sense. Suddenly, Gunai felt something. Immediately after. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A ball of fire near the stone staircase suddenly bloomed, and then this flame was like a flamethrower, crazily spraying flames across the entire stone staircase. In an instant, the entire stone staircase passage was engulfed in a sea of fire, illuminating the entire hall of ruins red. The moment it came into contact with the flames, Gun's blood shield sizzled. The fire demon's control dealt a lot of damage. Die! At the same time, a furious roar exploded. The Ifrit had already reappeared in the flames. One of its claws was aimed at Gunai's chest. Gunai sneered, not afraid of the Ifrit at all. At the same time that the soul-stabilizing divine ring spell had locked onto the fire demon, the demonic blade curse burst out at this moment. Just now, you were too far away and you could have avoided it. Now, you can still avoid a close-range shot? Just as the flame demon's claws touched Gun's blood shield. Gun's thought process was faster than his opponent's, and he had already cast 3 devil blade curses. Pang! Chi 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 chi! The head-on confrontation occurred violently in the fire-filled stone stairs. Chapter 134 The Terrified Betrayal. Chi 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 chi. It was accompanied by a sharp cutting sound. Roar roar. The miserable shrieks exploded on the stone steps and then filled the ruined hall. At this moment, Emolan and Decca, who were guarding the entrance of the hall, were both looking at the fiery stone stairs in shock and caution. The rising fire made it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. However, the Ifrit's roar made it clear to them that it had suffered a great loss. Along with a shrill roar, the Ifrit's body, which had one of its arms cut off, quickly turned into flames and disappeared. At the same time, 7 or 8 demonic blade curses swept through the flames of the Ifrit and cut the green rocks on the steps behind it into a pile of gravel. If he had been a second later, he would have suffered an even heavier blow. With the disappearance of the flame demon, the flames on the stairs were also quickly extinguished. The fire hadn't completely died out, and Gunai's body was still burning. It was burning Gunai's chest. Gugni stood firmly in front of the wall. There was a black claw mark on the chest of his winter coat. It melted Gugni's coat and set it on fire. Without any expression on his face, he tore off the burning robe on his chest, revealing the mithril and devil gold ranked purple-scaled chain mail. The short confrontation just now. Gunai's demonic blade cut off one of the flame demon's arms. The flame demon's palm hit Gunai's chest, sending him flying into the wall. The power of this palm strike was terrifying. As Gunai's blood shield was broken, the powerful shockwave sent him flying into the wall. The wall behind him was cracked, showing how powerful this palm was. In fact, the destructive power of the flames contained in that palm was enough to easily burn a powerful Stage 2 Law Incantation Master to death. Unfortunately, in front of Gunai's powerful physique and mithril chain mail, this attack only managed to injure him. Gunai didn't even need to drink any potions. The extraordinary blood in his body could heal his injuries in 2 or 3 breaths. His powerful tanking body was fully displayed in this direct confrontation. Standing still and dealing damage, Gunai wasn't afraid of any experts of the same level. Looking at the flame demon's arm that had been cut off by the devil's blade curse, Gun smiled. "Do you really think that my tanky body is fake? You still dare to stick your face to mine?" With a wave of his hand, Gunai's puppet thread quickly seeped into the broken arm. Gunai then extracted the Ifrit's blood. After tasting a little bit of the blood, Gunai squinted his eyes. "This smell is really strange, but I've already remembered your smell. You're so silly." Gunai looked up at the entrance of the broken stone stairs. "You can't escape." The ruined, quiet, and cold hall was full of devastation. "We've you." As the window glass shattered, the cold wind gushed into the room. The burning dark red flames swayed in the cold wind. The entire room was filled with a strange and flirtatious red flame. The snow outside the window had a strange red color. In an unremarkable ball of flame, the Balrog, betrayal, was hidden within. At that moment, an inexplicable fear rose from the depths of Betrayal's heart. Is that guy a monster? The scene just now was clearly engraved in Betrayal's heart. He controlled the power of Inferno that was unique to the extraordinary class of Balrog. One hit was enough to shatter the magic mangaka's shield. It was common knowledge that a mage's shield was not very powerful when they were at the beginner level. Originally, he had planned to get close to the mage and shatter his shield with a single strike. The power of the Inferno could easily burn the mage to death from the inside. After all, a mage's body didn't have much resistance against normal attacks. Not to mention the special penetrating force. He had used this method to kill at least 10 spellcasters. However, when he had sent the rank 2 mage flying with a single blow, the power of his Inferno had also seeped into the mage's body. A terrifying scene appeared. Even though the Law Incantation Master was sent flying by him, he seemed to be completely fine. He was still casting Law Incantations to bombard him as he was flying. "You've already been sent flying, and you're still casting curses. Aren't you worried about yourself?" and the blow that the enemy had dealt him was also deeply engraved in his heart. The terrifying translucent demonic blade was almost touching his arm when it was released. He had no chance of dodging it. The frequency at which the enemy's mage cast the spell was even more frightening. The demonic blades that came one after another almost sliced him into pieces. Fortunately, he escaped quickly enough. Not only is it an instant cast, but it's also overlapping at such a high frequency in 1 second. What's more, my attack didn't seem to have caused any fatal damage to that guy. At least, that's what the Law Magus looked like. That Law Incantation Master's Law Incantation is so powerful, and his physical defense is even stronger than mine. How could there be such a monster in this world? For the first time, Betrayal, who had the powerful 6-star fire demon extraordinary profession, felt that a second-rank magus could also have such terrifying strength. If I had left a little later, that guy's demonic blade would have cut off my head, Betrayal thought with some lingering fear. The sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. It came from the entrance of the stone stairs. The voice immediately made Betrayal, whose thoughts were wandering, slightly shocked, and collected them. At first, he thought it would be a one-sided slaughter. At least, that was what the 2 guards at the door gave him. But now, he felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't stop. When he saw the rank 2 Law Incantation Master walking out from the bottom of the stone stairs, Betrayal almost cursed. "You're a Law Incantation Master. How can you wear this kind of equipment? Can your body withstand this kind of weight?" Gunai's neck, body, arms, and legs were all covered in chain mail. The dark gold and mithril unique silver-grey luster indicated that this was a mithril or magic gold rare grade equipment with powerful defensive abilities. Even though he was furious, he did not dare to make any sound or even make any abnormal fluctuations. In the short exchange, he had already known how powerful this Law Incantation Master was. This was definitely a very, very terrifying and unreasonable fellow. This could be seen from the chainmail on his body that weighed more than 100 pounds. Soon, the power of this flame will be able to restore my arm when that time comes. While he was thinking, Betrayal had already aimed at Gunny's head. The fact that the attack had not killed Gunny was due to the extraordinary equipment. This time, Betrayal believed that as long as he manipulated the power of fire and hit the head of the Law Incantation Master, he could easily kill him as easily as crushing a watermelon. After all, low-level magi were fragile. Chapter 135 Clash of the Strong. Dark red flames filled the hall of the ruins. Gun's mithril boots creaked as they stepped on the broken debris. He gently brushed past the entrance of the hall. Emolan and Deka were guarding at the gate. The Ifrit was not of the shadow element, but of the battle element. It didn't have the ability to leave quietly, so it should be hiding in a ball of fire to recover. The Ifrit could recover from its injuries with the help of flames. Gunai looked around. At the same time, he used the blood pool to sniff around. After tasting someone's blood, Gunai would have a terrifyingly sharp nose for the smell of their blood. It was like a deep-sea shark sniffing for blood. In addition, Gunai was using the soul-setting Divine Ring spell to carefully sense what was going on. A moment later, Gunai stood there without any expression. "What a stupid guy! Did you think that I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid in the flames? That's right. The Balrog wasn't an extraordinary in the first place. Merging with fire is just its natural ability, just like my ability to devour blood. This guy probably didn't notice after being hit by my soul-stabilizing spell. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding in this ball of fire like an idiot. The Ifrit's concealment ability is average, but its ability to move through flames at will is very troublesome. Using this ability, you can easily avoid my magic blade. After all, at this stage, the third-rank soul-stabilizing spell is only a traction spell. It's far from being able to lock on to a target. But Ying Ying's perception is not strong. With the help of my recent understanding of the profound meaning of the world frame runes, I can greatly improve the concealment of the puppet secret thread. I might be able to lock onto this guy with the puppet's secret thread and pull him out without making a sound. It's worth a try. Then, Gunai started to release the puppet strings in accordance with the rhythm of the world rune. At this time, the advantage of the dark wizard's staff, which was in the form of a wristband and had an extremely strong concealment ability, was revealed. If one was holding a magic staff, and the staff was releasing a slight energy fluctuation, even a fool would know that one was casting a spell. Gunai stood still. The dark sorcerer's staff in the form of a bracelet covered his movements, completely blocking Gunai's puppet secret thread. It was just as Gunai had expected. The Balrog, who was injured and using the flames to recover, really did not feel the puppet's secret thread at all. Gunai had inserted all 50 or 60 puppet secret threads into the flame. The Ifrit was still recovering from its injuries as if nothing had happened. It was obvious that he was very confident in his flame form. It's almost time, Gunai said. Suddenly, Gunai pulled on the puppet's thread. Still being healed by the flames, the huge body of Betrayal staggered. Gunai pulled him out of the flames, and his huge body appeared in the hall. Still a little dazed, Betrayal felt the fear of death in the next moment. More than a dozen sharp demonic blades were aimed at his head. The head was its core, and the Balrog's source core was within it. Caught off guard, he was pulled out. Betrayal, who had just reacted, widened his eyes. He wanted to enter the flames again, or even transform into flames, but a strange force was holding him back, making it impossible for him to escape. No, I'm not. A desperate roar burst out from its throat. Chi 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 peng. The sharp blade split Betrayal's head open, and his life source core was shattered. The rank 3 6-star flame demon, Betrayal, had fallen. Emolan and Dekka were dumbfounded by this scene. A 6-star level 3 flame demon is a very troublesome existence. Even if the two of them joined forces, the chances of winning against the flame demon were not high. How could the powerful Ifrit be killed so easily in front of Gunai? Master Gunai is still hiding such a powerful strength. When they looked at Gunai again, their hearts throbbed. Hoo. Looking at the rank 3 flame demon's dead body, Gunai let out a sigh of relief. The tier 3 flame demon's death had been justified. His spells had been able to crush it completely. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary rank 2 law incantation master. He was a pseudo rank 4, an instantaneous incantation master who could instantly cast high-ranked law incantations. Just as Gunai was about to investigate the Ifrit's corpse and see if it had any transcendent storage rings on it. Just as Gunai was about to step forward. Suddenly, Gunai's entire body froze. For a moment, Gunai's origin power and even the power of his transcendent blood couldn't be used. The fine hair all over his body stood on end, and his body trembled slightly. Gunai felt like the world was about to collapse, and the endless black vortex was about to swallow him. Die! An indescribable low roar that seemed to come from the depths of the abyss exploded in Gun's ear. Weev. For a moment, Gunai could no longer hear anything. Gunai could even feel his ears and eyes bleeding. His nose and mouth were filled with blood. Gunai could barely make a sound. Did the experts in the dark make their move? Gunai's thoughts started to become obscure and stiff. When the Ifrit had exploded, Gunai had anticipated that there would be a foreign race master hiding in the dark. Gunai was already on guard. But the enemy's strength was beyond Gunai's imagination. He was confident he could fight rank 3 or even rank 4 Gunai. But when he fought rank 5 and even rank 6 extraordinaries, reality taught him a deep lesson. He was still far from being able to defeat them. A hand with sharp claws emerged from the flames and struck Gunai's back. It hadn't even touched Gunai yet, but the purple-scaled armor on Gunai's back was clearly dented. Groan! A flash of white light suddenly appeared. It was the cold glint of a blade. The cold glint of the blade went from the outside to the inside. The blade tore through the endless darkness shrouding Gunai, and at the same time, it slashed at the sharp red claw that was attacking Gunai's back. The red claw didn't retreat and directly came to contact with the white blade. Clang! Gunai couldn't hear how strong the sound was, but he could clearly feel it. Gunai was knocked back a dozen meters by the shockwave. Pang! With a muffled sound, it hit the wall and shattered the already crooked wall lamp. Then, he fell from a height of 3 meters. Cough, 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 cough. Gunai coughed twice as he fell to the ground. Then, a thick smell of blood came from his throat and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Gunai opened his eyes and saw that the house was covered in a thick layer of dark blood, which greatly reduced his vision. With his eyes closed, Gunai took out a first-grade healing potion from the system space and gulped it down. He then took out a small bottle of water of life. Although he couldn't see, Gunai's consciousness could still distinguish the items in the system space. At the same time, the recovery ability of the transcendent blood in his body was also displayed to the extreme. With the triple recovery of high-grade healing potions, water from the spring of life, and extraordinary blood, Gunai's injuries were recovering at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Gunai was also trying to estimate his injuries. Fortunately, I have the purple scaled chain mail, which nullifies most of the power. At the same time, the muscle membrane and scale armor under my skin have also taken shape, and my physical defense is extremely strong. That's why I was able to withstand it. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. My physical body suffered serious injuries from the shock wave. More importantly, my soul suffered an unknown fear attack just now, which is also the reason why I can't fight back. In the end, the level and quality of my soul is still too low. If I had an elite tier soul or even a commander tier soul, I wouldn't have been suppressed to the point where I couldn't move at all. Gunai slowly opened his eyes to see who had saved him. Chapter 136 The Arrival of Terror. As his injuries recovered rapidly, Gunai's sight and hearing had returned. Gunai, who had almost fully recovered, stood up. He saw a figure that wasn't very burly, but his aura was like a towering mountain. The figure was very familiar to Gun. It was the housekeeper, Fraser. After a moment of surprise, Gunai calmed down. Since Fraser was able to take on the role of the butler and manage many things here, he had access to the most core and confidential matters. It was inevitable that he had great strength. "Are you all right?" At this moment, the butler, Fraser, spoke softly without turning his head. "Yes, with the recovery of the spring of life, I'm almost fully recovered," Gunai said. "That's good." The butler, Fraser, nodded slightly. At this moment, the butler, Fraser, was also extremely shocked. He had blocked a part of the shockwave from the attack, but it hadn't killed Gunai. But he didn't expect Gunai to be able to stand up so quickly. However, when he thought of Gunai's purple scale chainmail and the astonishing vitality coming from his body, he was shocked. The housekeeper, Fraser, had guessed quite a bit. Gun's physical defense was far stronger than he'd imagined. He's really an unusual fellow. Perhaps it's because he didn't take the ordinary path that he has his current achievements. Not only is his defense strong, but the power of his law incantation is also shocking. The power of his law incantation is even stronger than the spells of many third-rank and even fourth-rank law incantations. Furthermore, the rate of overlapping is so high in a single second, and the soul's reaction speed is also quite astonishing. He's only a second rank, but he already has such a powerful foundation. This Gunai is getting more and more difficult to understand. Not to mention Gunai's talent in the engraving medicine. He knew very well about the potion of secret engravings, so there couldn't be any accidents today. In fact, other than him, who was at the peak of the Type 6 realm on the surface, Nigel and another powerhouse of the 6th step would also take turns to patrol the castle in secret. He even had a connection with an 8th rank extraordinary master. If there was any danger he couldn't handle, he could escape with Gunny and ask for help from the extraordinary master. On the surface, it seemed that the defense of Deep Duke Castle was not very strong, but the pioneer group in the dark attached great importance to the protection of this place. They could not afford to make any mistakes in the matter of the signet potion. Fraser's eyes glanced at the terrifying dark red color outside the window. The city of the Sug ruins would not be peaceful tonight. Whew! The cold wind continued to pour into the hall of the ruins. Gun's eyes looked past Fraser to the mysterious man who had just attacked him. The mysterious expert that he saw was also a transcendent flame demon. However, there was no flame on the Ifrit's body, nor was there any faint explosive sound. The red-scaled armor on its body could be vaguely seen to be emitting a fiery aura. Gunai could sense the danger from the heat radiating from his body. This was a sixth-step transcendent flame demon. This high-ranking flame demon's control over its body was clearly much higher than that of the Tier 3 flame demon. The high-grade Ifrit, which Gunai had sensed danger from, had already collected the head of the rank 3 Ifrit and its source core. Then, the high-level flame demon's sharp claws gently rubbed, and sparks fell into the broken head and source core. Hwala-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. The bright dark red flames bloomed. Then, Gunai could clearly feel the rank 3 Ifrit's aura coming back to life in the flames. This Swan Ni has been resurrected. Gunai's eyes were filled with surprise. He squinted his eyes and looked over. Resurrection. In the transcendent world, this was something that was almost impossible. Even those terrifying evil gods with indescribable power could hardly be resurrected after eternal destruction. Since ancient times, countless powerful extraordinaries would seek all kinds of unbelievable means to carry out various attempts to resurrect from the dead. Some did it for their friends and family, some for their true love, some for their ambitions and aspirations, and some did it purely for the research of transcendent mysticism. The ones he tried the most were undoubtedly the weird, ancient, and strange rituals and incantations that faced the mysterious and unknown. However, this kind of request for help from the unknown and mysterious existence often brought disaster and death. In fact, the incomprehensible ravings contained crazy and twisted incantations and bloody, cruel, and inhuman rituals. They might even summon some terrifying and indescribable existence. This kind of behavior, which seemed to be a crazy test on the edge of death, just made those extraordinary people who were obsessed with the desire for resurrection go after it like a flock of ducks. But no matter how he tried, in the tens of thousands of years of extraordinary history of the entire Oya continent, no one had ever been resurrected. Even if there were records, they were only a few words and could not be verified. So Gunai didn't believe that the guy he had killed could come back to life. It was completely against common sense. He didn't come back to life. Rather, Wufu, that rank 3 Ifrit, isn't completely dead yet. Just as Gunny was trying to figure it out, Fraser's voice suddenly rang out. Not completely dead, Gunai was startled. After thinking for a bit, Gunai understood. That's right. The cutting ability of my magic blade curse is very strong, but the power of its destruction attribute isn't enough. It's good to cut open its source core. However, it didn't directly destroy its soul consciousness. Soul consciousness is the source of its life. A source core is just a carrier, just like how my head is the carrier of my soul consciousness. Originally, when this source core was shattered, death would only take a few seconds. However, this powerful powerhouse of the sixth step pulled him back from the brink of death. Gunai's eyes once again fell on the powerful flame demon. If Fraser hadn't been here today, Gun wouldn't have been able to escape even if he had 30 lives. He looked at the flame demon, who was quickly recovering from the flames. Gunai squinted his eyes. Should he take advantage of the fact that he hadn't completely resurrected and kill him with a wave of attacks? After some thought, Gunai suppressed this bold idea. Even Fraser did not act rashly. It would be too rash to attack rashly. It was best not to provoke a flame demon of the sixth step. While Gunai was thinking, Fraser suddenly spoke. We can't keep Shenzhou Castle anymore. Leave as soon as possible and find a safe place to hide. He knew that Gun had left the city through the tunnel, and he was familiar with the city. He believed that Gun could find a safe place. He looked at the 6-star level 6 transcendent flame demon and then at Fraser. Gunai naturally knew that he would only be a hindrance here. "Senior, you must be careful," Gunai said. "And then," Fraser continued, "the two of you, quickly inform the others to leave this place." "Yes," Emolan and Deka both replied quickly and cautiously. He also knew that with a fight between grade 6 transcendents, the castle would most likely not be able to hold on. The two of them quickly ran around the main body of the castle towards the living area at the back of the castle. It was where everyone rested at night. At this moment, Gunai also wanted to quietly slip away. As soon as Gunai moved, he felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at him, like a thorn in his back. "You want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" A cold voice that didn't contain any emotion spoke, and for a moment, Gunai found it difficult to move. "You can try to move. Let's see if I can kill that rank 3 brat in an instant." As soon as the housekeeper spoke, Gun felt the pressure disappear. "It's fortunate that I didn't launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, if I had really killed that flame demon, I wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to escape." Gunai didn't dare to stay any longer. With a flip, he jumped out of the broken window. "Fraser, long time no see, how are you?" "We've. The cold wind howled and the flame demon's voice echoed in the room, but Gunai didn't have the time to listen. All he could think of was to escape the castle. The Sug ruins were so big that it would be easy for him to find a safe place. Outside the hall of the castle, there was a thick layer of snow that was almost as tall as Gun. Gunai looked around cautiously. No one knew if there were any more ambushes outside, so it was necessary to maintain a high level of vigilance. When Gunai looked around, he was stunned. "This Bayan!" Gun sensed something was wrong, so he quickened his pace and quickly arrived at the open snow on the castle lawn. He saw that the entire Sug ruins was covered in a viscous blood-red luster. Gunai seemed to have sensed something. He slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The light from the sky came into his sight, and an inexplicable fear bloomed in the depths of his soul. Chapter 137 Winter's End, A Bloody Night. He trembled. He was trembling slightly. Gunai stood on the snow, his body trembling. Gunai stiffly shifted his gaze away from the sky. Hoo! Gunai gasped. At this moment, his trembling body gradually calmed down, and the fear in the depths of his heart gradually dissipated. "Those damn guys are summoning some kind of terrifying existence!" Gunai screamed in his heart. When he was in the hall, he had noticed that the snow outside was covered in a dark red glow. At that time, he had thought that it was the reflection of the flames in the room. In fact, this layer of flame-like luster was not caused by the fire in the room. Instead, it was caused by the terrifying and strange existence in the sky. At this moment, in the sky of the Sug ruins, there was no night, no stars, no dark clouds. What he possessed was a boiling sea of blood. The surface of the vast and endless blood sea directly fell above the entire Sug ruins. Gun could clearly see the waves of the blood sea, and there were even some strange fish-like creatures with shells swimming in it. It was as if the sea of blood truly existed there. What terrified Gunai the most was, and in the sea of blood, a pair of indescribably huge golden eyes were undulating, overlooking the entire Sug ruins city. Just by looking at the mysterious being in the sea of blood, Gunai felt his heart tremble. Some kind of terrifying existence was responding to the mysterious call and slowly descending on the city of the Sug ruins. A destructive disaster was brewing. Breathing. Gunai took deep breaths to calm himself down. Gun then looked at the location of Event 9970, which was one of the main locations of the Transcendent Association. Gunai looked over. A dazzling flame shot up into the sky. Even from a great distance, Gunai could clearly feel the dazzling light of the flame. After 7 to 8 seconds. Rumble. The shockwaves surged over like thunder. Along with the explosion, the entire Sug ruins city seemed to be shaking. Gun could even see that the origin power of the entire Sug ruins was agitated. Immediately after, the extraordinary races and cultists from the heretical god sect who were hiding in the dark seemed to have received the news. Boom! 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 7 or 8 violent explosions burst out in succession. The explosions were like fireworks blooming in every corner of the Sug ruins. On this night of winter's end, the heretics of the heretical cult of the foreign races had finally revealed their long-hidden claws and fangs. At the same time, Gun, who was standing on top of a thick layer of snow, saw the violent explosion at the main location of Incident 9970. For some reason, Gunai felt a sense of peace in his heart. "They're crying," Gunai murmured. "He's indeed looking for the mysterious part of the Trinity. The mysterious black crystal that involves the soul, the indescribable flesh and blood, and the cave of bones that I still don't know where it is. If I'm not mistaken, the barbarian saint and the evil god's son should know where these things are. And they're afraid." Gunai glanced at the terrifying golden eye in the sea of blood. Even a slight glance at it made Gunai's heart beat faster. He wants to use these things to summon those terrifying existences to the Sug ruins and achieve some kind of goal. The indescribable flesh and blood in the Trinity is in my system space. They can't get it. If they can't get it, then... Gunai's eyes once again glanced at the sea of blood hanging upside down in the sky. He didn't look at the terrifying existence in the sea of blood. Will that terrifying power descend? And if that terrifying power doesn't come down halfway, then the summoners will face a backlash. I think it'll be a beautiful scene. While Gunai was thinking. Boom! 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 The muffled sound of the collision, accompanied by the sharp sound of the blade, suddenly bloomed in the ruins behind Gunai. They've already started fighting, Gunai's heart suddenly tightened. A battle between two sixth-order transcendents was not something Gunai could participate in. Gunai's eyes scanned the snowy castle under the light of the blood sea. His source power vision quickly bloomed. There seemed to be no enemy hiding in the dark. "Let's go." Gugni didn't hesitate. He quickly ran toward the alleyway across the street from the castle. When he reached the entrance of the alley, he stopped. The alley was very quiet, and the snow was very thick. With the dark sight, this was a very safe path. However, under Gunai's source power vision, in the depths of the snow, a terrifying venomous spirit snake about a meter long was lurking in the snow. Although they were small, the rank of these venomous spirit snakes was not low. They were all transcendent level existences. At the same time, these venomous spirit snakes had an extremely powerful poison characteristic. This was the strong poison characteristic. When Gunai was studying the engraving potion, he had seen a lot of similar properties. Just a small amount of poison type beyond their characteristics entering the body was enough to cause fatal injuries to an extraordinary. The venom of this rank 2 venomous spirit snake could not be resisted by rank 3 or 4 extraordinaries, let alone rank 2 extraordinaries. Moreover, there wasn't just one venomous spirit snake here, but more than a dozen. Without a sound, Gunai cast a blood shield on himself. Gunai estimated that the scales under his skin should be able to resist the bites of these rank 2 venomous spirit snakes, but it was obviously unnecessary to try. A shield was the best method to deal with this kind of poisonous spirit snake. With the shield on, Gunai became even more vigilant. With so many rank 2 venomous spirit snakes with strong poison, it's obvious that a powerful contract master has his eyes on me. The explosion of a type 3 Ifrit, the sneak attack of a type 6 Ifrit, and this venomous spirit snake trap, a complete encirclement, I'm afraid it's too late. Gunai knew he was being watched, so he didn't act rashly. Instead, he vigilantly patrolled the area. The number of enemies in the dark is not small. Unfortunately, Gunai's source power vision didn't detect any traces of the enemy. If the enemy was far away, hidden deep, or had a better hiding method, Gunai would find it difficult to detect them with his source power vision. However, Ying Luo. He looked around at Gunai, and the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. Do you really think that I'm a pharmacist who can't fight and can only be protected by others? Being a pharmacist is just a hobby of mine. It's my way of making money. My true identity is that of a powerful incantation master. The terrifying creature sneered and shrouded the entire Sug ruins in the sea of blood. No one could stay out of it tonight. If he didn't kill all these heretics and cultists, they would definitely turn the entire Sug ruins upside down. This originally peaceful winter night was bound to be a night of slaughter and death. His neck twisted slightly. Kaka ha 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 ha. A crisp sound bloomed from the bone armor. Do you think that a blood curse mancer who has fused with the transcendent blood of a Thanator is a good profession? Gunai murmured in a low voice. At the same time, a bloody, sticky, brutal, and bloodthirsty aura bloomed from Gunai's body. Gunai looked like a bloodthirsty beast of death. The blood curse mancer is a bloodthirsty extraordinary profession. A Yuyu is very eager to kill. Gunai licked his scarlet lips, bloodthirsty excitement bloomed in his eyes. Chapter 138 Advancing by Retreating. The venomous spirit snake was a contract creature that was summoned according to a contract. The existence of this venomous spirit snake meant that there was definitely a powerful contestant nearby. According to the level of the contract, these rank 2 venomous spirit snakes were low-rank contracted creatures. The summoning contract he used was a beginner-level contract spell. However, there were also differences between the beginner-level contract incantation and beginner-level contract incantation for different extraordinary individuals. Some contract masters had low talent, low-level contract incantations, and low sensitivity to other planes. He could only summon weak creatures like goblins and slimes. Sometimes, he could only contract some young goblins that had not even reached level 1, such as slime jelly balls, which had negative combat power. There were also some highly talented, high-level, and highly sensitive contestants. They could use the same contract incantation to summon the powerful elite creatures of the same level, such as the berserk goblin and the poisonous slime. And this venomous spirit snake was a type of half-elite tier 2 powerful creature. Although their bodies were relatively weak, their strong poison characteristics were quite fierce. It was not a big problem for a stage 2 extraordinary to be hit in the soul. Even though he was in a bloodthirsty state of excitement, Gunai was still able to maintain a calm mind. After a moment of thought, Gunai walked into the alley. As Gun moved, he fired a fire arrow. The power of a rank 4 fire arrow wasn't weak, and as Gunai's origin power increased in quality and the Dark Wizard Staff's power increased, the fire arrow's power also increased. Buzz! A fire arrow easily hit the venomous spirit snake hidden under the snow 20 meters away. The powerful penetrating power of the fire arrow directly pierced the poisonous spirit snake into 2 pieces. After struggling and rolling for a while, the poisonous spirit snake was cut in 2 and died. Gunai's physical defense was strong, but his spells were also stronger. After all, Gunir's hack system mainly focused on the combat and cultivation techniques of law incantations. It would be difficult for a normal spell to kill these second-rank creatures, but Gun's fire arrow spell could easily kill them. As soon as this venomous spirit snake died, the other venomous spirit snakes became restless. The secret contractor must have noticed that Gunai could see the snakes. The next moment, a large number of venomous spirit snakes slithered under the snow. With Gunai's source power vision, he could clearly see the snakes' movements. The venomous spirit snake's already slow speed was reduced by more than half under the layer of snow. Whoosh! 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 Gunny fired his fire arrows as he moved forward. Chi 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 chi! The fire arrows pierced through the venomous spirit snakes one after another. In less than 3 seconds, all the spirit snakes in the alley had been killed by Gun's fire arrow. My accuracy has increased by quite a bit. Gunai thought to himself as he steadily walked forward. My research on the world's framework runes has improved my grasp and judgment of the trajectory. One of the most important aspects of the world frame runes is the trajectory of everything inside and outside the world frame. Everything in the world has a track. This is also one of the profound meanings of the runes framework of the world. Before this, I was still unable to accurately determine the trajectory of these incantations of law to a certain point. Now, with a deeper understanding of the trajectory, I can even accurately control where the incantation will land. At the same time, I've also clearly grasped the trajectory of the venomous spirit snakes. The intersection point of the two is completely within my control. That's how we can easily kill these venomous spirit snakes. Gunai wasn't slow in his thinking. Gunai was on alert for any enemies that might appear, and at the same time, he was trying to track them. Gunai looked like he was about to leave, but in reality, he was trying to draw out his enemies. If he took the initiative to find the enemy, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Once Gunai ran away, the enemies would naturally catch up to him, and their traces would be exposed. At that time, Gunai wouldn't be polite with them. Sure enough, when Gunai had covered 2/3 of the path, he stopped. In front of him, a large black shadow suddenly fell from the roof of a house in the small alley. He really is a snake-playing contractor, Gunai thought. With his powerful dynamic vision, Gunai could clearly see the black shadow. It was a Type 3 giant python, as thick as an ocean bowl, with green scales. The next moment, whoosh! 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 A dense barrage of fire arrows shot towards the giant python. Before the unfortunate Tier 3 python even landed on the ground, it had already been hit by 5 or 6 fire arrows. And NBSP, the Type 3 giant python still had its scales, and when the fire arrows landed on it, it was as if they had hit a steel plate. They could only cause some damage to the scales, but not to its body. After all, it's a level 3 extraordinary species. It can't be killed so easily. Hiss 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 hiss. As if Gunai's fire arrow was causing it some pain, the Type 3 WIRM python in midair opened its mouth wide and hissed at Gunai. Looking at the giant python's mouth, Gunai's eyes lit up. You might have scales on your body, but you don't have any in your mouth. He followed the trajectory of the Type 3 python and the trajectory of the fire arrow. Under Gunai's precise control. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp fire arrows were fired at the Type 3 WIRM python's mouth, almost at the same time. Chi chi chi! The 3 fire arrows were all accurately shot into its bloody mouth. A large piece of flesh was torn apart, and blood was everywhere. Coupled with the burning of the flames, the python fell headfirst into the deep snow and began to struggle and roll, constantly hissing in pain. Hiss! Gunai's feet didn't stop moving. He quickly jumped over the struggling python. Under Gunai's deliberate act, he staggered and almost fell down. It looked like he was running away in a hurry. Still not coming out, as Gunai ran forward, he was also on guard against his surroundings. If you don't come out, I'm going to escape. At the same time, behind a glass window on the 3rd floor of the alley, the Demon Snake Clan's Stage 3 contestant Somaya, whose upper body was human and lower body was more than 4 meters long, was covered in blue scales. His pair of cold blue vertical pupils were fixed on the rapidly fleeing human. The overlapping frequency of fire arrows per second is quite high. At the same time, the power of this fire arrow is extremely strong. Out of the corner of her eye, Somaya glanced at the 3rd-rank green-armored python that was still struggling in the snow. It's quite powerful. We need to be wary of this fire arrow technique. Even if an ordinary spell were to enter the green-armored python's mouth, it would not be able to cause such great damage. To be able to make this rank 3 green anaconda suffer so much and lose its ability to fight with just the fire arrow technique, although luck played a large part, the power of this fire arrow technique was also worthy of Somaya's attention. That brat is about to run away, should we chase him? A bald human man behind Somaya asked in a low voice. Today, anyone who comes out of this castle must die. We can't let this kid escape. Soya's voice was cold and emotionless, like the demon snake clan. I like your answer. The bald man Kyuta, who was baring his sharp fangs, laughed savagely. The next moment, voila! The bald man Kyuta smashed through the glass window and jumped down from a height of more than 10 meters. As it descended, its body rapidly expanded, and grey needle-like hair rapidly grew on the surface of its body. Its thick legs began to turn tough and bent, and its hands directly turned into sharp claws. The head rapidly expanded and revealed its true appearance, a ferocious wolf head. This bald man, Kyuta, was a rank 3 wolfman warrior. It was the same as the transcendent class, Flame Demon, which could transform. The werewolf warrior was also a shape-shifting extraordinary profession. However, Flame Demon was a 6-star class. The werewolf was a 4-star extraordinary profession. Ordinary werewolf extraordinaries didn't have much combat ability before they transformed. When it transformed into a wolfman warrior, the speed, strength, defense, and even biting and claw attacks of a 4-star wolfman warrior would be perfectly displayed. Pang! The werewolf warrior's huge and oppressive body crashed into the snow pile in the alley. A large area of snow was blasted everywhere. It directly buried the struggling, unlucky green-armored python. When he felt movement behind him, Gun, who was about to run out of the alley, stopped and turned around. Sure enough, Gunai's escape had successfully attracted the attention of the hidden enemy. The wolfman warrior that was standing up was probably 3.5 meters tall, and its huge body gave people a sense of oppression. He saw that Gunai was looking at him instead of running away. Roar roar! Rolling Roar's roar was like muffled thunder rolling in the werewolf warrior's throat. Gunai laughed, his killing intent surging. What a big dog! Chapter 139 The Wailing of the Demon Snake. Gun's words clearly angered the wolfman warrior. As a wolfman warrior, Kyuta hated the word dog the most. Roar! You, die! A deep roar exploded. The wolfman warrior crouched down slightly, and the power of its hind legs combined with its source power erupted. Bang! The black bricks under his feet that had been frozen solid exploded. The Type 3 wolfman warrior leaped 7-8 meters into the air, brandishing its sharp claws at Gun. Gunai didn't use the demon blade curse before because he wanted to lower the enemy's guard and let them chase him. Sure enough, not only did the 3rd-rank werewolf warrior chase after him, but it also jumped straight at him. He was simply a ready-made live target. With a single thought, the spell was superimposed for a single second, instantly increasing to the standard of 15 curses per second. The magic blade curse was released towards the incoming werewolf warrior. When the first magic blade flew over, the werewolf warrior Kyuta felt danger. He immediately raised his claws in front of his chest to block the sharp magic blade. The next moment, the demonic blade curse tore at him with unbelievable speed. Swish! Blood exploded. The might of the level 3 magic blade curse was not something that a Type 3 werewolf warrior could deal with just their flesh. At the same time as the cut. Roar! A mournful wail came from Kyuta's mouth. Kyuta's front left claw was cut off by the demonic blade's strange spell, and blood spurted out. The right claw at the back was not in a good state either. It also had a deep wound that cut into the bone, and blood was flowing out. With just one strike, Gun had crippled the Type 3 Worgen warrior Kyuta. When the demonic blade curse was at level 2, even a top leader level creature like a level 2 Thanator would not dare to take it head on. Now that you're at level 3, you're making me tremble with excitement. At this moment, Gunai was in the Blood Curse Master's bloodthirsty state, which excited him to kill. Compared to Gunai's bloodthirsty excitement, currently, the Type 3 werewolf warrior Kyuta was in a state of pain and fear. It wasn't just because of this magic blade that he was seriously injured and disabled. Instead, it was because 7 or 8 demonic blades came whistling after the demonic blade curse. Each of the magic blade curses was exactly the same as the one that had severely injured him in the previous attack. How can such a powerful incantation overlap in 1 second? The group of spells that whizzed over were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, not giving him any time to think. "No, I'm not." Cuda let out a desperate cry. Chi 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 chi. The demonic blade's sharp edge sliced apart the werewolf warrior Cuda's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere, dyeing the snow in the alley red. Dong dong dong. The wolfman warrior's body, which had been cut into more than a dozen pieces, fell on the snow. The wolf's head fell in front of Gunai, and its eyes were full of despair. This tragic scene was completely reflected in the eyes of Soya, who was behind the broken window on the 3rd floor. The cold emotionless blue vertical pupils rippled with a trace of shock. She, Soya, Cuda, and the Tier 3 flame demon, Betrayal, who had entered the castle, were members of the team who had cooperated with each other for many years. Soya was well aware of the werewolf warrior Cuda's strength. In the 100 Races arena in the Western Desert Plateau, Cuda was a powerful warrior who had won 16 consecutive victories. He was the strongest among his peers. However, such a powerful person had been dismembered in a single move, dying without any resistance. Moreover, his opponent was a Tier 2 mage. It must be known that a second-rank law incantation master was only considered to have just started. Even though fear was growing in her heart, Somaya was still in a state of accumulating her incantation of law. In fact, her incantation of law was almost done. The original plan was for Cuda to rush up and she would use the innate ability of the Demon Snake clan, Demon Snake Whale, to attack and control the soul of the rank 2 spell. Then, he let Cuda tear his body apart. Now that Cuda had died in mid-air, she would have to fight alone. After killing the Wolfman warrior, Gun looked at the broken window on the 3rd floor and quickly chanted the soul-stabilizing spell. Gunai saw a pair of deep blue, emotionless eyes. The Demon Snake clan. When Gunai saw the pair of blue eyes, he had a bad feeling. However, as Gunai dodged to the side, he threw out the soul-stabilizing ring spell. The Demon Snake clan was very cunning, so they had to lock onto Gunai to have a greater chance of winning. Gunai threw out the soul-stabilizing ring. The 12 snake hair on Soya's head hissed at Gunai. Hiss hiss. Gunai's body, which was about to dodge, suddenly froze. Gunai felt as if a needle had been stabbed into his head, and his head was about to explode. His vision turned black, and his thoughts and will began to become stiff and obscure. It's the innate ability of the Demon Snake clan, Demon Snake Whale. Very few demon snakes can awaken this innate talent. Once it is awakened, this extremely lethal innate talent will become an extremely powerful means of killing enemies and even controlling them. It's a good thing I killed that Wolfman warrior, otherwise, if I had been hit by the demon snake's wailing and the Wolfman warrior's close combat, I would have been seriously injured even if I didn't die. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to move his body to the corner of the alley. The snake's wail was very powerful, but Gunai's soul wasn't weak either. Gunai only needed a little bit of rest to get through it. Unfortunately, the opponent didn't give Gunai a chance to catch his breath. Hiss. It was accompanied by a slight hiss. Pang. There was a dull sound. Something hit Gunai's blood shield. Gun, who was hit hard, flew out of the alley and fell on the sidewalk. He even rolled a few times. The impact made Gunai clear-headed. Gunai had just calmed himself down. Hiss. Another wave of lightning sound came. This time, Gunai clearly saw what was attacking him. It was the unlucky green-armored python from before. The green-armored python's mouth was filled with blood, and its eyes were filled with cold and crazy killing intent as it charged at Gunai again. The pain from before was now multiplied by several times on Gunai's body. Although his mind was still filled with intense pain, it did not affect Gun's spell casting. Gun raised his hand and cast a demonic blade curse at the green anaconda. Buzz! The green anaconda that was about to bite Gunai was cut through by his blade. The upper part of its skull was directly blown away. The Tier 3 green armored python was dead. "You've recovered so quickly." Somaya, who was behind the broken window on the 3rd floor, felt her heart sink. As a contractor, her strongest skill was to summon all sorts of powerful creatures. Originally, he had wanted to use his extraordinary talent Demon Snake Whale and the green armored python to buy him some time, so that he could summon a more powerful otherworldly creature. However, that Tier 2 Law Magus Soul's resistance was surprisingly strong. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had already recovered. Immediately, Soya retreated into the room. That Tier 2 Law Incantation Master had a long-ranged curse attack, so she would be easily attacked if she leaned against the window. At the same time, she also needed to rely on the room as a space to delay the other party from finding her. This would allow him to summon the powerful Achita's servant. Summoning a rune spell of this level would make her pay a certain price. However, compared to the consequences of being killed by this law incantation master, this price was insignificant. Watching the contracted master of the Demon Snake clan retreating back into his room, Zhang Tai's eyes lit up. Gun had guessed that the Demon Snake contractor was trying to use the terrain to buy time and summon a powerful creature. After all, if a third-rank contestant was willing to pay a certain price, they could use an engraving curse to summon those terrifying creatures. If the other party were to summon it, he might not be able to deal with it. To other mages, the terrain of the 3rd floor might be an obstacle. But to me, it's not a problem at all. With a leap, Gun, who was wearing a pair of secret silver boots, landed on the wall. Then, he ran along the wall. The advantage of his equipment was a great help to Gunai. Chapter 140 The Pursuit. Gunai was very fast. In less than 2 breaths, he had already reached the edge of the broken window. With a flip, Gunai landed inside the house. It was a very ordinary bedroom. Gunai smelled blood coming from inside the room, and he also saw blood at the foot of the bed. Needless to say, the original owner of the house had most likely been killed. In front of supernatural beings, ordinary people really had no room for resistance. "All of you are going to die today," Gunai said in a low voice. With the soul anchoring spell, Gunai knew exactly where the demon snake contestants were. He quickly arrived in front of a door. The demonic blade curse exploded. Bang 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 bang. In less than half a second, the wooden door was torn open. Then, Gunai saw the demon snake contestant, who was emitting a heart-palpitating aura. How did this guy get up here? How could he be so fast? And you found me as soon as you came up. Seeing the broken wooden door, Somaya's breathing quickened. The performance of that second-rank mage had given her too much pressure. She felt as if she wasn't facing a Tier 2 mage, but a peak Tier 4 mage. "Hurry up, Yingluo, hurry up. It's about to descend." The snake demon contractor Soyaya was currently chanting the last few syllables of the engraving's incantation Acta's slave. She could even feel the aura of Acta's servant. The powerful mage had already broken through the door. She only needed to delay for a few more seconds, and victory would be hers. However, she had clearly underestimated Gunai. Outside the door, Gunai could feel the terrifying aura of the demon snake contestant. Gunai had felt this kind of heart-palpitating aura before from the Thanator. Obviously, this contestant was vainly attempting to summon some kind of terrifying leader-level creature. At the same time as breaking the door, the spell did not stop at all. Following the guidance of the soul-stabilizing divine ring spell, the demonic blade strange spell whizzed forward. Whoosh! 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 The dense and powerful demonic blades followed the guiding trajectory, madly slashing towards the contestants of the demon snake clan. Damn it! The moment the other party attacked, Somaya had already determined that if he continued to chant the incantation, he might be able to maintain his consciousness and summon Acta's servant in less than a second after he was seriously injured by the other party's incantation and died. However, if he died, Acta's newly summoned servants would be forcibly pulled back to their original world by the power of the contract. This would be meaningless. A contract master contracts a creature, if the creature is a creature of this world or the deeper layers of this world. After the death of the contract master, the creature will not be pulled away by the power of the contract. As for the contract creatures that did not belong to this world, after the death of the contract master who had summoned and signed the contract, they would be pulled back to their original world by the power of the contract. Even though she was unwilling, she still crushed the scroll in her hand. After all, if he died, he would have nothing left. Chi 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 chi. The whistling demonic blade curses easily tore through the 3-brick black brick wall, leaving a shocking sharp mark. The Demon Snake Clan's contract master had already disappeared. A special scroll for escaping. Gunai's heart skipped a beat as he felt the slight fluctuations of the runes profound in the air. Life-saving scrolls that contain the fluctuations of the profound meaning of runes aren't cheap. At the very least, they'll cost hundreds of gold pounds, or even thousands of gold pounds. Moreover, you might not even be able to buy them. Fortunately, this kind of teleportation scroll will interrupt the casting. At the same time, the damage to the contract master caused by the interruption of the summoning of such a powerful creature is no less than being hit by my magic blade. Moreover, for a short period of time, he will not be able to summon such a powerful creature again. Fortunately, he didn't summon it. Otherwise, a huge battle would be inevitable, and I might not be able to win. Gun knew how to deal with powerful commander-level creatures, and this was a king-level creature from another world. It might have some sort of soul-type ability. If his spell was a bit higher level, and his soul was a bit stronger, he would be confident in fighting a king-class leader. As for his current self, he was probably still lacking. However, Yingluo. As he thought, Gunai closed his blood-red eyes and began to carefully sense the soul-setting divine ring spell. You think you can escape? After putting on the rank 3 soul-stabilizing ring, Gunai could sense everything within 200 or 300 meters. If the special teleportation spell that contained the profound meaning of runes could escape far enough, then it would be fine. After a while, Gunai opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. His eyes were filled with a blood-red light. I, Yingluo, have found you. In a dark and quiet pavilion. Plop. A sound. Soya fell onto the wooden floor. Cough, 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 cough. Somaya coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Soya only felt the world spinning before her eyes. The strong feeling of nausea and vomiting made her whole body convulse. She did not even have the strength to stand up. At the same time, the source power in her body was clearly agitated, and her aura weakened significantly before they intersected. Summoning a powerful creature came with a price. And the price of being forcefully interrupted was even greater. The backlash from forcefully interrupting the summoning is more serious than I thought. It almost made me lose half of my combat power. It's all because of that damned second-rank law incantation master Yu. As soon as she thought of that powerful and unreasonable second-rank incantation, Somaya felt her heart tremble. The short exchange of blows lasted less than a minute. He could feel the extraordinary perception of the venomous spirit snake hiding in the snow. The bold idea of disguising and fleeing to lure them out. The powerful spell that killed Kuta. The tough soul that was resisting her innate ability, Demon Snake Whale. Some kind of ability that allowed one to traverse complex terrain. Right, there was also that blood-colored magic shield. All of this had left an indelible impression on her of the rank 2 mage. Of course, the most terrifying thing was the spellcaster's bloodthirsty killing intent. He was like a bloodthirsty beast, as if he was not fighting, but just enjoying the process of killing. Whoosh! 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 After catching her breath and waiting for her source power to calm down, Soya took out the middle rank potion and drank it. Under normal circumstances, she would not use these potions. Not only because it was expensive, but also because it was not necessarily possible to buy it even if you wanted to. Sensing that his injuries were recovering, Somaya began to retract his aura. She knew that the perception of the law incantation master was very strong. From the way the other party entered the house and quickly found her location, she could tell how freakish his perception was. In her current state, if she was discovered by that terrifying mage, it would be no different from death. I've escaped far enough. That guy shouldn't be able to find me. At this moment, Somaya could only console herself in this way. Thump! 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 Light footsteps were heard. This voice was very soft, but it was like a thunderclap in Somaya's ears. Her entire body trembled in fear, and the taste of blood in her mouth turned bitter. That guy is here. Chapter 141 A Miserable Howl. Deep Duke Castle. Boom! Boom! The two Tier 6 Transcendents were locked in a fierce battle. The two of them had no intention of fighting outside, nor did they intend to destroy the castle's hall. Each strike could cause the house to tremble slightly, but it was not enough to destroy the house. The two battle-type powerhouses had obviously reached an extremely high level in their control of power. At that moment, it was hard for betrayal. In the corner of the roof outside the castle, a fist-sized dark red flame was burning. Having been pulled back from the brink of death, Betrayal jumped from the fire in the house to the small fire outside the house, using the power of the fire to recover from his injuries. The damage Gunai had done to it was simply too severe. Even after a few minutes of recovery, he could only barely form his human form. As for the Ifrit form, it would be difficult to grasp it without a period of cultivation. Boom, boom. It was another fierce confrontation. The snow on the roof started to fall. Blood splattered everywhere, and many snowflakes fell into the dark red flames. This caused the already dim flame to become even more dispirited, to the point where it looked like it was about to be extinguished. I can't stay here for too long. I have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the house collapses, the consequences will be unimaginable. The flames rose, and Betrayal had already appeared in his human form. He was a handsome young man in his early 20s with short lilac hair. He was completely naked. The only bad thing about being a transformation-type superhuman was that his clothes were a bit of a waste. Without the transcendent clothing that could change according to the size of the body, every transformation would require the loss of a set of clothes. He quickly took out his clothes from his beyond ring and put them on. Then, he ran to the location of his companions Somaya and Kyuta. Just now, he seemed to have heard Kyuta's roar. They had just passed through the snow courtyard and arrived at the forest belt by the side of the road. Pang! The sound of glass breaking came from the opposite side of the street. Betrayal hurriedly looked over. The one who broke the glass window and escaped was Somaya. He couldn't be more familiar with her. After all, he and Somaya had spent many ecstatic nights together. Then, he saw the 1-meter-long, sharp, heavy, and lethal demonic blade. He had wanted to go over when he first saw Sonia. However, when he saw the sharp and terrifying demonic blade, he, who had less than 10 to 20% of his original strength and could not transform, immediately hid beside a thick stone block. The fear of death from before was like the big hand of the god of death strangling his throat, pulling him into the endless darkness, making him feel fear and trembling from the depths of his soul. At this time, Betrayal, who had been lucky enough to survive, could not muster the courage to rush up in the face of the terrible magic blade that had caused him death. The methods of that law incantation master were simply too vicious and strange. Falling down, Somaya was in a miserable state. He was in a state of panic. In a flash, the demonic blade behind him caught up to the falling Somaya and slashed at his snake tail. Throughout the entire process, Somaya didn't even have the slightest bit of strength to resist. It wasn't that he didn't have a shield, but it was easily broken by Gunai's devil blade. Chi 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 chi. A sharp cutting sound was heard. The snake's tail was cut off piece by piece. Hiss 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 hiss. Somaya, who was still in the air, let out a sharp and painful cry. Dong dong dong. Pang. The snake's body that had been cut into several pieces and half of Somaya's waist fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Hiss hiss. Screaming in pain, Somaya suddenly raised her head and looked towards a distant corner. She seemed to have discovered something, and her originally despairing eyes suddenly burst forth with a desperate desire. Somaya was looking in the direction where Betrayal was hiding. Betrayal, please save me. Somaya wailed for help as he tried to climb in the direction of the so-called Betrayal. She crawled on the ground and left a trail of blood that was 7 to 8 meters long. The powerful vitality of an extraordinary allowed her to maintain a certain amount of vitality even after being cut in half. Betrayal? Who was it? Do you have any other accomplices? At that moment, Gunai was quietly watching the Demon Snake Clan contestant from the tower. When Gunai discovered them, the contractor was destined to die. The backlash from the powerful engravings had greatly reduced his strength, and he wasn't Gunai's opponent at all. Gunai followed the snake's gaze. Oh, is Betrayal that tier 3 flame demon? These guys are really in cahoots, they all deserve to die. Gunai's blood-red eyes were full of murderous intent. Upon hearing Somaya's shout, the trembling Betrayal jumped up in shock. If he was discovered, he could no longer continue hiding here. The range of a mage's attack was extremely far. I will take revenge for you. Screaming, Betrayal fled at an extreme speed. Gunai didn't even have time to lock on to him and attack. You're quite fast. Gunai thought. The next time I see you, you won't have such a good chance to live. Somaya, who was severely injured on the road, was still hopeful when he saw Betrayal stand up. However, the next moment, his face turned pale. Betrayal had left her behind and fled alone. You're weak. How can you be weak? Somaya's face was filled with despair. Shoo! A sharp whistling sound came, and the Demon Snake clansman's head was easily cut off. Type 3 Snake Race Contractor, dead. After killing the Demon Snake Clan contractor, he looked at the fleeing Betrayal. After a moment of thought, Gunai gave up on the idea of chasing. That guy's speed was not slower than his. Secondly, the direction the flame demon had fled in was definitely protected by a powerhouse. If he was strong enough, he could go after them and kill them all. But against 2 rank 3 extraordinaries, Gunai could easily lose if he wasn't careful. If he encountered a more powerful fellow, the loss would outweigh the gain. It was better to play safe for now. Finally, Gun's eyes fell on the other side of the road, where explosions were still coming from, and the castle was on the verge of collapse. The gloominess on Gunai's face became even more serious. There would be a lot of enemies in the city of the Sug ruins that night, and Gun would need to save more energy and strength to deal with them. Fortunately, I've already dealt with a few powerful guys. Gun quickly walked down the wall and came to the side of the Demon Snake contestants who had been cut into many pieces. At this moment, the streets were unusually empty and there was no trace of anyone. On this winter night, the strange and mysterious sea of blood poured into the sky, filled with inexplicable fear and danger. The continuous explosions and the soaring flames caused the origin power of the entire Sug ruins to shake. At this moment, naturally, no one would casually go out. After using the blood pool to extract a little bit of the Demon Snake clan's blood and tasting it, he said. Gunai raised his eyebrows. The Demon Snake clan's blood has a very special characteristic. After all, they are creatures born with a strong soul. This blood is not ordinary. Gunai placed his palm on the dead demon snake's body, and a large amount of blood was sucked in by him. He quickly put the blood into a medium-sized wooden bottle and began to search the snake demon's wrist. A moment later, he found a silver storage bracelet. Gunai opened it and saw that there were many good things inside. After all, he was a third-rank expert, so he still had a bit of wealth. After searching the staff in his hand and the extraordinary necklace he was wearing, he confirmed that he had not missed anything. Gun took out a bottle of blue medicine. It was a potion called Blue Soul Extinguishing Water. It was invented to corrode and burn mutated corpses. For example, those who died after being infected by the zombie leader, even if they were buried in the wilderness, these corpses would quickly resurrect as zombies. Another example was that the corpse of some plague mim would leave behind the source of infection of the plague mim. Or, some of the humans killed by the undead using the undead sacrifice would turn into skeleton soldiers within a month to 3 years of death. They would climb out of their graves and cause tragedies. The Blue Soul Extinguishing Water was first invented to dispose of these special corpses that might mutate. In Gunai's hands, it was naturally used to destroy the corpse. Chapter 142 Harvest. If he didn't have the time, it would be fine if he couldn't destroy the corpse. If he had the time, he would destroy the corpse completely. In the transcendent world, there were some special methods that could allow one to enter a state of suspended animation. If they really thought that the other party was dead and did not dispose of the body, then the other party might use the body to come back to life after leaving. Gunai had come into contact with more than a dozen powerful techniques that could allow one to enter a state of suspended animation and then come back to life. Gunai had also started to collect the techniques and abilities of the fake death. On one hand, it might really be useful sometimes. On the other hand, it was naturally to cover for the system's reincarnation ability. Demon Snake Clan's contract masters were at rank 3, so they only needed to use the intermediate rank Dark Blue Soul Extinguishing Water. As the deep blue soul extinguishing water was poured on the corpses of the Demon Snake clansmen, the blue flame quickly burned, and the flesh and blood of the Type 3 magical snake clan's corpse, including its bones and scales, were quickly reduced to ashes at a visible speed. On one hand, the blue soul destroying water could destroy the corpse, but it could also burn the remnant soul and consciousness. If it was a fake death, under the effect of the blue soul destroying water, the fake death would become a real death on the spot. At the same time, the blue soul destroying water could also deal a destructive blow to the remnant spiritual consciousness. Even if the enemy conducted sentience and soul guidance on the consciousness of the remnant soul, it would be difficult to obtain any effective information. In less than 2 minutes, the Tier 3 Demon Snake Contractor's corpse had already turned into a pile of ashes. After destroying the body of the Demon Snake Contractor, Gunai once again headed back to the small alley. There were still the corpses of the Wolfman warriors. A moment later, Gunai searched the dead Wolfman warrior's body. He used a bottle of intermediate blue soul extinguishing water to destroy the body. After doing all this, Gunai glanced at the sky. Under the night sky of the Blood Sea, it was redder than before, and the height of the Blood Sea was closer to the city of the Sug ruins. The terrifying existence was getting closer and closer to the Sug ruins city. At this moment, the entire Sug ruins was bathed in a sea of blood. The pure white snow had turned red. Gunai glanced at the golden eye in the sea of blood. His head, which had just been hit by the Devil Snake clan's Devil Snake Whale, began to ache again. Hoo. Gunai took out a bottle of jade elixir and drank it. Only then did the pain ease. During this time, Gunai would make potions for himself whenever he had free time. For example, the Luan Spirit Potion, the Flash Arc Potion, the Dragon Blood Essence Potion, and the Nightmare Essence Potion. These potions were useful to Gunai, so he only drank them after making them. He rarely sold them. He rubbed his temples, which were not throbbing too violently. Gunai quickly summarized the battle in his mind. My soul is still a little weak. It's not that it's weak, but compared to my physical body, it's not as durable as I imagined. The demon snake wails from the demon snake clan, which has been hit by the 3rd rank. It didn't fall to the ground and wail in pain. It's still able to stand on the snow. This is already quite outstanding for a 2nd rank incantation master. It seems that my soul's capacity is very strong. It was the right decision to walk the path of a domain spellcaster. Although this path might take a little more time in terms of training. But at the very least, it won't cause me to have any shortcomings in my soul. It can even allow me to fight against high-level extraordinaries at the same time. Moreover, training with the hack machine allows me to improve very quickly. Even if I spend more time with the hack machine, I can still completely crush other cultivators. When he thought about his soul, he couldn't help but think of the engraving medicine and Professor Henry. The signet potion should have produced some results. Today, Dr. Henry came to find me, and he might have wanted to talk about this. It's a pity. Gunai gently shook his head. After suppressing these thoughts, Gunai drank a bottle of mid-grade source power potion. The battle just now had consumed a lot of his source power. Gun then followed a quiet alley away from the castle. Gugni had already seen the guards helping the pharmacists escape from Deep Duke Castle. He also needed to leave this place as soon as possible. He walked in the Sug ruined city that was covered in a sea of blood. At this moment, the entire Sug ruins was in complete chaos. An explosion. The sounds of killing. Wailing sounds. A furious roar. If one listened carefully, they would discover that these sounds were coming from all directions, some near and some far. The entire Sug ruined city was completely shrouded in battle. Fortunately, he was familiar with the Sug ruins of Gunny, so he didn't get lost in the complicated alleys and streets. As he moved forward, Gunai checked the spoils of the battle. The strength of a third-rank werewolf warrior and a third-rank demon snake race contestant was relatively strong. Among the third rank, he was considered a powerful character. Their storage equipment was also about 2 cubic meters in size, and just this storage equipment alone was worth 4,000 gold pounds. At the same time, there were many good things in the storage equipment. There were some rare ores, rare transcendent herbs, and some transcendent books. The combined value of the two storage equipment and the extraordinary equipment they were wearing was no less than 20,000 gold pounds. That was more than what Gunny had earned from 2 Water of Life transactions. As expected, killing and robbing is the correct way to get rich overnight. Gunai thought. When they arrived at the border between the Antukong district and the Black Map district, Gun stopped in a dark corner of the alley. Why don't we go to the St. Mary Monastery? At this time, a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. That was the entrance to the wriggling flesh. If he waited there, he might encounter some enemies. After thinking about it, Gunai gave up on the idea. The barbarian saint and the descendant of the evil god might be heading there with a group of high-level extraordinaries, or they might have already arrived. If he went over, he would simply be blocking the muzzle of a gun. With the strength of a transcendent master, Gunai could naturally go over and wipe them out. But now, he was probably sending himself to his death. Gunai shook his head and laughed bitterly. If you're weak, you won't be able to do anything. Gunai suddenly looked up. His calm eyes turned blood red. Gunai's body was even emitting a thick killing intent. Gunai's eyes became sharper as he sniffed the air. The other extraordinaries couldn't detect anything unusual in the air, but Gunai smelled the blood of the human-faced Flower King. Once the pool of blood had tasted the blood of a certain creature, Gunai's ability to sniff out the blood was as sharp as a shark in the ocean. The human-faced Flower King, and it's an injured one. Gunai, who originally didn't know where to go or what to do, suddenly had a target. Via told me before that the human face flowers are still hidden in the Sug ruins. Tonight, those foreign races and the evil gods believers have all come out. That means that the members of the human-faced flower cult will all be out tonight. Then, Ying Luo, it's a great opportunity to kill the human-faced flower cult members tonight. Maybe we can even find Misha from the traces of these human-face flower cult members. With this thought in mind, the bloodthirsty killing intent made Gunai even more excited. Let's start with this injured human-faced Flower King. Gunai's body flickered as he followed the smell of blood like a bloodthirsty shark. Chapter 143 The Injured Human-Faced Flower King. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The panicking Talia was fleeing at top speed. While running away, Talunli kept an eye on her back. After making sure that the mysterious enemy was not chasing after her, Talia quickly found a building that looked like an abandoned tower. Using the human-faced Flower King's unique climbing ability, he entered the tower through the window without making a sound. Talia, who was hiding in a corner, took out a grade 1 high-grade potion and drank it. At this moment, Talia heaved a sigh of relief and gently removed his hand from his chest. On his chest, there was a fist-sized tear-like wound, which was shocking to see. As a newly advanced Tier 4 human-faced Flower King, Talia's recovery ability was naturally excellent. At this moment, however, Shi Feng had just drunk a bottle of advanced potion essence. Originally, the wound should have healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The result was very different from what Talia had expected. The recovery speed of the wound was barely visible, and it could even be said that there was no recovery effect. The wound had already started to turn black, and the blood that flowed out was even darker. This scene made Talia's face even gloomier. Just where did that damn black-robed mysterious man come from? He's not afraid of my soul attacks, and he's even able to easily resist my soul enslavement techniques. In addition, the Swan Knee's attacks are quite strange. It can easily enter the shadow world, and its blade can even penetrate the shadow world into the real world. My defense isn't weak, but my defense was still torn apart by the other party. And this wound is also quite strange, it can't heal. Could it be that Ying Luo and the others are the same as Mother God, and also came from above the stars? If that is the case, then Zhen Zhen. A little uneasiness rose in Talia's heart. The Mother God of their human face flower cult had felt some kind of indescribable mysterious call and crossed the stars and void to come to this world. Similarly, other than their Mother God, there were other mysterious and powerful existences that also came from the stars and responded to the mysterious call. Yes, in this world, some indescribable existence was awakening, summoning the creatures above the stars. In the depths of the stars, powerful creatures could be found everywhere, and even their Mother God had warned them. To those beyond the stars and those indescribable existences, one must always maintain a heart of reverence. Their human face flower cult wasn't weak, but in this world, there was an even more powerful force that was hidden even deeper. If they provoked those mysterious guys, even Mother God might not be able to protect them. However, after thinking about it carefully, Talia did not realize that he had provoked any enemies. Some time ago, a new Flower King was born in the city of the Sug Ruins, and this Flower King was very strange. The Mother God was particularly fond of him. In order to pursue the new Flower Emperor, she had boarded the pirate's magic ship from the deep sea, crossed the Black Demon Sea, and finally entered the human's port area. After that, he finally arrived at the city of the Sug Ruins, where the new Flower Emperor was born. Her hard work had obviously paid off. The new Flower Emperor had given her a very rich, unsullied and fertile soil, which allowed her to advance to Tier 4 in a short time. During this period of time, she had not provoked anyone at all. In the end, on this winter night, he received a mission to attack the second police station in the Black Map district. The mysterious man seemed to have been hiding outside the door for a long time before he sneaked in. As the human-faced Flower King, she was a leader-level existence. There were very few human powerhouses at the same level who could contend with him. However, in front of that mysterious fourth-rank person, his special soul techniques were restrained. She was beaten to the point where she couldn't fight back at all. The puppet guards that were with her were also killed as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. The Flower King wasn't here, so Talia fought with the man for about 3 minutes. One of her arms was cut off, and her chest was almost pierced through. The wound on his arm was still fine, but the wound on his chest was hard to heal. Talia could feel that not only was her body destroyed, but the soul of the Flower King that she was so proud of had been eroded too. Compared to her peak state, her perception ability and soul attack ability had greatly fallen. This fatal and strange blade was truly too strange and mysterious. Luckily, she ran fast enough. Otherwise, the Flower King's body would have been killed by her. If she died, the Flower King's plant would give birth to another human body, and her cultivation level would definitely drop. In the dark corner, Gunai clearly saw the Flower King climb up the wall and into the abandoned tower. The thick smell of blood allowed Gunai to accurately locate his opponent with his eyes closed. Moreover, there was a slight smell of damage in the blood. It was as if some kind of strange ability was causing continuous damage to it. Gunai, who had the bloodline of the Thanator, had an almost instinctive reaction to this kind of strange and destructive aura. A weapon made from materials with time properties, it destroys the stability of time and can make it extremely difficult for injuries to recover. And this material is the Thanator. Sensing the strange aura of the damaged blood, Gunai had already understood many things. It's about the Thanatos, the weapon with the time attribute, and the injured human-faced Flower King. Because I left a little blood of the human-faced Flower King there, those mysterious people found the human-faced Flower Church? It seems that they have already started a conflict. In the dark corner, a rare smile appeared on Gun's face. The effect of his move of diverting the disaster to the east was surprisingly good. Then, Gunai looked at the heavily injured human-faced Flower King. There was no movement in the dark, blood-red alley. Clearly, the experts that were hurting the Thanatos did not chase after them for a while. Gunai turned his attention back to the tower. The human-faced Flower King, and it's a 4th tier one at that. It's very troublesome. More importantly, the human-faced Flower King's spiritual attacks are very powerful. It can easily enslave ordinary rank 2 and even rank 3 human extraordinaries. Even though she's already injured, and her injuries should be very serious. However, with my current mental strength, I might not be able to withstand the attack of this Type 4 human-faced Flower King. The only way is to lock onto it, then pull away and quickly kill it from a distance. I have the Soul Stabilizing Ring spell, which can increase the attack distance to 150 meters, but the human-faced Flower King can't do any effective soul damage to me at 150 meters. After the Soul Stabilizing spell is put on, the human-faced Flower King will be the first to notice it. It might even be able to break free from the Soul Stabilizing spell. No matter what, it's worth a try. Once the human-faced Flower King breaks free from the Soul Stabilizing Ring spell, I'll run toward the alley she came from. She won't dare to chase me. After making sure there were no flaws in his plan, Gun generously poured himself another mid-grade potion essence. Following the trajectory of the world's framework, Gunai threw a spell at the tower. The next second, Gunai felt the human-faced Flower King get frozen by his soul-stabilizing ring. Die! Without any hesitation, Gunai stood still and dealt damage to the tower where the human-faced Flower King was. He instantly increased the overlapping effect of Demonic Blade Curse to the peak of 21 curses per second. Even with the walls of the tower as protection, Gunai was still going to tear the tower apart and kill the human-faced flower. As a magus, he had to have the ability to destroy the underground with his explosives. Chapter 144 The Mysterious Man in Black. In the tower, the human-faced Flower King, Talia, opened her storage bracelet. He was looking for any effective items or potions to stop the bleeding. If this continued, she would probably die from excessive bleeding before the enemy found her. Although Transcendence had the ability to breathe with source energy and could obtain energy without relying on blood. However, the circulation of blood in the body did not only provide energy. Losing too much blood would cause the body to gradually lose its vitality, and once the body lost its vitality, one's soul and will would also be on the verge of death and collapse. Talia, who was looking for something, suddenly raised his head, a hint of despair appearing on his pale face. I've been discovered. Even though his soul had suffered a certain amount of damage, Talia's senses were still very strong. The strange locking method was very light, but she still discovered it. She was in a terrible state. Even his body was starting to lose strength. If he was discovered now, he would most likely be in grave danger. Before Talia could think too much, he said. Boom! 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 A violent explosion suddenly sounded. The entire tower was shaking violently, as if a herd of Highland bulls was ramming into the abandoned tower. Talia's super senses were extremely powerful. She could clearly feel some kind of spell bombarding her from the outside. If it hit her, it would be fatal. After all, as the human-faced Flower King, whether it was the flower body or the human body, it was never known for its strong body. Suddenly, Talia became alert. He no longer cared about his wound and tried his best to mobilize his origin power to leave his original spot and climb up the wall. Just as he left the place, pang! There was an explosion. Several giant spells that were so fast that even their afterimages could not be seen tore through the wall and swept past where she had been. If she had left half a second later, those huge sharp spells would have easily torn her body apart. Even if she dodged the attack of the spell below. However, the bombardment of spells did not stop. Instead, they bombarded the entire tower even more violently. Talia could feel that the direction of the incantation of law had changed as he moved. If she didn't move, the spell would probably tear the walls of the abandoned tower apart again and kill her. He had just moved to a new position. Boom! A sound. The wall of the tower opposite where she was just now was blasted into a big hole again. The tower was already on the verge of collapse. It's some kind of locking spell. Damn it! After continuously dodging, Talia realized that he had been targeted. He knew very well what spell he had been hit with. Furthermore, the enemy who attacked me had such a high rate of overlapping in a single second. If it wasn't for the fact that Talia could sense that these magic blades were the same type of magic incantation, she would have suspected that a group of law incantations were bombarding her. Pang! The demonic blades once again tore a huge hole in the spot where Talia had tried his best to move. I can't stay here any longer. Sensing that the tower was about to fall, Talia quickly climbed up to the window at the top of the tower. She knew that it would be more dangerous to face a law incantation master. But if she didn't go out, the tower would collapse, and she could only be buried alive. Talia, who had just broken the window and jumped down, felt the tower fall to one side. In just 3 to 4 seconds, the tower, which was 10 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters in diameter, had been raised to the ground by the mage. With a leap, Talia broke free from the fallen tower and jumped down to the snowy ground. At the same time, they saw the human-faced Flower King jump out of the tower. Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. It's not slow. After all, it has the body of a 4th-rank Flower King. It's stronger than the body of an average spellcaster. It's a pity Yingluo, you shouldn't have jumped out like this. In the next moment, the demonic blades flew toward the human-faced Flower King. As soon as Talia left the tower, he felt that something was wrong. She turned her head in the air to look behind her, and her eyes instantly widened. A sense of horror and despair filled her mind. This is not a targeting spell, this is a swan ni swan swan ni swan swan. The next moment, the spell that dodged the collapsed tower from both sides drowned the Tier 4 human-faced Flower King that was unable to dodge in the air. There was a huge difference between a targeting spell and a guiding spell. Locking onto a law incantation only allowed the law incantation master to clearly know the location of the other party. As for whether the spell could hit a moving object from a longer distance, that would depend on the mage's judgment, accuracy, and the area covered by the spell. Locking onto a spell would not change the trajectory of the subsequent spells. As for traction-type incantations, not only could they allow the caster to lock onto the enemy's position, but they could also allow the subsequent incantations to avoid obstacles in an arc and attack the enemy. As she leaped away from the tower, Talia also tried to use the tower to cast spells to delay her. But her wrong judgment led to her being focused on by Gunny's incantation in less than a second. In fact, she could not be blamed for her misjudgment. After all, a targeting spell could be used as soon as he got his hands on it. As for traction-type incantations, they needed to be of a higher level to be effective. As a result, some law curse mancers might learn lock-on spells. However, very few law incantations would learn this kind of traction-type spell. After more than 20 demonic blades, the corpse of this stage 4 human-faced Flower King had already been shattered into pieces. Even the best hearse master would find it difficult to piece them together. Gunai stepped on the snow with light steps and arrived next to the human-faced Flower King's body. After a while, Gunai found the 2 arms of the human-faced Flower King. From the ring finger of his left hand, Gunai took off a yellow transcendent storage bracelet. Gunai's brows raised as he examined it. Most of the materials are from the ocean. Did the human-faced Flower King come from the ocean? There are also rare materials like dragon blood and dragon scales. It's obvious that they were collected by themselves, and the method of collection is quite clumsy. The dragon's blood and scales sold by the Chamber of Commerce are all processed materials, the kind that can be used. From the looks of it, this fellow did come from the ocean. Furthermore, he should have participated in a dragon-type creature hunt along the way. In total, this batch of materials is worth more than 30,000 gold pounds. Are all the guys from the ocean so rich? After putting away the transcendent ring, Gunai silently tasted the blood of the human-faced Flower King. It's not the human-faced Flower King I met last time who used its blood to open up the blood pool. In other words, there are at least 2 human-faced Flower Kings in the Sug ruins. Is it because of that Misha? Gunai squinted his eyes. Gunai released the 5 puppet strings and began to collect the Flower King's body. The corpse of the human-faced Flower King also needed to be destroyed. Otherwise, if the human-faced Flower King's flower body came over and devoured the flesh and blood, it could create a new human body at a lower price. If the corpse was completely destroyed, it would give birth to a new human body, and it would have to pay an even greater price. Gunai could also tell from the blood that the human-faced Flower King had just broken through. To create a human body right after advancing, one's own realm would most likely fall. While controlling the puppet's secret thread, pieces of flesh and blood were continuously drawn in. Suddenly, Gunai felt something. Then, he looked into the shadows of the trees not far away. It was unknown when, but a mysterious person wearing a black robe and even a black hood had appeared there silently like a ghost. Chapter 145 News of the Flower Emperor. Come out from the shadow world? Or are you from the hunting level? At this moment, Gunai could vaguely deduce that this mysterious black-clothed man was one of the members of the mysterious existence that herded the Thanator. George, who was born with self-awakening and has a unique extraordinary profession like the Time Hunter, is very afraid of these people. They are not easy to deal with. Gunai thought to himself, but at the same time, he was on guard. At least for now, Gunai didn't have the strength to fight against these guys. The mysterious man under the tree felt Gunai's gaze. He didn't wait long and walked straight towards Gunai. As he walked, his steps were silent, just like a ghost when he appeared. Gunai's source power vision was locked on the other side, but he couldn't see anything. He stopped about 30 meters away from Gunai. I've been chasing after this human-faced Flower King. She was already heavily injured when she escaped from me. The mysterious person spoke quietly. It was a female voice. His voice was unusually hoarse, and one could tell that it was a disguised voice. At the same time, there was a little accent of the western desert plateau in his tone, which was very recognizable. Although you killed her in the end and you can take her extraordinary storage equipment, you have to give me her body. You want a corpse? I'm still waiting to destroy the corpse, Gunai muttered in his heart. Gunai had plenty of reasons not to give the corpse of the human-faced Flower King to this mysterious person. But Gunai had a reason to give it to her. Gunai said after a moment of silence. I can give you the body, but I have a question. Speak, the mysterious woman was also very straightforward. I have a history with the human-faced Flower King. At the same time, I also know that there's a human-faced Flower King in the Shuj ruins. If you tell me the location of the human-faced Flower Emperor, I'll give you the corpse. Gunai explained. What if I don't know where the human-faced Flower Emperor is? The mysterious woman asked. Then I'm sorry. Gunai shrugged his shoulders and stood in front of the corpse of the human-faced flower. The mysterious woman's face was hidden under the hood, and her entire head was shrouded in a dense black mist that did not dissipate. No one could see her face clearly. You're only at the second rank, you're not my match. The woman's voice was hoarse as usual, but it was full of certainty. It's hard to say if I didn't win. Moreover, I can destroy all these body pieces during the battle. I might suffer a loss, but you definitely won't earn anything. Gunai's tone was confident. The human-faced flower sect was hidden very deeply. And Gunai knew who this mysterious man was. He also knew that there must have been a conflict between them. Gunai could tell that this mysterious person probably knew where the human-faced flower queen Misha was. Therefore, he used the body to force the other side. If the other side didn't know what was going on, Gunai would most likely retreat and give the body to the other side. It was not a good choice to fight against this mysterious person now. From here, walk along the street for 3 blocks, and that's where the human-faced flower emperor and the others are hiding. However, a battle has already broken out there. As for whether you can make it in time, that will depend on whether you are fast enough. The mysterious man pointed to the end of the street after a long while. Gunai looked in the direction the mysterious woman was pointing. There were indeed violent origin power fluctuations and elemental fluctuations blooming in the direction covered by the blood curtain. From time to time, there would also be heart-palpitating explosive fluctuations. The corpse is yours. Gunai immediately left the body and the mysterious woman behind and flew off in the direction she had pointed. After quickly disappearing around the corner of the street, the mysterious woman came to the human-faced Flower King's corpse and cleaned it up while thinking. Gun Lawrence, a master of engraving pharmaceuticals, a genius among geniuses in engraving pharmaceuticals, a monster among monsters. My teacher even said that Gunny Lawrence is creating history. It's just that, such a genius pharmacist actually has such amazing strength. The first and second ranks are just the beginning of a law incantation master. The third and fourth ranks are when a law incantation master's strength is revealed. I didn't expect it to be so powerful at the second rank. The demonic blade curse is such a difficult spell to cultivate, but he has already cultivated it to level 3. Judging from the trajectory of the demonic blade curse, it must have cultivated some kind of powerful guiding spell. The human-faced Flower King misjudged the type of spell and died a tragic death. This traction-type incantation isn't low in level either. I need to report such important news to teacher. The woman was still thinking. On the street covered by a dark blood curtain, Gunai's speed was extremely fast. The sounds of battle were getting closer and closer to Gunai. When they passed 2 blocks, an intense battle was taking place at the crossroads. Boom! Boom! The aftershock of the clash sent the black stone bricks on the ground flying everywhere, shattering quite a few glass. 4 or 5 street lamps were lying on the ground. There were also some doors, windows, and even walls that had collapsed and shattered. On one side, there were 2 blood clansmen. From their aura, it could be seen that they were both late-stage 4th rank experts. As his body moved, it was simply terrifyingly fast. Gunai estimated that even with the soul-stabilizing ring spell and the demonic blade spell, he might not be able to hit the target. Unbelievably agile. This was the most powerful ability of the Blood Clan. On the other side was Vaya, whom Gunai knew. Wearing the weapon spirit armor, the weapon spirit boots, and holding the sword of contract in her hand, the weapon spirit contractor Vera's body was blooming with a bright luster. The special sword of the contract in his hand glowed with a sharp light as he fought with the 2 blood tribe cultivators. At this time, Vera seemed to be caught in a hard battle. The two Blood Clan warriors were very cunning. The two of them took advantage of their speed and surrounded her from the front and back, making it difficult for Vera to take care of both the front and the back. In a one-on-one battle, Vera could kill either one of them. However, the cooperation of the two guys made Vera fall into a bitter battle. Gunai quickly used his divine sense to check the situation and hid in a corner. Then, he cast a soul-stabilizing divine ring spell. The rank 3 soul-fixing divine ring spell directly covered this large area, enveloping all three of them within. What? Vaya immediately felt the lock of this spell. Immediately, Wei Ya's heart sank. It was already difficult to deal with two blood breeds. Now that there was a hidden magus, she was afraid that she would be defeated today. Vaya felt the spell's targeting, and the two assassin-type Blood Clan members, who had strong super senses, also felt it. This is bad, the enemy's helper is here. The two vampires had the same thought at the same time. This soul-stabilizing divine ring spell that didn't distinguish between friend and foe covered an entire area. After the incantation, the three of them began to become wary and wary. At the same time, the intensity of their battle also dropped by a level. Chapter 146 The Violent Vaya. Gunai naturally noticed the three of them becoming cautious. Anyone would be wary and cautious when they were suddenly locked on. After all, no one knew if a powerful law incantation had suddenly appeared in the dark. They might be afraid, but Gunai didn't need to be afraid. Under the guidance of the soul-stabilizing ring spell, Gunai aimed at the right leg of the tall Blood Clansman in front of Vera and released the puppet thread. The dense puppet strings wrapped around his right ankle. If he used the magic blade curse, it would be good for him to be powerful. However, the two Blood Clansmen were too fast, and it was not a big problem to avoid the demonic blade curse in a flash. If they were not careful, the demonic blade that the Blood Clansman dodged was very likely to hurt Vera by mistake. After all, these three people were fighting in close combat. On the other hand, it was better to deal with the fast and agile Blood Clansmen. The puppet's secret thread was the most effective way to deal with them. It's broken. Francis, the fourth-rank Blood Clan expert, felt that something was amiss when he felt a large number of strange things wrapping around his right ankle. The speed at which the strange silk thread wrapped around him was too fast. By the time he reacted, 7 or 8 silk threads had already penetrated deep into his leg. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, the short sword in his hand bloomed with a blood-red light and slashed at the silk thread on his leg. With a slash. Bang! 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 The 3 threads were easily cut off. As expected, this Type 4 expert is after all a Type 4 expert. My puppet's secret thread is already at level 2, yet he can still sense it, and even cut it off with ease. It's a pity that the power you used to attack this extremely well-hidden puppet thread is not strong enough. Francis, who had cut off 3 secret puppet strings with one strike, did not look happy at all. Instead, his face became even more stiff and ugly. The moment he cut off the 3 strange threads, more than 10 strange threads continued to wrap around him in this short period of time. The number of slashes was simply not enough. Moreover, there were many of these strange threads scattered around the area. Now, the origin power of the entire Sug Ruins city was in a state of rebellion, which also covered the slight fluctuations of that spellcaster. He was unable to determine where the enemy was hiding in a short period of time. In this short period of hesitation, groan! A cold light pierced through his back. With the sharpness of Vera's weapon spirit, not to mention that the Blood Clan was not known for their defense, even a tank knight would find it difficult to withstand the killing of this genius weapon spirit contractor's weapon spirit. With a light tap of his foot, Francis was about to leave. However, he did not get what he wanted this time. His upper body was moving, but his right foot seemed to be welded to the ground. Even though he used his origin power to the extreme, he couldn't move even half a step. It's those damn strange threads. The furious and horrified Francis tried his best to lower his body to avoid the attack from behind, but it was already too late. Buzz! The sword pierced through his right shoulder. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to escape even with such heavy injuries. However, now that his right foot was welded, he had become a living target. Groan! The destructive power in the weapon spirit's blade twisted slightly, and Francis's entire right shoulder was instantly crushed into pieces. Then, the blade slashed down. Chi-la! The upper half of its body fell from its body. Damn bastard! Francis, whose upper body had fallen, did not die immediately, but he definitely would not survive. Vilady, the blood clansman who had wanted to launch a sneak attack, saw Francis' body being dismembered in an instant. Without any hesitation, he rolled backward and turned into a small bat the size of a palm. He quickly flew away while sticking close to the ground. This escape could be said to be quite decisive. In the face of Wei Yi, he was basically doomed to die alone. In addition, there was a mysterious spellcaster hidden in the dark. If he was even a little slower in escaping, he would definitely die. The bat-transformed Tier 4 vampire was very cunning, sticking close to the ground and turning into a small corner before disappearing. This made Gun give up on his pursuit. He escaped really quickly. He must be a rabbit. Gunai rubbed his glabella. Don't kill me, I'm willing to tell you anything. At this time, Francis looked at the murderous Vaya and quickly said. The vitality of the blood clan was very strong. If their bodies were cut in half, they would be able to survive as long as they drank some powerful recovery potions. It was a pity that Vaya obviously had no intention of letting him live. He raised his foot. Pang! A sound. The head of this Tier 4 vampire was crushed by Vera like a watermelon. She's really a violent woman, Gunai thought. This Vaya, who usually liked to read Mary Sue's steam night novels, didn't show any mercy when she killed people. As Gun walked out of the corner, Vaya immediately looked at him. It's you. When she saw it was Gunai, she was shocked. Then, Vaya patrolled Gunny's body. Gunai's chainmail was too eye-catching. Those who didn't know better would think that Gun was a knight. Why did you come out? If you don't come out, you're going to die in Deep Duke Castle, Gunai shrugged. Was your Qian also attacked? Gunai nodded. After quickly scanning the surroundings, Vaya quickly said, now is not the time to chat. Come with me. As soon as Wei Yi moved, Gunai followed closely behind. Teacher and the others are currently pursuing the experts of the human-faced flower cult. I'm being held back by these two vampires. I have to get out of here and help Teacher and the others. The battle over there is very intense. Is it Misha and the others? Gunai whispered. Yes, and that Misha is the core of their protection. Misha. Gunai couldn't help but feel his heart throb. I've finally found you. The human-faced flower emperor is a powerful lord-level existence. Once it grows, it will be too difficult to kill it. And according to the information we got, that Misha is very popular with the mother god of the human-faced flower sect. The mother god of the human-faced flower cult is a terrifying evil god that came from the starry sky. So far, many experts have died at the hands of the mother god of the human-faced flower sect. The mother god loves Misha so much because she has something special. Maybe she will become a legendary lord. Today, we have to kill Misha in the Sug ruins. Letting her escape is like letting a tiger back into the mountains. The murderous intent in Vera's mouth was particularly cold. She won't be able to escape. Gunai secretly clenched his fists, and the Thanator blood in his body began to boil with killing intent. No matter what, he had to kill her today. Whether it was to take revenge for his father or to destroy these unscrupulous and terrifying evil god churches. The Church of the Human-Faced Flower had participated in more than one assassination attempt on Gun. The enemy wanted to kill Gunai, so Gunai naturally had to use even more brutal methods to deal a devastating blow. Chapter 147 A Bold Idea. He followed the small alley and reached the corner of the street. Boom! Boom! Swish swish swish! Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The rumbling sounds of all kinds of spells rose and fell, and the fluctuations of origin power surged in layers. There were even a large number of spells that flew past the entrance of the alley in front of Gun and Vaya, and then exploded in the distance. "Be careful, don't stick your head out," said Vaya in a low voice. "Yes, I know." Gunai nodded. In the corner, Gunai looked out. In the blood-covered street, all kinds of spells bombarded back and forth. Not only were there law mages, but there were also elementalists. The wide-range bombardment of elemental spells caused lightning, fireballs, icicles, and wind blades to intertwine. The ground of the street was full of potholes, and the glass on both sides of the street was almost completely shattered by the shock wave of the explosion-type spell. The walls were covered with traces of various spells, and some walls had collapsed. From the fluctuations of these elemental spells, Gun could sense that this was a battle between 3rd and 4th rank casters. Ordinary Tier 1 and Tier 2 Law Curse Mancers did not possess such powerful spells and attacks. At this time, the spell casters in the street battle were not stupid. They all hid and cast their spells. After casting a spell, they would immediately hide and even change positions from time to prevent the enemy from destroying their cover and attacking them. No one dared to be exposed to the range of the spells from both sides. In this chaotic battle of 30 to 40 people, where all kinds of spells were bombarding the extraordinary battlefield, the moment he showed his face, he would definitely be attacked by the magical magi. Even those Type 5 and Type 6 powerhouses were currently fighting on the roof. They had no intention of entering the range of fire from both sides. "Even if my defense is strong, I'll still die if I'm targeted by so many spell casters." Looking at the exchange of spells between the two sides, Gun thought to himself. However, the calm Gunai still had a big advantage on the battlefield. 3, 4, or even 5, 6 powerful spells fell on Gunai, but he was able to resist them. He could even survive a dozen spells, and then rely on his own recovery ability to quickly recover. As for other law incantations, with the protection of the law incantation shield, they could still withstand 3 to 5 powerful law incantations. Without the protection of the shield, not to mention 3 or 4, even 5 or 6 spells would hit him. If 1 or 2 powerful incantations hit them, they would lose the ability to continue fighting for a short period of time. In comparison, Gun's survival ability was much stronger than that of the conventional spell casters. The spell casters on the other side and the high-level powerhouses fighting on the roof are all protecting Misha. If we don't kill these guys, we won't be able to catch up with her, let alone kill her. Gunai looked down the street, and as expected, a long section of the road was smashed. With a quick glance, Gunai saw that there were many hidden spell casters on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the building, constantly casting spells in his direction. There were also many experts of the battle element and shadow element protecting the spell casters. The spell caster's long-range attack ability was too obvious in this urban battle. The spell caster on the other floor has a very strong suppressive force. That's the main reason we can't get through. If I were here to bombard and cast spells like the other party, at most, it'll only strengthen the firepower of our spells. That's all. Even if I can take on 5 or 6 Tier 3 and Tier 4 magi, it will be difficult to establish an advantage in a short time. It's still possible to blow up the houses with ring spells, but it's a little difficult to kill those 3rd and 4th stage experts. I need to make full use of my resistance and endurance, my ability to cross the terrain, and my powerful spell ability to destroy the terrain. As he thought, a bold, radical, but extremely efficient idea quickly appeared in Gunai's mind. In the open ground, Gunai found it difficult to display his advantage. If he entered the opposite building, using the mithril boots, Gun could easily cross the terrain and move freely among the complex floors. At the same time, he could use the 1-second overlap of the magic blade curse to easily blast open the wall. It wasn't impossible for Tier 3 and Tier 4 magi to do so. But he wasn't as efficient as Gunai, who could break a wall in a second or two. In this way, he could make use of the narrow terrain in the house. Gunai could take the initiative to fight 1 against 1, 1 against 2, or at most 1 against 3. If there were too many enemies, Gunai wouldn't rashly break through the wall. The most important point was, the Gunafian curse could be cast at a very high rate in a single second. At the same time, his defense was extremely high, and his skin was tough. The other party's incantation masters were far weaker than his. Using the terrain to reduce the area of confrontation to a small standing position, Gunai was not afraid of anyone. The overlapping of magic spells in 1 second was higher than the other parties. His body was able to withstand attacks and crush his opponent. Even if his opponent was a tier 4 mage, even if his opponent was a battle type or shadow type mage, Gunarvana could win with a big advantage. Gunai had a large amount of water from the spring of life, so as long as he didn't die, he would be able to quickly recover. Of course, it was not without danger. There was even the possibility of death. Fortunately, Gunai had many life-saving methods. If he really encountered a top tier 4 expert, he would be surrounded and killed if he couldn't beat them. Gunai could still show them some things, but in this place, he couldn't use any of his special techniques. The current situation is a stalemate. If we don't break the situation as soon as possible, Maisha will run away under their cover. After carefully going through it twice and making sure that it was feasible, Gun looked at Vera and said, "Vaya, I'm going to the opposite street, and then climb over to the second and third floors to find the enemy spellcasters upstairs." "What, go to the opposite building?" Weya was shocked at first, and then her face turned gloomy. "Are you going to die? I don't have time to explain too much to you. You should know that since I dare to go there, I must have enough means to escape. Those experts can't kill me. I know that your weapon spirit helmet's defense is very strong. Can you contract one and let me use it? That way, my safety will be raised to another level." Gunai said in a low voice. "Don't go. I won't give it to you. I know you want to kill her, but you can't rush it. The more you rush it, the easier it is for you to make mistakes." Weiya's tone was very certain. Gun still wanted to say something, but it was clear that Weiya wouldn't give him the helmet and let him die. "I shouldn't have told her my plan. I should have asked her for the helmet. There's a higher chance that she'll give it to me. Although I know that she's doing this for my own good, I still feel that Jian is very angry. If you won't give it to me, then I can only go there directly." Gunai spread his hands. He cast another blood shield on himself. Equipment like the magic shield necklace had a 24-hour constant characteristic, and after 24 hours, it would weaken. By injecting source power every morning, afternoon, and evening, this type of shield equipment could maintain its long-term constant characteristic. The level of a level 1 blood shield was not high enough, so it did not have a permanent. For half an hour, the blood shield would remain constant, and after that, it would weaken. After putting on a new blood shield, the duration would be reduced to half an hour. As soon as Gunai moved, Weiya stood in front of him. "You're really confident?" Vaya's clear eyes looked at Gunai. "If you give me the artifact spirit helmet, I'll be more confident," Gunai said. Chapter 148 The Flower King Puppet. After a few seconds of stalemate, Vaya still couldn't beat Gunai. The summoning of the spirit of the helmet will take some time. Vaya walked to a safe place behind the alley. "How long?" "Half a minute. That's not considered long. My head's defense is strong enough, but my soul's defense is too weak. I don't even dare to get too close to an injured human-faced Flower King. This time, I rushed to the opposite building. If I were to be hit by a soul-type attack, I would be too injured. As for the soul defense of the artifact spirit helmet, it's extremely powerful. With the artifact spirit helmet, I won't be afraid of those soul-type attacks." That's right, the most powerful part of the weapon spirit helmet was its soul defense. Of course, it also had excellent resistance against the penetration damage of spells and direct attacks. I also need to put soul defense techniques on the agenda. While Gun was thinking, Vaya had already sat cross-legged on the snow. As the origin power in his body surged, the crystal spirit equipment on his body began to glow. Gunai continued to squat in the corner and began to observe the position of the spell mages on the opposite floor. When he went over later, he could target them with a goal in mind. There are at least 12 or 13 powerful Tier 3 and Tier 4 spellcasters upstairs. There are also mages on the roof, but they are only Tier 5 and Tier 6 mages. Their battle did not affect the people below. I also have to be careful of them. If I'm targeted by them, I can't be careless when it's time to escape with the blood shield spell. The most important thing is with you. Gunai looked in the direction blocked by a large number of houses. I can vaguely feel the aura of the Lord there. It should be Misha. Someone must be holding her back, Kiran said. Once we eliminate these guys, the Tier 3 and Tier 4 mages will attack together. Then, Misha won't be able to escape. 5th and 6th rank extraordinaires were high-level extraordinaries. It was no problem for one person to deal with 5 or 6th, 3rd and 4th rank extraordinaries. However, when a group of more than 20 rank 3 and rank 4 extraordinaires charged over at the same time, it was also difficult for them to fight against him alone. Gunai glanced at the endless sea of blood in the sky. Before, Gunai could still feel the blood sea slowly pressing down. During this period of time, the strange blood sea did not continue to press down. Why aren't there enough sacrifices for the Trinity? Can't you come down? Gunai thought to himself. All right, I'm done. Vivian's voice came from behind Gunai. Gunai turned around. What he saw was a spherical helmet that looked like a glass crystal, similar to the motorcycle helmet in his previous life. The transparent crystal glass shape made the weapon spirit helmet look like a space helmet, the kind that was a size smaller. This is a helmet that completely envelopes the head. It needs to be used in conjunction with your source energy breathing. After you wear it, it will automatically adhere to your head and wrap around the scales of the chainmail on your neck. The weapon spirits in the weapon spirit world were also extraordinary creatures, but their life form was a weapon spirit. It was normal for them to have a certain degree of compatibility. Gun had used his authority to obtain many documents from the Pioneer Guild. Some of them were left behind by extraordinary individuals such as planeswalkers and plane rangers. Gunai learned from them. Within the transcendent world, there were many powerful foreign transcendent worlds. This tool spirit world was one of them. After he took the weapon spirit helmet and put it on, it fit on his neck as Vaya said, and it did not delay the movement of his head at all. It doesn't affect my hearing or vision. Very good. After a little experiment, Gunai was very satisfied with the spirit helmet. He then looked at the alleyway across the road. After staring at it for a moment, let's go. The source power under his feet erupted. The mithril boots pushed Gunai's speed to the maximum. Gunai covered a distance of 20 meters in a second. As soon as he entered the alley, a large number of fireballs burst in the path that Gunai had just passed. Boom! 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 A scorching wave of air rolled behind Gunai and attacked him. Some elementalists had already noticed Gun. Even if the mid-tier elemental spell, Fireball Burst, were to hit him, he would be able to easily withstand it. The mithril devil gold chain mail, the scales, and the strong physical body greatly reduced the threat of these mid-tier spells to Gunai. As soon as he entered the alley, he flipped over and stepped on the steep wall, climbing up. When they reached the second floor, Gunai used the magic blade curse on the opposite wall. Whoosh! 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 In half a second, the wall collapsed. With a light push of his feet, Gunai nimbly jumped through the hole in the wall and quietly entered the second floor. With a sufficiently high physical talent, even if I don't go through enough training in all kinds of combat movements of the combat system, I can still learn many force-exerting techniques without a teacher. At the same time, the improvement of my innate physical body has also greatly improved my physical flexibility. Yes, Pai Shiu is very effective when it comes to escaping and evading. His source power vision simultaneously bloomed to the extreme, and everything in the house shrouded in darkness could be clearly seen. With his origin power vision fully activated, he could vaguely see a human figure after penetrating a wall. After 2 walls, he could not see anything. However, this was already enough. Being able to see through the thickness of a wall was enough for Gunai to know everything about the next room. He opened the door quietly. With a sweep, Gunai saw half a person. It was a human spellcaster hiding in a corner. Gun could sense a strong evil faith from him. The human-faced Flower King's puppet. Gun recognized the human spellcaster at a glance. The human-faced Flower King's mind control was very strong and strange. Some of the techniques that Gunai knew about mind control and enslavement. If the controller was killed, the controlled person could still break free from the original restraints and be reborn. As for the human-faced Flower King's puppet, once it was controlled, this strange control method would gradually change the puppet's self-belief as time passed, making it completely and perfectly obey the human-faced Flower King. Even if the human-faced Flower King was killed, these fanatical believers would still not wake up. They would try their best to kill the enemy who killed the human-faced Flower King. What was even scarier was that if they encountered a new human-faced Flower King, they would quickly follow the new human-faced Flower King's faith. This kind of control was completely like the taming of a twisted soul and completely obliterating the individual's will. The evil side of the human-faced flower cult was vividly displayed. As for the Church of Pastors and the Church of Giant God, their methods were even better than the Church of the human-faced flower. These evil gods had come to this world with strong evil, slavery, slaughter, and destruction. Gu Ni quietly jumped up and sent 7 or 8 demonic blade curses at the Tier 3 human-faced Flower King puppet. He didn't have time to react. The shield on his body was instantly torn apart. At the same time, his body was also torn into pieces. His head was even chopped off, causing his brain to burst. This was the power of a level 3 intermediate spell, the Magic Blade Curse. And this was only the 3rd rank. The higher the level of the incantation of law, the more astonishing the lethality after the transformation. When it reached level 5, level 6, level 7, or even level 8. Slaying a dragon with a single curse was not a dream. Chapter 149 Flesh and Blood. After quickly looting the Tier 3 Mage's storage bracelet, magic staff, and other rare items, Gun poured a bottle of intermediate blue soul extinguishing water on the mage's body. His robe had been completely torn to pieces by Gunai, so it didn't have much value, so he burned it with the dark blue soul extinguishing water. Following the positions he had just observed, Gunai was like a nimble cheetah, quickly groping his way through the house to the next prey. A moment later, Gunai easily found the second enemy through the wall. In 2 rooms next to the window, 2 elementalists, a man and a woman, were working together to cast elemental spells at each other's hiding spots on the street. Among them, the man had released a violent fireball. When Gunai came over, this man was the one who attacked him. Gunai quietly sneaked over and waited for another explosion outside. He quickly used the puppet's secret thread to open the door and bombarded the 2 elementalists with magic blades. Gunai attacked the man first, but the woman reacted quickly and cast a series of lightning bolts at Gunai. If it was a rank 4 lightning bolt, it might have been able to break through his blood shield. This level 1 lightning arc technique was really not enough. When the 4th bolt of lightning struck Gunai, Gunai had already used the demon blade curse to tear their bodies apart. When casting spells at close range, an elementalist will never be able to defeat a law magus. Gunai said to himself as he searched the 2. The syllables of an elementalist's elemental incantation were slightly longer, so the core of the elementalist's incantation runes would always be the speed rune. However, no matter how fast the speed rune was, it was impossible for those powerful spells to be cast instantly. In a short, close-range battle, they had met a face-breaking law incantation master like Gunai, who could cast a large number of spells. They had died a particularly sullen death. After the search and disposal of the bodies. After drinking a bottle of source power recovery potion, Gunai felt his blood shield. The energy loss is not more than 5%. Your lightning arc technique is really weak. He glanced at the corpse of the female lightning elementalist and thought to himself. Without stopping, Gunai moved on to the next location that was under attack. Like a ghost, Gunai relied on the visual advantage of his source energy vision. Like an experienced hunter, he began his hunt in the depths of the dark house. Every minute, there was an unlucky guy dying at Gunai's hands. After 5 to 6 minutes, 7 spellcasters and 1 battle-type extraordinary had already died at Gun's hands. Gunai's blood shield also exploded twice. Even the late-stage rank 3 expert from the combat specialization took on the bombardment of Gunai's demonic blade curse and ruthlessly slashed at him. The heavy sword knocked Gunai to the ground. A blow that would have been fatal to other second-rank magi would have only been a light injury to Gun and interrupted his casting. Gunai stood up once again and smashed the head of the battle-type expert into pieces. Gun kept killing the mages and elementalists. As a result, the firepower of the many spellcasters of the human-faced flower cult on the second and third floors had been reduced by a large margin. Gunai could clearly feel the fierce suppression from the other side. This was a good thing for Gunai. The stronger the suppression, the more Gunai would be like a fish in water. Boom! 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 Another series of spells exploded, causing the house to tremble slightly. The spellcasters of the Pioneer Corps are too destructive. This house is about to collapse. After killing an elementalist, Gunai felt the house was on the verge of collapse. Then, he saw a purple fireball the size of a head fly through the broken balcony window. This was a high-level fire elemental spell. Damn it! Gunai cursed and quickly hid around the corner. Boom! The violent explosion left cracks all over the house, and it only took a few seconds for it to collapse. Gunai was also sent flying a few meters away, and his blood shield shattered on the spot. In the area covered by the enemy's firepower, it was easy to be bombarded by the firepower of their own magus. After casting another shield on himself, he found the window and jumped onto the wall. He broke the window and entered the house next door. Gunai had just entered his new house. The house slowly collapsed with a series of rumbling sounds. The sound of the explosion and the collapse covered the sound of Gunai entering the new house. Lowering his body, Gunai continued to move forward silently. The stalemate between the two sides had begun to tilt as Gun killed several spellcasters. Victory was on the Pioneer Guild's side. Gunai arrived at the stairs again. As soon as he opened the door and entered the stairwell, Gunai's expression changed. In the opposite house, there were 5 to 6 figures gathered together. Moreover, these 5 or 6 figures were all emitting extremely dense origin power of the 4th step. These were all top-tier level 4 experts. There are so many people. If I charge indirectly, it's no different from suicide. In a sneak attack, Gunai could still kill a type 4 expert, but just now, he had killed one. In a one-on-one fight, Gunai wasn't afraid of a rank 4 extraordinary, unless his soul was restrained. In terms of energy, Gunai could be considered a rank 3 magus. In fact, he was even stronger than that. But Gunai alone was not enough to deal with so many people. Even if the incantation of law were to tear the door open and bombard it directly, it would still be difficult to cause any effective damage. Why don't you? Gunai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the wriggling flesh and blood in his storage space. He'd once tested it on a silver-shelled rat. The moment the silver-armored rat saw the wriggling flesh and blood, its eyes exploded and it died on the spot. It wouldn't live for more than a second. Gunai tested it 7 or 8 times, and it was the same. The wriggling flesh and blood that was placed into the system space lost its life characteristics, but the destructive power of the terrifying curse matrix had not weakened at all. After all, the few pieces of flesh that Gunai had taken were the last few pieces of flesh that had survived. However, against these fourth-rank extraordinary powerhouses, would it still have such powerful killing power? Gunai didn't know. However, Gunai knew that the wriggling flesh and blood would at least be enough to affect these people. And that was enough. At this moment, the sounds of all kinds of spells exploding, explosions, and collisions were still rising and falling outside. In fact, the house would even shake slightly from time to time. This gave Gunai a chance to get closer. The mithril boots on his feet made his steps as light as a cat's. After arriving at the door, following the runes of the world frame, Gunai cast a puppet thread and went deep into the lock. Ka! The door suddenly opened. At the same time, Gunai threw in a piece of wriggling flesh. Chapter 150 The Eye Terminator. Within the house, several Stage 4 transcendents were currently gathered together to discuss the matter of retreat. Previously, when the human-faced Flower Church was ambushed by the mysterious man in black, 2 advanced Flower Kings died on the spot. Then, they were chased by the Pioneer Group and suffered heavy losses. In less than 10 minutes, many of the spellcasters on their side who were on the outside had suffered heavy losses for some unknown reason. Moreover, the human-faced Flower Emperor had already retreated 1 block. If they continued to fight, more and more people would die. Retreating was the only choice. Otherwise, they would probably all die here. Just as several rank 4 extraordinaires in the higher star levels were about to retreat. Suddenly, the door opened. The sound of the door opening was so close that it naturally could not escape their ears. The few of them immediately looked over vigilantly. What he saw was a black object being thrown in. With night vision, they could see the outline and appearance of the black strip by relying on the luster of the sea of blood outside the house. The thing that was thrown in looked like a weird and strange meat worm. At first, they thought it was some kind of powerful creature or some kind of contract-like summoned creature. However, the next moment, bang 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 bang. The sound of the eyeball exploding was heard. Ah! Hee hee! Damn it, my eyes! Ah, Ying Luo! Be careful! It's a terrifying sealed artifact with mim. A scream came from inside the room. Gunai understood that the wriggling flesh had worked. Gunai, who had already cast the spell, exploded. Peng 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 peng. The ferocious demonic blade curse tore through the door like it was tofu, and it poured out towards everyone like a storm. Chi 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 chi. In an instant, 3 people were cut to death without any room to fight back. After all, these Tier 4 experts were experts who had experienced hundreds of battles. Their eyes were destroyed by the squirming flesh and blood, but they still retaliated as soon as Gunai cast the spell. 2 Tier 4 spellcasters threw instant cast incantations at Gun. However, the 1-second stack was far inferior to Gun's. At most, they could cast 6 or 7 incantations per second. The other shadow rolled and threw a knife at Gunai, while also going into stealth mode. Facing the counterattack of the 2 spellcasters' instant cast spells and the Shadowman's flying daggers, Gun grinned and continued to attack the 2 shadowers. After all, a 4th-rank expert was still a 4th-rank expert. Pang! A sound. The spell and the dagger instantly shattered Gun's blood shield. At the same time, the next instant cast spell, Black Fireball, hit Gun's chest. Pang! The black flame ball exploded, forcing Gunai to take half a step back. The black flame burned in Gunai's chest, making sizzling sounds. The burning power seeped through the gaps of the purple chainmail and burned Gunai's skin. Immediately after, the 2 instant spells, Sharp Icicles and Black Flame Balls, which were half a meter long and had explosive and burning effects, covered the area. Gunai also experienced the feeling of being enveloped by an instant cast spell. If Gunai had used Blood Escape, he could have dodged the chain of spells. But that would also lose the advantage of a sneak attack. Gun had no intention of retreating. A tank mage needed to be able to stand firm in a critical moment like this. As he stood guard at the door, tanking the bombardment of the two instant cast spells, Gunai launched a second wave of attacks at the two blind mages. The attacks of the two law magi were fierce, and even Gun, who had a purple chain mail, was injured. But Gunai's spell was even more brutal. The terrifying demonic blade didn't even take half a second to tear through their shields. Without the protection of their shields, the powerful sharpness of the magic blades directly tore their bodies apart. They weren't as strong as Gunai. The two law mages also fell to the ground quickly. At this moment, only the Tier 4 Shadow Killer was left. He looked around the room and then looked at a corner. Gun's source power vision had already caught sight of the Tier 4 Shadow Assassin. If he had been in stealth mode, Gunai most likely wouldn't have been able to see this powerful Tier 4 Shadow Assassin. But at this moment, the wriggling flesh and blood blinded everyone's eyes. The Tier 4 Shadow Assassin's eyes began to bleed. From the origin power in his eyes, Gunai could clearly see where his opponent was. Not to mention, Gunai could clearly locate the other party by following the smell of the blood. This Tier 4 Shadow Assassin was extremely powerful. He was actually able to figure out the location of the door to the side and enter the room while in stealth mode. At this time, he was hiding in the corner of the house and drinking a potion, calmly waiting for his eyes to recover. If he was allowed to recover, there might really be a fierce battle. He placed a soul-setting divine ring spell inside the room. At the same time as the soul-stabilizing curse bloomed, the shadow assassin's body suddenly froze. He knew that he had been exposed. Whoosh! 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 A dense wave of demonic blades and curses erupted once more. Gun didn't need to go near them. Getting close to a Tier 4 shadow assassin wasn't a good choice. Even though his eyes were already blind. At the entrance, it was obviously safer and more secure to tear the wall and kill from a distance. In the end, the Tier 4 Shadowman still couldn't escape. After struggling for a few seconds inside the room, the Tier 4 assassin's calf was cut off by a magic blade. Blinded, this assassin of the fourth step died without any resistance in this chaotic environment. The 6 rank 4 experts in the room were all captured by Gunai. Looking at the corpses of the Type 4 powerhouses, Gunai gasped for breath. Gunai was also injured, and his injuries weren't light. The icicles and black flame balls of the 2 Tier 4 Law Curse Mancers dealt significant damage. Even now, the flames from the explosion of the black fireball on Gunai's purple-scaled chainmail were still burning. A blood shield bloomed from the inside and quickly forced the black flames out of Gunai's body. After drinking 100 ml of water from the spring of life, he began to clean up the battlefield. Gunai put away the wriggling flesh. One of the members of the pioneer group was rushing over. If any unlucky fellow were to come over and take a look, they would have to pay a terrible price. Even if the eyes of an extraordinary were to explode, they could still be recovered. However, it was hard to say if it could recover after seeing the wriggling flesh and blood explode. Fortunately, this wriggling flesh and blood is here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to kill such a large group of people. I might even die. His eyes were blown up on the spot. In addition, he was ambushed by a powerful spell. No one could withstand it. Wriggling flesh and blood is very effective against 4th rank experts. Once you see it, you'll definitely be hit. If I take it out when I'm surrounded by hundreds of people, the effect would be amazing. This thing is really a weapon of mass destruction. While cleaning up the battlefield, Gunai thought to himself. He collected the equipment, storage rings, and bracelets, then burned the corpse. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. When Gunai finished cleaning up the bodies, the flames were still burning. The sound of footsteps could be heard from the stairs. It's the pioneer group. By observing these people's source power through source power vision, one could distinguish the difference between them and the extraordinaries with evil beliefs of the Human Face Flower Church. We're on the same side. I'm also a member of the pioneer group. Before the people below could come up, Gunai had already taken the initiative to speak, in case the other side rushed up and started a conflict. Gunai's words immediately stopped the people below, and they stood on guard at the stairs. There were cases of people pretending to be members of the pioneer group. It was impossible for them to believe Gunai's identity just because he said he was one of them. Moreover, the other party was at the position where the enemy had resisted. "Who is it?" a deep middle-aged man's voice sounded. "Gun Lawrence. I've never heard of it." The man's cold voice rang out. "I came here with Via. Just let her come over." After a few seconds, the man's voice sounded again. "Wait a moment. Via will be here in a moment. Don't move, or we will attack." "No problem."